Assalamu alaikum, good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very warm welcome back to the second day of FII, the 9th edition. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. My name is Etna Trainer, and I'm going to be here with you for the next 2 days. And a big thanks to my dear colleague Mariana, who brought us so eloquently through yesterday. And what a day it was yesterday. A tremendous start to the FII9. Now, as Richard likes to say, he's building momentum here, and we're building a movement. But I also think, when I look around here and see so many of you here, so many familiar faces, we're also building an incredible community. And I really see the interaction that's going on here, and just the energy and the buzz that is FII, and can only be FII. So I think to all of you, you're welcome here, and again, we have a great day lined up for you. Yesterday, we looked at a very content-rich and indeed action-packed day. We heard from change makers. We heard from risk takers. We heard from policymakers. And again, it's really about the FII bringing this global conversation to you, a global conversation that will impact your life, that will impact your business, and ultimately that will impact the economies in where you are. I think a few quick takeaways. We heard a lot of, I think, confidence with caution. A lot of that, I think everybody looking ahead to what we can expect in regards to the economy and how we're going to move forward. AI, without a doubt, taking a lead, and it will take a lead today in everything we do. The global financial institutions, I think, deepening ties, really coming together, talking about what they can do to make sure that we move prosperity, that we move growth. And again, Vision 2030 here in the Kingdom, recalibrated perhaps a little bit. And it was great to have some of the key ministers and again, some of the decision makers and policy makers here on stage. So let's have a quick look at the agenda as we go forward today. We're going to look at Expo 2030. We'll have a look at what's happening in Africa. Investment, 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 of course, that's going to be top of our agenda. And really all about growth and prosperity and where that fits in. We're going to take a look at patriotic capitalism. And again, our big change maker panel today is going to look at the energy trilemma. So much to expect. And of course, we're going to kick this off with a double session on AI and just where we are, where we're going. I think it's racing ahead of us at a huge pace. And hopefully, most of us in this setting and in this room, I think, are able to keep up. But anyway, let's see just how far you are keeping up, and no better person than to do this double session for us, but Tom Giles. He's the executive editor of technology at Bloomberg. So please give a warm welcome to Tom Giles and his panel here. We're going to look at AI, a global resource, and later, how will it create intelligence? Tom, thank you so much.
Well, thank you all for joining us this morning. We're going to talk first about supply chain resilience, and we're here at an auspicious time where two world leaders are meeting halfway around the world from here to talk about a possible resolution to some of the tension, at least, that has made our supply chain a little bit more complicated. I'm going to start with you, Aidan. The work that you do building these large language models, helping developers and businesses then create applications that draw on them. You know firsthand the demands in terms of chips, in terms of data centers, energy, et cetera, and all the resources that it takes. One of the big concerns when we think about supply chain resiliency, and we saw this during the pandemic, and we've seen it during the trade tensions, is concentration of where we actually are manufacturing chips. And the reality is, geopolitically, the lion's share of the most advanced chips are built in one small geographic area right off the coast of mainland China. How concerned should we be about the concentration of the manufacture of the most advanced, important chips that are used in AI?
I think we should be quite concerned, and I think there's been a lot of discussion on how to shift production and diversify it away. And the process of onshoring back to the United States is one that I'm glad to see both the Biden and the Trump administration support fervently. I think the other point of concern around concentration is not just where it's manufactured, but where it's being deployed. And so for us, what we see is we help nations with sovereign AI initiatives. Yep. And one of the key constraints to that is getting the chips deployed in data centers on the soil of that nation. And the flow of chips, the availability of chips, it's been very variable. So for different countries, they have very different access to these chips. And it depends heavily on what they want to do. And so we should distinguish between training infrastructure, these large, densely interconnected supercomputers, and serving infrastructure or inference infrastructure. Two completely different problems. On the training side, it's extremely constrained. There's very few suppliers. There's NVIDIA and AMD. That's essentially it. On the serving side, you have many. You have between 5 and 7 different suppliers, and there's tons of different options. And so I think depending on what the country wants to do, there are heavy, heavy constraints on the training side, whereas on inference, it might be a little bit easier.
Thank you. Bill, I want to turn to you at AMD, where you are very much at the forefront of the design and supply of a more diverse kind of chip. You've had some customer wins recently, but you also are directly affected by, again, this geographic concentration. Can you talk a little bit about how confident are you in the world's ability to kind of create manufacturing hubs outside of Taiwan, particularly in places like North America?
Sure. Well, it's a great pleasure to be here with my esteemed colleagues. It's a great question. In any institution, the supply chain is essential. And when you think about the heightened awareness recently with the geopolitical nature of concentration risk around Taiwan, there's been a lot of discussion around how do we avoid that. To Aidan's point, I think the administrations, more recently the Trump administration, have been encouraging, how do we really diversify in different parts of the world. At AMD, our supply chain is essential to what we do. So for the last 3-4 years, we've been looking at how do we really diversify around the world, moving out of certain areas of concentration. With the current administration, they've been encouraging more development, manufacturing in the United States. AMD is a fabless, so it's essential for us to start to build partnerships in different parts of the world as we start to look at the demand that's coming in for the chip technology, especially with AI. It's so explosive now. And so we've been doing, carefully analysis of where we should be, building things in the United States, building things, partnerships in different parts of the world. I would say, we're making progress, but there's still a lot of work ahead of us. And this is good for the industry that we diversify. We're in different parts of the world. And then we think that collaboratively with sovereign AI, more and more countries are starting to think about the importance of their national interests. So you're going to see more and more partnerships emerge in different parts of the world where manufacturing will start to take effect. And I think you're starting to see governments incentivize companies like AMD to provide that type of capability around the world.
Thank you. Gene, I want to turn to you. At Wellington, your firm oversees $1 trillion in equity and debt of global companies, so you have to pay really close attention to concentration as well. How does that factor into the investment decisions, and how are you advising your portfolio managers on how to think about the diversity or lack thereof in our supply chain?
Yeah, so the interesting thing about the current environment, we've had a morning meeting at Wellington for almost 70 years, and I can't remember a time where we've talked about one subject almost every day in our morning investment meeting, and that is AI and across all aspects of it. So, and of course, everyone knows that the concentration of AI stocks and the indices is more concentrated than almost at any time in history. And so what we're trying to do is really just figure out the ecosystem. At the very top of the hyperscalers is where the current market capitalization sits. It gets dispersed as you go to data centers, but anything that has AI related, there's market capitalization involved. So I think over time, what we're trying to do is figure out who are going to be the real sustainable winners, who will really get the profits from AI over time. And I think one of the most important questions for the markets is where will the profits ultimately be 5 or 10 years from now? If you look at the internet was an amazing productivity tool. It obviously impacted some sectors that changed their business models. But AI could change every business model and every company in the world, and actually it has to justify the market capitalization of the companies. And I think that's where the fun is going to be. Like, how do we determine which companies are going to use AI to be more productive, to be more be more innovative and be more creative, gain more share from their customers, and that's where the analysis will begin to happen in the next couple of years as AI really begins to have use cases. And I think it will have big implications for the concentration of the markets 5 years from now. If it's very broad, the market will broaden out. Will people compete away the productivity gains? I think it's going to be a fascinating question to consider.
I want to stay with you just for a moment as we look ahead. I mean, we've certainly seen winners or perceived winners emerging, companies with market capitalizations that were unheard of just a few years ago in the 3-4 multiple trillions of dollars. Looking ahead 5 years, are we going to see some new players that maybe have not even really captured the world's imagination yet? And if so, can you give us a sense of who you're looking at?
I think there are two kinds of players to look at when you think about AI. One is the venture community. There's many companies in sort of the application era, and I'm sure my esteemed colleague will talk about that. So that's one aspect of it. But really, it's about every company. Like, I know what we're doing at Wellington and what we're hoping to get out of AI in terms of scaling what we do. So I really do think like how AI will impact all the public and private companies around the world is the critical question to what the market capitalization of the world will be and where and who will gain the profits. I think that is a fascinating question. That will have actually maybe perhaps a bigger impact than sort of just the new companies emerging.
Well, that's a good transition to you, Alex. As head of Vision Fund, you are constantly looking at emerging potential winners and making some important investment decisions based on that. I'd like to ask you a similar question, but also from the perspective of there's a lot of discussion right now about whether the actual revenue gains that we will see justify some of the valuations that we're seeing in the startup world, we're seeing in the publicly traded world. A lot of really smart people, far smarter than me, have begun to use the word bubble and have begun to draw comparisons between the period we're in now and the dot-com bust of a quarter century ago. I guess I'd like to get a sense from you of how do you taking this concern about valuations into consideration? What are you avoiding and where are you looking?
Sure. Look, we have been very bullish on AI for a very long time. Moss identified AI as the next revolution, after mobile and the internet, but just as really the pillar of the information revolution is what's going on in AI, and we've been talking about this for some time now. We invest across, whether it's from semiconductors, where we're a control shareholder of ARM, which designs semiconductors that are at the base of everything in technology and in AI and in our daily lives. We invest in AI data centers, we invest in robotics, we invest in startup companies, we invest in energy companies that will power in smarter and more efficient ways the compute that's required. Demand is only accelerating. The bigger OpenAI gets, the faster it grows. It's wild to see the kind of growth that they're generating. Whether it's top down, you come to Saudi Arabia, for example, you spend time with the government. We're fortunate to be a big partner here with PIF, and you see the initiatives that they're planning top down as a country to drive new industries, and then bottoms up in terms of the flowering of new companies. Sure, when people get excited, there's some exuberance, but if you're investing in a market leader and that leader continues to grow and the sector around you continues to grow, you should do fine. And we're not, if we're finding those dynamics of growth and market opportunity, we're very happy with where the market is today.
And quickly, you mentioned OpenAI. SoftBank, your parent, has made a big commitment to OpenAI, and there's expectation for even further, further commitment and a bigger investment. Has OpenAI, based on big announcement yesterday, they kind of cleared this big hurdle with Microsoft in terms of figuring out who owns what technology, who has access to what technology. Have they met, in your expectations, the sort of met the threshold that SoftBank needs to see in order to make that further commitment before the end of the year?
Look, we're super excited about yesterday's announcement. It was a long time coming in terms of that very important relationship that they have with Microsoft, and we're continued to be very, very excited about what they're doing.
Aidan, I want to come back to you. One of the topics that's top of mind for anyone when we think about data centers and the energy demand is just the great cost and the ability for some regions of the world to bear those costs and the energy demands more than others, even individual communities. I think as a CEO of a startup that needs to spend very judiciously on components, talk about your message to your engineers, your investors, on the responsibility that you bear on balancing performance with efficiency when it comes to the purchases that you make.
Yeah, I think we talk about AI sort of as one thing. We talk about AGI, but we don't actually see the nuance of how the different deployment settings impact how the technology needs to be built. For instance, we talk about OpenAI and their growth in consumer and all the impact that is having, and it's incredible. I think on the enterprise side, in terms of impact to business, that's a tailwind that hasn't really hit yet, and it's still in process. And the constraints that exist within the enterprise versus the consumer environment are completely different. Like the constraints around privacy, the constraints around the compute footprint of a model that you can deploy, they're completely different. And so enterprises don't have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of GPUs. And so the model that you build is necessarily a different model. And similarly, the users that come to that model inside an enterprise, they're not asking for help with their homework or to create a funny video. Instead, they're asking it to accomplish some work using a set of tools that the enterprise uses to accomplish whatever value they're creating in the world. And so there's a very different product requirement that's set there. So when Cohere thinks about building our models, we set a very hard compute constraint. We say we will maximize the intelligence subject to it fitting within 2 GPUs. We won't go beyond that. And so compare that to something like DeepSeek, which was like 700 billion parameters, or the rumored scales of OpenAI's models, categorically different. 8 times as efficient as DeepSeek, tens of times as efficient as OpenAI. And it has to be, because enterprises simply can't afford to adopt one of these megalithic general models. So efficiency is a huge priority. Again, I would also urge nuance on the compute front. In terms of training, we're really relaxed as to where it is. We don't care. There's no latency requirements. We send the job into the computer. It runs there. It can sit anywhere in the world. We have compute in the United States, in Canada. We're exploring Japan. We're exploring elsewhere. So on training, we don't really care where it sits. We're very happy to put it anywhere in the world that has, good policy, good laws. We feel it's safe, it's effective, the energy's cheap. On the inference side, it really matters that it sits within our regulated customers' sovereign domain. It sits within their control. And so on that front, that's where you get into energy constraints. There's some places in the world that have less abundant access to energy, less clean energy, et cetera. And so trying to balance those constraints has been difficult. We've seen certain regions really shoot ahead and be able to build tons of capacity very, very rapidly because they have tons of energy. And other regions struggle. And yeah, it has raised energy prices, right? Like that is happening inside of communities. And so the more we can get comfortable with, as a world, distributing our compute, particularly the training compute, to where there is energy abundance, clean energy, cheap energy, I think we have to get comfortable with that. I was excited to hear the notion of a data center embassy announced yesterday here in Saudi Arabia, so that there is sovereignty over that data center, but it can live here on this soil where there's lots of excess energy.
Great, thank you. Phil, as one of the top executives at a company that is designing chips, talk about the changes that need to happen and the changes that AMD is involved in terms of changing the architecture to ensure that efficiency. We need to get more out of each chip.
It's a great question. And as demand continues for faster, more powerful, the energy requirements are going to go up. So it's essential that is what we've done is inherent in a design to drive efficiency. So we challenge our engineers to make sure not only do we get the processing power, but we get the efficiency as well. This is fundamental in the culture that we've ingrained in our engineers. To give you a couple of examples, we set some very aggressive goals last year in terms of energy efficiency. Over the last couple of years, we've actually overachieved that by 38 times. And so we set another goal by 2030 to be 20x improvement of efficiency in terms of training and training as well as inferencing in our rack scale processors. The importance is that set these objectives and then we drive that type of culture to perform at that level. One of the things that we've also done, for example, in supercomputing, Green 500 has us at 60% of the top 20 efficient supercomputers are powered by AMD. Again, inherent in the design. Now, why do we get that innovation? We're unique in a sense. We have chips in gaming. We have chips in our PCs, our servers, now our embedded business, and now in the high end. So we leverage that IP and we learn and try to take those learnings and drive that level of efficiency and innovation because we know the demand's going to go up, but inherent in the design, we need to challenge our engineers to drive that level of efficiency.
We've seen AMD make some really important customer wins recently that have been a real affirmation of AMD's potential as an alternative to the leader in advanced AI chips. Should we be looking for more of those, and how soon?
Sure. Well, first, we're just honored and excited to some of the partnerships we announced with OpenAI, Oracle, and others. It demonstrates, not only our commitment, but it demonstrates, to your point, the affirmation of our technology. We've had long-term partnerships like with Oracle and Microsoft and Amazon and Meta and others around the world, and other partnerships in the enterprise space. And so we work with our partners. We collaborate, we co-create to kind of come up and announce these partnerships. We announced one the other day in the U.S. with the Department of Energy. So again, we're bringing these to the forefront. It's really work that we've been doing over a number of years, where we collaborate, we co-create, And we also think that the industry is growing and not one company is going to be able to satisfy all the demand. And so everyone's going to have an opportunity to participate. And I think that's what makes this exciting, because at the end we want to democratize AI. We want everyone to participate. We want to make sure that all boats rise. And these partnerships, I think, elevate that discussion.
Gene, so much of the attention around building large language models goes to a small number of, I would argue, a small number of companies that are, sort of get a lot of the spotlight. You yourself at Wellington are building large language models. Can you talk a little bit about how your approach to that and how you're incorporating that into fund management?
So we're not building large language models. We're using large language models to really change how we operate and how we work. And at the core of what we do is we're trying to figure out what's going to happen in the world 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And so we've just taken a step back. I'll tell you a story. A few years ago, I was with a group of CEOs in the US, and it was 6 months after the OpenAI announcement. And you could hear a pin drop. We had someone from OpenAI explain the technology. And I think every CEO in that room sort of went and said, what's my AI strategy? So I think the first thing was having a few years ago an AI strategy for Wellington. And that meant focus. We decided to focus on 5 use cases. And I would say that was the right choice, meaning how do you get those use cases right so that we can really learn about the technology. And I would say it took time to get our data structured in a way that we're really able then to use the large language models to change our work practices. So now so I feel like we're having success. I get very excited about the stories I hear from our employees. So we're in a stage now where we have about 60 use cases underway. And then I think as we enter 26, it's really going to be about how do we take processes, put money behind them, investments behind them to change workflows. And so I'm pretty excited about that. And then the question in the future, will generative AI really change the portfolio management process, the fund management process? Will it help us figure out which stocks to pick, how to construct portfolios? I think the quantitative part of the models needs to improve before that really changes. But the qualitative part we're already seeing. And what we're trying to do is use our IP. Our IP is our analysts meet with all of you, right? Every year. We have 20,000 company meetings a year. How do we get all of that IP into our own system so that the models can use it? How do we get all our earnings from people's computer laptops into a system? So we've been working really hard on that for the last couple of years, and we're ready to really roll that out in a significant way as we enter 26. And then the question will be, will that lead to better insights faster? And will that lead to better results for our clients?
Great.
Excited about that.
Thank you. We have just seconds left, so we're going to do one speed round. Agree or disagree, in the next 24 to 48 hours, we are going to see a truce in the trade war, and particularly between US and China. We'll start with you. Agree or disagree?
I don't know. I'm hopeful always about global partnerships and big strategic partners working well together.
Aiden?
How many hours did you give us?
24 to 48.
24 to 48? I hope so. I hope so.
I'm optimistic. I say they come to an agreement. I think it's in the betterment of the world, and I hope these leaders understand that. And so I'm optimistic. So my answer is yes.
Progress. It has to happen.
Thank you all for being here. This is a great discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you all for being part of this conversation and joining us. You're a great audience. Right now, we are going to transition. We're going to stay on AI for another session where we are going to be joined by representatives of OpenAI, Scale AI, and Grok, and we're going to continue this conversation and talk about sovereign AI. We're going to talk about advances in technology and human capital. So I'm very excited. We are joined by Sarah Fryer of OpenAI, Jonathan Ross of Grok, and Trevor from Scale AI. So thanks for being with us, and you'll be joining me on stage in just a moment. So good to see you. Trevor, nice to meet you. Jonathan, thanks for being part of this. Big moment. Just yesterday, there was an announcement. I was afraid that you were going to be a little busy and tied up. So I'm really glad you were able to join us. Sarah, I want to start with you. OpenAI reached this agreement with Microsoft, overcame some of the issues that were standing in the way of your conversion. Just talk about this moment and the significance of what was announced yesterday.
Sure, thank you for that. Yeah, I was feeling a little bit busy until we got that news out the door. The good thing about being off time zone is you can work 24 hours a day, it turns out. So what we did yesterday is announced our formal recapitalization as a company. So OpenAI will now have OpenAI Foundation, which will remain, of course, the governor, and making sure that as we develop AI, we're developing it in a really safe and aligned way. But we now have OpenAI Global, which is our public benefit corp. So we're finally almost just normal co, is what I've been calling it internally. And that will allow a number of things. First of all, it allows just nonstop focus on what we do best, which is rolling out AI into the world, 800 million weekly active users. And of course, our business part of OpenAI is growing at orders of magnitude every year. It was really fun to hear Wellington talking about AI deployment or OpenAI deployment at Wellington. I think the second thing that it allows us to do is to continue to raise capital in a much less complex way, and to ensure that we have the capital required to build out the compute, to build out the data requirements, and to, of course, hire the amazing researchers that have driven so much of what we're doing. And I think the third thing is that it allows us now real full ability to build our ecosystem, broadly speaking. Microsoft was an amazing first partner. Really, Satya deserves a lot of credit for starting that journey with Sam and the whole team. But we've started to now work across the ecosystem with many different partners at the chip level, at the broad cloud service provider level, and of course, what we want to build ourselves. So it's been an incredible outcome, and really excited that you're the first person I've gotten to talk to about it.
Appreciate the opportunity. Trevor, I want to turn to you. The region we're in, it plays a really significant role in advancing and providing the funding and the infrastructure needed. We talk about sovereign AI and the importance of regions developing their own systems, but it's sometimes hard to get our arms around what that means. Talk about what sovereign AI means to you, and also the role that you are playing in kind of building relationships here in MENA to advance the work that you're doing at scale.
Great. I would say maybe to start out, this is just, it's such an exciting time, it's such an exciting region, and I think, outside of the US and China right now, I think this is probably where you're seeing the fastest and the most impactful adoption of AI applications anywhere in the world. And so it's an incredible opportunity to sort of grow with the ambition of the region, and that's something that we're really excited about, and are growing the team at as fast as we can in the region to do just that work. I think we see we're a data company, so we sort of see every problem through the lens of data. And so when I think about sovereign AI, it really does always start with the data. And often, magical, incredible models that are changing the world so rapidly, they do sometimes meet their limits when they're deployed in an environment that maybe has less, in this case, Arabic data or kind of specific data to the region. And so for us, it's really about building solutions that work practically in a place like Saudi Arabia. That's sort of our definition of sovereign AI, is something that actually works here for the long haul. And so a lot of the work that we do is both creation of data to support the labs, but now it's really building applications that drive meaningful impact and are tailored for, in this case, Saudi Arabia, the broader GCC, other governments or enterprises as well.
Jonathan, you're deployed around the world in service of your creation of an alternative semiconductor. You recently talked about deploying data centers in APAC. Can you talk a little bit about kind of where you are in your effort to kind of globalize the data center build out?
Sure. So first, to make it relevant to everyone here and bringing it back to a topic of sovereign AI and what's going on, the first deployment that we did outside of the United States was actually here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. At the time that we did that deployment, it became 50% of our capacity, and the data center that we have here serves users in 150 different countries. And the reason that's relevant is just think about how everyone feels in the age of AI. You kind of feel powerless. There's a lot going on. You're not a part of it. You can't even keep up with the news in AI, let alone influence it. And so to understand why everyone wants this, and for example, we have a data center in APAC which has our racks loaded into it and is about to be powered on, but we haven't announced where yet. That'll come soon. But the reason why everyone wants their own sovereign data center is that civilization has just changed. So historically, we had, the material ages, like Stone Age, Iron Age, and so on, where materials were the resource that civilizations were built on. Then we got into the industrial age, where it was built on energy, coal, oil, and other substances for energy. And then we moved into the information age, where it was about having data, the internet companies. And when we first started Grok, investors would ask us, is AI going to be the next internet? And my answer was absolutely not. The internet is an information age technology, right? Telephones are about taking data and copying it to other people. The internet is about taking data and copying it to people. Bigger in scale, but same in concept to the printing press. AI doesn't copy. It creates something new. And just like we've had these three previous resources, we now have compute. Compute is the fourth resource that civilizations are going to need. And I'm a little worried at some point there might be a war over it, like there's been over energy and other things, and there's a lot of tension, but it's going to become that fourth thing that societies need. And when you're exporting it from your country, when there's a lack of compute, your citizens, just like you don't have to wait in line for energy or for oil, right, for gasoline, you won't have to wait in line for compute.
I want to stay with you for just a moment, because as we advance, as we bring technology around the world, there are also concerns about security of that technology and ensuring that it doesn't get transferred, it doesn't fall into the hands of competitors or China is a big concern for the U.S. Obviously, we've been talking about the talks that are happening right now in Asia. How concerned are you about that, and what are the safeguards that you put in place to ensure that that doesn't happen?
So first of all, I have to be thankful to the Commerce Department in the US. We actually got our export license for Saudi Arabia on Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, when even McDonald's is closed. So they worked their rears off to get that done. The security that we had to put in place was very significant. I can't discuss everything we've done, but we were incredibly careful. But I think there's another thing that people are missing. I get asked, isn't China just going to copy what the United States has done? And there's a really simple analogy to understand why that's going to be difficult. When you think of investment, you need two things. You need a strategy and you need capital. Compute is the capital. When we build chips, we use an enormous amount of compute to do that, even more now in the age of AI. So you could have the best strategy in the world, and if you don't have the capital, you can't deploy it. You could have the best technology minds in the world, and if you don't have compute, you're not going to be able to catch up.
Sarah, what are the reassurances that you have had to make to the US government as you talk about your very understandable need to expand across the world?
Yeah. So maybe, as Jonathan said, take a step back. What are the three inputs to intelligence? They are compute, data, and then the people. And on the compute side, we absolutely understand that we're going to have to be able to serve our models around the globe. Right? Our mission at OpenAI is AGI for the benefit of all of humanity. It does not have a comma, people who can pay, or people only in certain places. Yeah. And we think it's vital. In fact, we were just talking as a three in the green room earlier, this explosion of abundance, right? The idea that I can have a personalized healthcare provider who knows just about me or my child. The fact I can have a personal tutor that meets me exactly where I'm at. This is why when we spend time here, like for example in the kingdom or broadly in the region, just the sheer excitement at government levels and so on is so high because what this technology means for a populace and its ability to drive mass productivity. So we want to make sure that that message is carried and that governments see that this is a technology they need to be embracing. So first and foremost, that's a strong message for us. We also see it as a way of driving more democratic alliance as well. We've talked a lot about infrastructure as destiny, and so we want to work with regions of the world and with governments around the world to bring our technology, which also can bring with it a sense of soft power for the US. From a data perspective, we are very sensitive to the fact that your data is your data. It has to live within your data center, and it's always a good reminder that we don't train on your data. If we're working with a government, if we're working with an enterprise, we bring the models with the intelligence, but then a lot of the reinforcement learning that's happening is happening just with your data, and it's not going into some general purpose model. And then I think the final place where we're having a lot of success in talking to governments, and it is a message that resonates within the US, but a message that resonates around the globe, is how do we embrace, from an education standpoint, bringing along children, bringing along young adults, bringing along whole populaces into what is a new world. And I'm one of the folks who believes that this is actually going to cause an explosion of jobs and roles. They're going to be very different. Right? AI is not coming to take your job, but someone who understands AI and is using it, they might take your job. And so how do we re-educate? How do we think about education as lifelong learning? And in particular, I think this region has done an incredible job of getting started on that track.
Jonathan, I want to come back to you for just a moment. You are really trying to disrupt some widely accepted notions around the best way to approach processing. You're taking on a giant. What gives you the audacity, and what is a language processing unit, and how does that fit into this race to find a more diverse set of inputs?
So I think that was a polite way to ask, why in the world are we competing with NVIDIA? So we're not. Competition is a waste of money. Competition fundamentally means that you are taking something that someone else is doing and you're trying to copy it. You're wasting R&D dollars doing the exact same thing they've done. What you should be doing is you should be differentiating. You should be doing things that haven't yet been done. So the problem that we tackled when we started Grok was not just about building something that produced compute, but produced compute fast. So I love ChatGPT. It's amazing. I do research with it, but I have two problems with it. One, when I do deep research, I ask a question and I come back 10 minutes later. That's 10 minutes where I can't be asking subsequent questions, refining it. That slows me down. It's frustrating. But the second is I get rate limited on it. Maybe you could help me with that. But there's a limited amount of compute in the world. And unit economics equals capacity. And I'm going to say something that I think Sarah has to be more careful about. But I actually think Greg Brockman said the same thing at Dev Day. If OpenAI were to double its compute, it would double its revenue. And he said 5x. That's with the exact same capacity. So the analogy right now in AI, if you're wondering why all of these sort of circular deals are being done, it's as if there's an oil field out there. with proven reserves. And right now, just like Boeing did at the start of the aviation industry, OpenAI and other companies are going, you know what? If you can act, or NVIDIA and AMD, you know what? If I give you money for CapEx, you can turn that into a revenue stream that's greater than the cost, and you can pay for it. So I'm going to do these deals with you so you can unlock that compute reserve. And so for us, and what we've done, we have an orthogonal supply chain. NVIDIA is going to do about 5.5 million GPUs this year. Our supply chain would allow up to 3.5 million LPUs per month. We don't use HBM, we don't use CoWoS. These are the things that limit the building of chips. Also, rather than waiting from 2 years when you put in an order to get the first GPUs off the line, it's 6 months for us. So we can adapt more quickly because everyone keeps underestimating the amount of compute needed. And all of that required a completely different technological approach than anything that's ever been done before.
Thank you. Trevor, I want to come to you and talk about Scale AI and help us. So you've been there about a year. In that time, it's gone through some pretty significant changes, including the purchase of a minority stake by Meta, the hiring away of the initial leadership, loss of one big customer as a result of that. You know, help us understand what are some of the misconceptions about what Scale AI is that you, as someone who's advancing their global expansion, have to overcome.
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's perhaps a little less complex than what OpenAI just sorted. But yes, it was. So Meta made an investment in Scale for 49% of the company at a valuation of just under $30 billion. And so, yeah, I mean, it was, I think, we were just talking about this before. The biggest surprise to me, I think, the learning is just the shift, the cultural shift that happens when the founder leaves. And so I think, like, as a company, we've, gone through the emotions of kind of changing, who's at the helm. But I really couldn't be more excited about the future that we have now. And that is, Jason Droge's now the CEO of Scale. We've got more than $1 billion of cash in the bank. And we have a very clear, I think, trajectory on where the business is going. And so there's really, I think, the first misconception maybe is that Scale just does data, just sells data to the labs, which has been our historical business.
Labeling, annotation.
Exactly, labeling human data, essentially, to all the major labs. And that's been, a big part of our growth as LLMs have exploded. But I think the first one is that that's part of our business, but the fastest growing part of our business is really on the application side. And so this is with the US government, with international governments, with large enterprises where we're building, deploying AI applications to really drive impact. It's an incredibly fast growing part of the business and one that, we've hired, I think 250 people just in the last quarter and continue to grow there. So it's a very fast growing part of that. I would say the other sort of misconception is that we're not an independent company. So Scale is fully independent. Meta does not have a board seat or voting shares. It's strictly an investment, and then they pulled a very small number of people. I think Alex plus about 12 folks ended up going to Meta. And so the company continues, and we're incredibly excited about the direction that we're headed.
Sarah, Jonathan raised the question about the ways that the types of deals that we are starting to see happen around how do we pay for this massive and very expensive build out. And it's not happening in traditional ways where I write you a check. It's happening in, I'll take a stake, we'll give you credits. Even Sam Altman has drawn parallels, said there are parallels between what we're seeing now and what we saw a quarter century ago with the dot-com bubble. Jeff Bezos has made those comparisons as well. So, talk a little bit about the assurances that you find yourself having to make, if any, to your investors and the world about how we're paying for all of this. And are these transactions inflating the value of this ecosystem?
So I love what Jonathan said in terms of where are we, right? The one thing I know for sure as a CFO is zero compute equals zero revenue. That is a place I don't want to be. And where we are today is we are massively compute constrained. So Jonathan is correct. His deep research report does take 14 to 16 minutes, and it could go a hell of a lot faster if we had more compute. Now, we're also trying to teach people that intelligence is something that's doesn't have to be just call and response. It's a very different technology, so there's a little bit also of training In the same way, if you gave your analyst a job to do, you don't stand and watch them do it. And if they come back an hour later or a day later, you're probably a little indifferent as long as the job gets done. So two kind of lines of thought going down there, but massively short compute. And in a world where we see intelligence just beginning to take off, like for me, I feel it's akin to when you laid the railroad tracks or first put up electricity poles, when electricity came to you on wires into your home. You've turned on the switch and you've got light. But imagine if you stopped there. Right? That was the deployment of electricity. We've all got some lights. Right? You don't have TV, you don't have a vacuum cleaner, you don't have a hair curler, you don't have a stovetop. Right? You just said, oh, electricity is just for the lights. That's kind of how we're thinking about AI at the moment. It's just for this one thing, as opposed to intelligence being deeply embedded in everything that we do. And so just imagine how much more electricity we needed, and today just how much more compute that we needed. So how do we unlock that? Because of course, as a CFO, the best way to pay for anything is free cash flow. I tell my team that all the time, free cash flow. But free cash flow takes time when you're building a business. Right? We have 800 million weekly active users. The vast majority get that technology for free. Right. So we have time to build that free cash flow. There's, of course, equity, and we have raised capital. We've begun to raise more capital, really starting last year. And we're very grateful to the folks who have invested in us to date, and we'll likely do more fundraising to fund with equity. But that's the most expensive way to fund your business. Yep. So when it came to compute deals, I think we need as much innovation on the financing side as we do just on the technology side.
Sam has talked about a new kind of financial instrument.
Absolutely.
What is that?
Yeah. And so think about building a data center just in short form. A 1 gigawatt data center today costs about $50 billion. About 15 of that is land, power, shell. And even that is quite expensive. Like in a region like here, $15 billion for a 1 gig data center, land, power, shell, you all should think that's crazy because you have a lot of land. You have a much faster way to regulate and to permit and all of the stuff that just adds to the bill. But the really hard bit to finance has been the chips. So today, about $35 billion of that $50 billion is in the chip. Now, of course, we've got amazing chip providers. AMD is a great example. Grok is a great example that are starting to say, OK, we can do this chip provisioning cheaper, better, faster. And so I think that will be a healthy next move for the whole ecosystem. But in order to just get the flywheel started, that's why you've seen us do, for example, the warrant deal with AMD, where we recognize that in that moment where we say, OK, we're going to start to use AMD in a bigger way. We're quite excited about what Lisa and team are bringing with MI 450s, 455s, for example. That's likely to have a very positive impact on their stock appreciation. And since that's going to be driven a lot by OpenAI saying, OK, that's a next mode of getting compute for us, we wanted to have a part of that. So the warrant was a really good way to align incentives on both sides. And I'm really proud of that deal. And beyond that, I think the ecosystem recognizes that the only way we all rise is if we're all doing this together. So I think it's going to happen at a government level, at a sovereign level. It's going to happen at up and down the whole stack. And then at an OpenAI level, as we grow, we'll clearly be reinvesting back into the ecosystem too. So it's akin to the Apollo project, I think is what Sam has said previously, and I totally agree.
Trevor, I want to come back to you briefly. We want to talk a little bit about talent. You saw it, again, looking back to seeing Alex be hired away, your CEO, you're the founder of the company. How hard is it now to attract talent? Both because that founder has gone, you said you hired about 200 people in this last quarter, and there's this question about, what is the identity of Scale AI? So kind of talk, and you're competing with really big players that have really big checkbooks. Talk a little bit about how you're overcoming that challenge.
I sort of agree with Jonathan on the competition side. I mean, the market there is so much opportunity right now that I don't think we're feeling the constraints of competition. It's really about how quickly can we deliver high quality solutions. And so that's an exciting place to be. And in many ways, I think us and other companies are constrained by talent. How fast can you find incredible talent? I think there's a couple things to call out. The way that solutions are being deployed today, and we've all seen that MIT, 95% of these things don't end up landing, or whatever that number actually is, what we know is that it requires people on the ground who are working alongside these institutions, because the things that slow growth often are, often they're cultural, often it's sort of education and people understanding how to use these tools. Often it's data. We call it sort of data schlep. It's all the little unsexy stuff that you have to do to get these things into production and to be very effective. To do that, you need very talented people who are very technical, who have built these things previously. And so I think that's one principle. The other one is, in order to do that at scale and to meet the demand that we're seeing, you've really got to have a distributed trust and distributed autonomy for a lot of these folks. And so to do that, to build a system and a team that allows quick action for people that are closest to the information, it requires a really high bar for talent. And so to wrap up, I think there's really three things that we see that work to sell. People want a mission that they believe in. And I think, fortunately, it's a fairly easy mission to sell at this point, of just essentially transforming governments and enterprises for the positive. I think the second is hard technical challenges. People, we certainly have those, but they want to work on fine-tuning a lot of these problem sets to get them into production, and that is, this is a very hard problem. And then I think it's being, growth. And so if we can build a system, it's something that we think a lot about, of recruiting people that have a path to real expertise growth.
Trevor, thanks a lot. Jonathan, Sarah, really appreciate this conversation. I'm afraid we've run out of time. Thank you all for being with us today.
Appreciate it.
Innovation is the signature of our age. Every day brings a new device, a smarter tool, a more human robot, a computer faster and more powerful than the last. Artificial intelligence, once a distant vision, is now writing billions of lines of code and discovering novel medicines. The arrival of a force this foundational reshapes our entire perception of progress. What once felt extraordinary now seems routine, and the very word innovation is being stress tested in real time. But each breakthrough casts a longer shadow. New tools promise prosperity, yet the rewards are unevenly shared. Some societies surge ahead, while others fall further behind. Every upgrade brings convenience, but strips away privacy, security, and too often, human connection. We dream of disruption, yet brace for the chaos it unleashes. Markets fund revolutions with short-term capital, while governments struggle to see which ideas will truly create resilience. Innovation connects the world, yet divides it too. Cleaner cars bring more congestion, smart cities rise, while old infrastructure crumbles. We solve scarcity of one resource, only to create another. Aerospace expands horizons, while fragmenting the skies. Who benefits from innovation? Who bears the cost? Would we give up convenience to protect livelihoods or preserve the planet? Innovation accelerates possibility while multiplying risk. It drives growth while deepening inequality. That is the paradox of innovation. We cannot ignore its risks, nor abandon its rewards. Let us unlock innovation with purpose before its power outpaces our humanity.
And a big thanks there to Tom Giles and his panel. It was great there to have a look at what's happening. As he said, the AI revolution is well and truly underway. We're in the middle of it. Again, opportunities abound. There's no shortage of innovation, initiative. It's all happening. And again, maybe one of the challenges there, investment. But again, we have available money for the great projects. But we need to be looking at land investment, energy investment. And one of the big issues that he did bring up there, particularly to people. This comes up time and time again. So we have a lot to do. Our next session, we're going to be looking at the combination of AI plus augmented reality. So we've heard a lot of exciting ideas in those last two panels. So let's move on and see what the capital of AI, this little series we've put together here, our future flash talk, how AI glasses will actually change the world. I'm going to introduce to you the CEO of Magic Leap. Please give a very, very warm welcome for Ross Rosenberg.
AI and augmented reality are coming together to deliver a very human experience. The convergence of AI and AR will fundamentally reshape the way we navigate the world around us. Information will be delivered instantly. It'll be delivered richly and immersively. It'll marry the physical and the digital world. And it will be delivered from your point of view, through your eyes, in your context, and importantly, with your intentionality. To make this happen, we have to develop new technologies, new partnerships, and new experiences. Magic Leap has been advancing augmented reality through our research and development around new optics, new materials, and bringing our innovation to new form factors. We put humans at the center of everything we do because we fundamentally believe that this information should not only be delivered in rich and immersive ways, but it should be delivered comfortably and wearably. Of course, no one company can do it all. Magic Leap in its transformation has been investing heavily in partnerships, bringing our deep expertise in design and development and test and prototyping and making those capabilities available to our partners. Tapping into our partners' creativity to make these devices successful. A year ago, Magic Leap and Google entered into a deep collaboration to bring AI glasses to the world. We shared a vision on how these glasses could make users more creative, more productive, and enjoy their world in a much more immersive way. And I'm pleased to announce that Magic Leap and Google have recently extended our partnership with a 3-year agreement. We're super excited to showcase to you the first prototype concept of our new work. Magic Leap and Google are incredibly excited to share the vision of the work that we've been doing together for the first time here on the FII stage, and to share that publicly with you all. Our joint goal with us and Google is to help our partners bring these glasses to market. We're honored to be joined today by Google, and I'd like to now ask Jade and Justin to come up and share more with you.
Thank you. Making glasses like these possible, it takes decades of shared research, collaborative engineering. It's the confluence of many technologies coming together, building on, reacting to each other, applying innovations in a new way. AI glasses, they must be powerful enough to understand what you see and know the context that's all around you. You also have to be able to clearly see and understand the content and information in a lightweight and flexible way. The hardest part is bringing all of that technology together into a comfortable pair of glasses. And that's why we have to put humans at the center of our design. The world is diverse, and we have to apply a deep understanding of the wide variation of human physiology and let that guide our design and inform our engineering. Magic Leap is enabling excuse me. Magic Leap is enabling clear displays in comfortable form factors. Google has been redefining how AI creates new experiences. And together, we're changing the way that you interact with the world.
Thanks, Jade. So, when you take the technologies and capabilities needed to make a prototype like this, that's an eyewear form factor, and then you merge in the new capabilities from large language models, you unlock this new ability for people to get more out of the digital world and the real world. So while these technologies have been progressing, large language models have gotten faster so that you can have real-time conversations with them, and they've gotten more powerful so that they can understand your context in real time and take action on your behalf with your permission. So let's talk about what happens when you're actually wearing a pair of glasses like these in the real world. Let's use an example. This is one that's actually quite realistic for me. This is my first time in Riyadh, so I could be taking a walk around, and I might want to know what's happening around me. Well, the glasses have a camera on them and microphones to let me talk to my AI, and they have an in-lens display and speakers so that I have a private interface with my AI. And so in this case, I can understand what's going on around me. But let's take a look even more deeply. Let's say that I'm looking for a rug. I will confess, I am not an expert in rugs, but Gemini is. So I could come into a rug store, and I could start asking questions. Now, Gemini is able to see what I'm seeing, it understands the questions that I'm asking, and then it can give me answers that are relevant to what I want in that moment, all with my hands free. Let's take a look at one more example. So in this case, I'm walking around, and look, the world can be endlessly fascinating once you can understand anything that you're looking at. So in this case, I don't know what these architectural details are. No problem, I can ask. But this applies to anything that I'm looking at. I can be reading a book, I could be eating food, I could be participating in some fitness activity. Whatever I'm looking at, suddenly I can understand it and feel more connected to that experience.
Okay, Justin, but to make it even more helpful, can Gemini help me with my golf game?
That is a very important question. I'm glad that you asked this, Jade. So in this case, it would appear that I did not hit the best shot. That's okay. Gemini is still going to do a great job here, so it could recommend which club I should use to get myself out of this predicament. So Gemini, in an eyewear form factor, really enables people to get more out of their digital world and the physical world so that they can really get more out of their experiences. And I want to take a moment to thank Jade, Ross, and the team at Magic Leap for this collaboration. Working together, we're going to be able to work with the ecosystem to bring great-looking eyewear out into the world.
Thank you, Jade and Justin. We're incredibly excited about the experiences and prototypes we're able to share with you today, but this is just the beginning of the journey for AI glasses. We have an opportunity to make these glasses more immersive, more intuitive, and more useful. And through new technology, new partnerships, and more widespread investment, we'll have the opportunity to bring AI glasses to humankind. Thank you.
To Ross Rosenberg and his team, thank you so much. And clearly, we're all going to have to be updating our glasses, just because we're going to be seeing so much more. So it's very, very exciting in terms of what we can do with agentic AI. And again, it's happening already, so I think this is the other very exciting part of it too. So it's not that far away. Now, we're going to shift our focus a little bit. And when we look at the continent of Africa, I think we all look at opportunities, really. And one country that is emerging back into everybody's vision, I think, is Libya. We need to look at what's going on there, a country with a population of more than 7 million people, a country that's been reconstructing, that is emerging from a darker history, but with great potential. We have a gentleman now who's going to speak to us, and I do want to let you know in advance, he will speak in Arabic, so please have your translation headsets ready, because he really has been the designer of the grand plan that is happening in Libya, really working with the government, working with the parliament, working with private enterprise, really working with all of the key players to bring focus, to bring attention on what's happening in Libya. He is the chairman of the Fund for Development and Reconstruction of Libya, what you might have heard of FDRL, a true visionary, so I'm very excited to have him with us here at FII, and we're delighted to be able to hear some of his great plans for what's happening here, how ambition will amplify Africa, particularly in Libya. Please give a very, very warm welcome for engineer Belgassem Khalifa Hefter. Please come and join us. We're delighted you're here. We look forward to hearing from you. Shukran.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, all praise to Allah, peace and blessings be upon you all, upon the Prophet Muhammad's family and companions. Dear audience, it is my pleasure to be here among this elite of speakers and investors to communicate to you the message of New Libya and this forum where ideas meet actions, ambition meets responsibility to create a more sustainable future, a more prosperous future for Libya, for the Middle East, and for the whole world, for Africa as well. Through communication and cooperation in the field of development, investment, building humans, and creating sustainable development. Sustainable development and the future for Africa is one of the main themes of this big forum that gathers ambitious with actions, vision, with readiness in order to create a prosperous continent that will provide for the whole world. From this place, I'd like to share with you the experience of Libya, from challenge to building, from crises to hope, from the Libya Development and Reconstruction Fund that was launched in 2021 to lead one of the most important reconstruction projects in the area, in the region. Since it was established, we have developed a long-term vision of our nation that depends on or relies on three main themes: stability, development, and openness to international partnerships. And we believe that reconstruction is not merely engineering or finances. It is a national development that is humanitarian and comprehensive, that aims at building a strong country that is strong, stable, and open to the whole world. Within less than 2 years, we could implement more than 2,000 development projects in all of the Libyan territories. These projects included different sectors that touched the real life, the daily life of citizens: infrastructure, road networks, housing, public utilities, education, health, and other projects from different sectors, and vital strategic projects within a comprehensive integrated vision to build a balanced economy and a sustainable development in all of Libyan cities. This development and construction is the fruit of stability that we witness in Libya currently. One of the most prominent stages of our journey is the reconstruction of Darna city and the neighboring areas after the humanitarian crisis that happened there after Daniel hurricane in September 2023. Despite of the losses, Darna is now back to normal life as a symbol of steadfastness and ability of our citizens to transform crises into abilities. And we would like to show gratitude and thankfulness to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, leadership, government, and people, starting with His Majesty, the cousin of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, for their brotherly attitude and for their great help during the crisis that deepened, that embodied the deep relations and of Arab solidarity with the whole Arab countries and the whole world as well. We brought life back to Derna and we brought stability back to Morzuk city that has become now a symbol for reconnaissance and for peace in the area, in all areas in Libya. And also the southern part of Libya, we have big projects, mega projects to get these cities back to be the linkage between desert and the regional economy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Libya is redefining itself now. From a country that was tired and torn by conflicts towards a country for the future, we live a comprehensive economic transformation. Unemployment is back to its lowest rates in a decade or more than a decade. Libya has become a comprehensive integrated workshop for reconstruction and production, working with confident steps towards enhancing humans and economic development. We provided thousands of job opportunities for Libyan youth. We believe that humans are the center for development and its purpose. That's why we launched our national project for scholarships of 1,000 Libyan students to the most prominent universities all over the world to create future leaders and cadres that will be able to lead the transformation in our new Libya within a vision that invests in minds, not only in infrastructure. Dear attendees, stability that has been achieved in Libya opened wide doors to the whole world for cooperation and partnerships. During the last 2 years, we held economic forums and development forums with the United States of America, with Britain, with Italy. And today, Turkish and Egyptian and Italian, Spanish and French and Chinese companies, as well as UAE companies working side by side with the Libyan companies in constructive partnerships that embody economic new openness. From this platform, we would like to enhance our partnership with Saudi prominent companies because of the experiences that they have in the fields of development and reconstruction and the pioneering experiences in the transformation of economies based on the 2030 vision of the kingdom. We believe that the Saudi experience is visionary and inspirational in terms of modern development. We want to benefit from its advanced programs and initiatives to enhance our strategic partnerships that serves the reconnaissance of Libya and the whole region. In Benghazi, that we're reconstruction now to be the economic capital of Libya. We launched an urban development plan for Benghazi in order to transform it to be the biggest economic center in North Africa and the Middle East. What happens in Libya now is beyond reconstruction. It is building a sustainable future and an integrated national plan. We work with trust and confidence and perseverance to make our country an attractive economic investment opportunity and a center for trade, energy, power, and services in the world. We believe that New Libya is an unique experience for international investors. A country with stability that moves with a clear vision, opening its doors to partnerships for long-term cooperation, believing that the real success is the success that is done together, co-created with cooperation, not competitiveness. What we do in Libya currently is not just a national plan or project. It is part of a wider vision for regional and international development encompassing Libya, Africa, the Middle East, and all countries of the world. We believe that our partnership and cooperation is the best way and the most ideal way to build a more prosperous world for the whole world. I would like to conclude by thanking the organizers of this initiative, FII, this prestigious forum that embodies African and international cooperation in support of development and investment. Dear ladies and gentlemen, from this platform, I'd like to tell the whole world that Libya welcomes you all. And I'd like to invite you to join us in our development and reconstruction path and journey in Libya to be part of our new future. We are confident that we are looking forward to constructive cooperation to be a main turning point for our economic relations in the future. Let's together build, together rise, together invest. In conclusion, I hope that this is the beginning of a more prosperous economy and that our efforts will be successful to the welfare of all of our peoples and countries and peace and countries, and peace be upon you all. I'd like to thank Saudi Arabia. I'd like to thank Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for this important forum in which we have leaders, experts, investors. And from here, I'd like to invite you to join us building and investing in Libya. Libya of today is different from Libya of yesterday. Today, we have projects everywhere in all cities of Libya because our infrastructure in Libya has been stopped for long periods of time. Now we're improving our services for all of our citizens. Healthcare is improving. Also, education sector is improving. The infrastructure is improving. We need joint partnerships from all countries and companies, especially USA and Saudi companies, for their experience. Thank you very much.
Shukran, and I'm on the other stage, so if you can turn your chairs around here and join us for just a couple of minutes. Again, Engineer Belgasem Khalifa Hefter, congratulations to you, to your dear team, to all of the work that's going on there, and we're truly impressed with what's happening in Libya. Leading that reconstruction cannot be an easy job, but again, I think it is that determination, it's that focus, and really it's bringing all of the right people together, looking at the thousands of new projects that are happening in Libya now. It's a very, very exciting time. So this is what we have to look to the future for, and you know, hopefully Libya will become an open economy again, whereby we can all flourish, help with the investment, examine some of the incredible sites and the tourism of that wonderful country. Hopefully that is all just waiting for us. So we're very, very excited at the work that's happening, and it's a delight that we can showcase what's going on in Libya. We have a lot to showcase here, as always, at FII, and we love to announce new partnerships. This is very much part of what we do here as the FII Institute grows, and as all of you contribute your knowledge, your investment, your interest, your commitment. We're very excited about that. This new partnership particularly is with FII Institute and Expo 2030. And when we look at it, Expo 2030 is not that far away. It really is not far away at all. And it's wonderful to see so many dear colleagues back here joining us for this. So much work has to be done, so much work has already been put in the plans. And for those of you who've been at an Expo, I can promise you that this one will probably beat all expectations for the ones we saw. So I think it's shifting what we know about and making sure we're looking ahead. And again, the goal to advance global prosperity and really deliver that impact for humanity. That's what happens, and that's what's important. So let me get our key people up here, of course. The chairman of the Executive Committee and acting CEO of FII Institute, Richard Atias. But please, a big warm welcome also. Joining him, the CEO of Expo 2030 Riyadh Company, Engineer Talal Al-Mari. So, gentlemen, please join us. So lovely to see you. And again, how exciting is this? You know, really putting that in place here, Expo 2030 Riyadh, and that partnership, of course, with FII Institute. So much that goes on here in the work that FII Institute can bring to, indeed, every institution here in Saudi Arabia. But there's tremendous excitement about Expo 2030, without a doubt. It will be another great landmark for the kingdom. I think we look at the list of wonderful events that are to come here, not just looking ahead to 2030, but indeed beyond that. But so much happening here in the kingdom. And again, so many people really putting their time, their effort, and their energy. So it's wonderful. We have that signed. Engineer Talal Al-Mari, thank you for joining us so much. And to Richard Atias, of course, really cementing that relationship with Expo 2030 and FII Institute. Gentlemen, we wish you the very, very best. And we have wonderful expectations, of course, for 2030. It'll be a very exciting time, and of course, FII Institute is part of that. Let's take a look now at this video, just to look a little bit perhaps into the future and see all the great work that's happening.
With a vision of shared prosperity, our journey begins. Rooted like a palm tree with fruits for all, we aim to unlock global potential from the capital of transformation. Where others see risk, we see possibility. Markets rich in talent and ambition, ready for growth, but waiting for capital. Ready to prosper, but waiting for partnership. We are a catalyst for growth, an international investment entity with a dual mandate, returns-oriented, impact-driven, nurturing progress, cultivating wealth, guided by social responsibility, empowered by investment rigor. We deploy the purpose-driven capital that creates prosperity, growing skills, jobs, and capability. We are Saudi EXAB, investing in a shared destiny.
And we're back here in the middle. We keep you moving from A to B. I know it's to keep you alert. Maybe that's our little trick, but thank you so much. There we saw Saudi EXAB, another great launch. So I'm excited about it, and he's here, ready for action. Joining me now, please give him a warm welcome, the CEO of Saudi EXAB, Yasir Al-Rumayyan. I think we put you here, Yasir. You're quick, no waiting around. So this is a good sign in terms of the speed and the pace that's happening with Saudi EXAB. I'm so delighted to have you here. And just we saw briefly that little video there. It was just it's an exciting time. We can't talk too much about it. We're not on the ground yet in terms of what we have. So please, for our dear colleagues here that don't know Saudi EXAB, give us a feel for exactly what it is and how it's been founded now.
Sure. Thank you, Ethna. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So historically, the kingdom has played a fundamental and a pivotal role when it comes to supporting different economies around the globe. And under the direction of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the kingdom continues leading that journey from the front when it comes to supporting frontier and emerging economies. Saudi EXAB is an international investment entity established here in Saudi Arabia with a dual mandate to deliver measurable socio-economic returns and achieve positive financial returns. So we believe that throughout the history, there are many markets with high potential that have been denied an equal opportunity for growth, and that equity investing would unlock huge potential. And I would like to pause here to share a story. I came across an old friend of mine recently who comes from one of those frontier economies, where he told me back in the days he had to travel for more than 3 hours to be able to obtain his education, until the kingdom has built a school and university in his town, where that person graduated from that school and from that university. And today that person is a successful entrepreneur and CEO of a very successful business. So you can imagine the amount of impact created, and I'm sure this is one of million examples out there.
You're so right, and I think it is that big impact that it's making on humanity, which ultimately makes a huge impact on the economy, on economic growth, and on the health of the entire country. So talk to me a little bit about what will make Saudi EXAB it'll make it different, I suppose, and what are the instruments that you'll be using?
Sure. So we want to target highly strategic, bold investments that will enable us to generate prosperity in a profitable manner. You know, the type of investments that would grow jobs, skills, or contribute to the GDP. We will provide socially responsible, catalytic capital that is required to unlock the potential of frontier and emerging markets, markets that possess the ambition and talent for growth, but are lacking the access of capital, expertise, or long-term commitment. In fact, it's an honor for us at Saudi EXAB to be launching the company during this year's FII event, where the theme is focused on unlocking prosperity, because at Saudi EXAB, that is the heart of our aim.
Now, Engineer Gassam from Libya might be looking to meet you later on. He has some very good plans. Come back to this concept of catalytic capital and how important that is, and again, how different it is to put that in the mix.
Sure. So historically, many of those markets have been overflooded with debt, and we believe mobilizing catalytic capital would serve a great purpose and overcome a major challenge.
Yes.
So Saudi EXAB will add to our sophisticated financial ecosystem by bringing equity investments across frontier and emerging markets, because we strongly believe that investing in equity is very essential in alleviating any financial exclusions. So by investing in equity, there are multiple signals out there. One would be building and fostering long-term partnerships and relationships, and the other, deploying equity capital, ensuring your skin in the game, which gives an additional layer of commitment. So at Saudi EXAB, our high risk tolerance enables us to invest across multiple sectors in different geographies in the shape of many asset classes, in line with our strategy and our principles of socially responsible investing. So we want to ensure in every transaction that is not only profitable to us financially, but also we are able to generate sustained prosperity for the communities we're deploying that catalytic capital to.
And it has to be that win-win. It has to be that win-win for the country. And I mean, it's so great that this is an opportunity that can actually help other countries. Talk to me about the partners that you're going to put in place, because you will bring a lot of people to the table, I'm sure.
Absolutely. So partnerships is very crucial and important for us at Saudi EXAB. And I'll tell you why. While we can deploy our resources directly, but we want to partner alongside local and international players that by doing this collaboration, we are able to achieve greater impact for those communities. And we are fortunate to have been founded right in the heart of a global financial capital, the capital of transformation, because this enables us to bring out verified opportunities across those markets and take it to the international community and expect to receive from them as well the same. Our hybrid model will enable us, by achieving both socioeconomic and financial returns, will enable us to play a pivotal role by partnering up with multiple entities, whether they are banks, multilaterals, asset managers, public and private sector, and also not forgetting our local private sector, who we can tag along with and go and unlock that potential for those markets.
And again, I think that is that focus of the public-private partnerships that's so important. And in your previous role, you were the former founding member and head of investment at the National Development Fund. So this must, for you, be almost a great background to now, be running this. Do you think it's helped a lot?
Absolutely. See, I will go out the context here a little bit. And when I say what do I envision for Saudi EXAB, to be honest, Saudi EXAB has a very unique proposition as a company, because there are major verticals around it. To me, the major two ones are the following. One, serving my country to continue this journey of multiple stakeholders, multiple governmental stakeholders who are positioning the kingdom as a global trusted economic partner, as it was and as it is and as it will continue to be. Second, it's serving an international cause by creating that sustained prosperity for communities who have been denied for too long. In fact, we are honored and privileged to have been living in the era of Vision 2030 under our visionary leader, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, because that enabled us as Saudis to witness firsthand the power of transformative investments towards creating prosperity. And today, from the capital of transformation, we are set out to unlock that global potential. We want to work with markets that prosper and that are ambitious, and they want to grow their skills and their jobs. We want to partner alongside people or multilaterals who we build relationships with them that are built on transparency, integrity, and long-term commitment. We want to ensure deploying the purpose-driven capital to ensure catalyzing the growth and unlocking the potential of those markets. Of course.
So that's where the future is.
Absolutely. As CEO of Saudi EXAB, our #1 ambition is to achieve our mandate by generating profits, but also it's important to create that lasting prosperity for communities that I can assure you has great minds. If deployed with the strategic catalytic capital, there is a huge potential to be unlocked. So investing equity in the future towards achieving a global goal, at Saudi EXAB, we call this investing in a shared destiny.
And thank you so much. I mean, you've laid it out so well. I'm so excited to, hopefully check in next year and see the great developments that you've made. But wonderful that you are leading this great organization. Yasir Al-Yahya, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much and good luck to you with all of your great work.
Thank you.
So wonderful. And of course, keeping in the theme of what we're doing here with FII, it's all about prosperity for the future. Yasir, thank you so much. And again, I think we look at the work with the National Development Fund that has been happening here for so long, and also look at the great investments that Saudi has already made around the world in developing economies, in emerging markets. I think many, many people, their probably first port of call these years is actually to come to Saudi Arabia. Now we're going to have a look at patriotic capitalism and how this is actually challenging the status quo. I'm absolutely delighted to call onto our stage here Richard Attias himself, the chairman, of course, of the Executive Committee and acting CEO of FII Institute, with his two very, very special guests from 1789 Capital. Richard, I'll let you introduce our dear guests. We're delighted that they're here with us. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you all for being here, and thank you to my two great guests. So I don't think they need any introduction, but still we will say a few words about Donald Trump Jr. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
In your own capacity as a partner of 1789. You will tell us why you picked that name later on, which, by the way, where he leads investment strategy, capital development, and of course, Don, you serve as an executive vice president at the Trump Organization, which oversees real estate project, and you sit, my God, you have too many jobs, huh? On the board of Trump Media and Technology Group and Public Square Holdings. So graduated from Wharton School. As you know, he's a business leader and very, very active on how to transform United States of America from a private, I would say, angle. Omid Malik is the co-founder, of course, and the president of 1789, the founder and CEO of Farvar Partners. He had led multiple public and private investment ventures coming from Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, corporate law. So he served also on the board of Fannie Mae, and he's recognized for definitely his leadership, I can tell, because I have the privilege to spend some time with Omid, and my God, he doesn't stop. They created a private club in Washington, which in a few days became the place to be, guys. So we have a quite provocative thematic today, which is how patriotic capitalism is challenging the status quo. So Omid, let me start with you. You are the architect about this notion of patriotic capitalism. Can you tell us more about why, and at the same time, why 1789?
Yeah, so I'll start with why we think patriotic capitalism was a phrase that I think in the old days would have been redundant, but is something that I had to coin a few years ago during the dark days of the Biden administration. And that was because our country was losing its way over several decades, but culminating with the period between 2020 and 2024, because not only had capital become weaponized, but even the private sector was behaving in a way that seemed, I think, somewhat irrational. ESG policies that began in 2010 started really trying to change customer behavior, and we stopped putting shareholder value as the primary focus, which is against all jurisprudence and corporate law in America since its inception. So that was the backdrop, and then ultimately you also look at a country that had outsourced its supply chains, didn't have control of them, we were not making things, and COVID brought that to light. You know, you have this virus that came, but we weren't able to take any strong actions against China because everything we needed was made over there. So it was a great wake-up call. And it was with that, coupled with the censorship that we were seeing at that period of time, using large private actors to take away our First Amendment rights, that Don and I, who have been friends for a long time, came together and said, we need to do something about it. Not necessarily in government, but outside of government. Let's use the private sector to re-industrialize the United States. So now you have a lot of people using these phrases, but he and I were doing it before it was popular. We were about 4 years early, and we started using various mechanisms to try to effectuate that. We took companies public via SPACs, but ultimately it culminated in an asset manager that we called 1789 Capital to invest in the companies that were going to enhance the security and prosperity of the United States. And the reason why we use that, 1789 is the year the Bill of Rights was introduced in the United States. And for us, we saw a real synthesis between politics, right, and finance. And nothing better than us protecting those rights, even in the private sector where they were being curtailed.
Don, what Omid just defined for you, is it a rejection of globalization or an evolution toward, I would say, self-reliance and national resilience?
I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, I think we've seen what's happened over the last few years. We went through it ourselves. We were persecuted. We were prosecuted. They tried throwing us in jail, myself included, because we spoke out against that global establishment and the establishment within the United States. I think what we did differently was, rather than just sort of take defeat, go crawl up in a ball in a corner and die, we actually fought back. We had one of the great platforms of the world to speak out. We had the balance sheet to be able to do that. We had the sort of financial ingenuity to be able to do these things, whether that was just fighting back and creating a social media platform to combat what was taken away from us on the free speech front. We did that with True Social. When we woke up one morning and we lost 300 bank accounts overnight at the Trump organization, couldn't make payroll for a restaurant worker. It had nothing to do with politics. They were trying to shut us down at all costs. We got into crypto. We got with the best minds, and we started taking on those norms. So what Omid and I really started here was doing that. We did the things that were unpopular at the time, that couldn't get banked, but they always made sense. These were great businesses. These were things that were norms for America. And so we wanted to make sure that those people had that same voice, that ability to fight back. Now, a few years later, all of a sudden, it seems like a brilliant idea, but when we were doing it, it was borderline a jailable offense, even though there was nothing wrong with it. So we took a contrarian approach, and it's paid off. And I think what that's done is really given us the credibility with so many people, whether it's our portfolio companies or otherwise, that we'll be there even if the political winds change. Everyone else is going out there feeling the air. You know, they're really against something until they can profit for it, then they're for it for a few weeks, until it changes again, and then they're gone. I think what we've shown is an incredible resilience and consistency to fight for the things that we believe in.
You're not obliged to answer to my next question, but when I hear you, I want to ask you a personal question. Where do you find your family, this energy to be resilient and to fight against everything that you just described? You say we're almost going to jail.
Well, I guess it's a combination of genes and maybe a masochistic tendencies. I'm not sure, you know, but it was interesting. You say it, it's an interesting point. I mean, for me, my whole life, I was a real estate guy. I did deals all over the world, Jerry, you know that all too well. It's what we did. Then one day we woke up and we weren't able to do this. We got their bank account shut down, and even in getting into the political space, how vicious that was. I mean, I think everyone understands that the whole Russia nonsense that was going on for 5 years, many are still talking about it, was always nonsense. It didn't matter, but it wasn't going to stop them from making me do 50 hours of congressional testimony for treason. Just so we're clear, that's a crime punishable by death. Now, I understand that I am not the upstanding citizen that Hunter Biden is, I know. But it feels a little different. I was a business guy, and I guess I woke up one day and I was like, we have no choice. We can run or we can fight, and we chose to fight.
Omid, in which industries, in which sectors, in which companies are you investing now?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, this began as something that was principled, but from a financial perspective, it was an arbitrage opportunity. So in other words, why were investment firms intentionally not investing in fossil fuels, free speech, guns? These were all things that we either had a First Amendment or Second Amendment protection for, or were very lucrative, but people didn't want to invest in them. So it began that way, but even things like defense tech, We were investing in defense tech 3 or 4 years ago, and no one was touching that because we had a mentality in Silicon Valley that, well, we're happy to do business in China and raise money from China, but we're not going to support the US government. This is the kind of stupidity that we stepped into to fill the void. So primarily right now what the fund is very, very long is defense tech and obviously AI, because that is the future. So we're very, very overweight in artificial intelligence and defense tech.
Are the company you are investing in are known or visible? Or?
Yeah, very well known. For example, someone that's very well known to the world is Elon Musk. We're invested in his entire portfolio, SpaceX, XAI, Neuralink, but other names that might not be as obvious in defense tech, Anduril, Hadrian. But we also, as I said, always look through a prism of how we can benefit the United States. We're investing in private companies that are going to do rare earth mining in the United States. China controls 90% of that. That's a huge issue for the US. We want to complement all the great work that the Trump administration is doing within the private sector. Another huge issue, as I mentioned, is the battle for AI. DeepSeek out of China caught all of us off guard. So what's a huge investment we just made is we decided to back the only open source of note model in the United States called Reflection AI, and we did that with NVIDIA just about a month ago. So these are the big, big deals that 1789 is leading, and portfolio companies that want to also support the United States want us on their cap table. So that's the kind of stuff we're into.
Don, why, we have plenty of investors here in the room watching, why an investor should join you or partner with 1789?
Well, again, I think it's the consistency in messaging. We're going to be there. We got onto we're on these cap tables. Again, these are companies that were largely funded by Democrats for their entire lives. They understood that we were about freedom, that we were about free speech. We can have those disagreements. We can have them out there in the open. We weren't going to cut someone off because of a slight disagreement on politics. And I think what we saw, that transition for so many in tech, that basically created the modern-day Democrat Party over the last few decades. Well, the second that tech actually was perhaps a threat to the Democrat power and the hegemony that they had in Washington, all of a sudden they got nothing, and they woke up one day going to the friends that, again, that they created and said, we need this, we're not going to do that. And so they realized that our side, our party, was that side of freedom, of liberty. And so for us, that consistency in messaging, going out there, we understand we're outside of government, obviously, but over the last 10 years, we've been embroiled in it. We've been in that fight. We understand what the administration wants to do because we helped craft some of that messaging. So we can be on the outside, but still have that understanding of what they plan to do, and that's logical. When you look at what's going on, I mean, one of the first stops was right here. $2 trillion in foreign direct investment, eight since the start of the administration. If you just straight line that over 10 years, that's 2% annual GDP growth on top of what we already have. You add in the $330 billion from tariff revenues, another point of GDP across the board. I mean, America is an incredible place, and we've been, like I said, very steadfast and loyal in our investment
GDP will double, correct?
So that's what I'm saying. So if you really listen to what he said, it's probably the most important backdrop you could offer from a macroeconomic perspective, which is what he's suggesting is that we're going to double GDP growth. So that would then obviously suggest that you're going to double what you're seeing in the market.
This is
so
massive,
massive thing. So the math is there. 8 to 9 trillion pledged from foreign direct investment, as he said. The tariffs, by the way, worked. There was no inflation associated with it. You're bringing down the deficit, which further reduces borrowing costs as well. At the same time, you installed the permanent tax cut, and you sealed the border so we don't just let people come in willy-nilly, which depresses wages. And you deregulate, and you unleash energy. You put all those together, we're entering an economic supercycle in the United States, and we're the most innovative company in the world. There is no doubt that people should be investing in the US, and if they like, maybe call us at 1789 as well.
We had many conversations on something which is very close to my heart as an engineer by background, which is to rebuild the industrial power of the United States of America. Can you tell us more about that? Because the IMF is forecasting a 7% rise in domestic manufacturing investment next year. Mm-hmm. So what will be your contribution? How do you see that happening? And do you think that this reindustrialization of the United States is a strategic protectionism or a new era, the new America?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think we have to do that. We've probably learned in America that getting your doctoral degree in gender studies is probably not a viable option for the future. So bringing back advanced manufacturing while creating blue-collar jobs for Americans is actually a no-brainer. Not only does it create incredible jobs for people who can actually earn a living, not be in debt to a college with a job that could never possibly pay back that student loan, not forcing a plumber to pay back the loans of the alleged elite that seem to not be able to take care of themselves. But you're creating a stability, and then having that manufacturing base there also shores up the supply chains that we've seen are totally at risk. We saw that during COVID. We see that today as it relates to the rare earth minerals. So this is just fundamentally critical for America. I think the great lesson, not of the Trump administration, number one, but really of the Biden administration, was just how fragile our economy is, and more importantly, how fragile the world is. If you have weak leadership coming from America, if they're hamstrung by the inability to actually compete, to not have those supply chains stabilized, the entire world goes to hell in a handbasket very quickly. We saw that with the outbreak of wars all over the place. We saw that with the economic decline. We saw that with increased rates of poverty. It was a total disaster. Perhaps, and I hate to say this as a Trump, but perhaps those 4 years of the Biden administration was not only what America needed, but what the world needed to understand really what's at stake. And so I think bringing all of that back to the United States, growing that up, and then working with our partners around the world, allies around the world with a similar mindset to help grow that similar base and stop the stranglehold from China is probably one of the most fundamental things we can do as a world together. So we're very excited about that opportunity. I mean, I think it's just the beginning of that age in America. Unfortunately, we live in a 24-hour news cycle that, my father, not being a politician, he's actually one of the few guys in America playing that long game, understanding that just because you do something today doesn't mean it's enacted tomorrow and you're gonna see those results. He's playing that long game that we all need to be playing as nations around the world.
And how are you able, guys, to convince the young generation that this is the right strategy? Because, many youth in America, they think very global. They don't really understand this notion of patriotic capitalism. So how do you deal with this young generation, what we call the Gen Z?
Well, I'll answer just something about that in a second, and then I want you to answer it because you were on the ground and you saw that actually you're doing very well with young people, right? So we actually have a lot of hope for Gen Z. So I want to hear about your experience on the campaign trail. But what I would just say is what I think we also are personifications of is a generational shift in the United States. So with all due respect to baby boomers, they've been in power since 1992. So Bill Clinton was younger than Joe Biden, which is horrifying actually, but that was the fact. And so we're both Gen X. And I think what you're going to see now is a different generation taking power in the United States and obviously in this region too. And that's also exciting because we can focus a lot of time on the young people who are in their teens or early 20s, but what's the generation that's actually leading the country? And I see a generational shift happening in the United States also of who's going to take power in the private sector and the public sector. And I'm also very excited about that. And that's not something that I think is mentioned enough, which is the baby boomers finally passing power. We have so many 85-year-olds in the Senate and the House that have been running the country for 40 years. I'm excited to see the torch being passed on that front. And then maybe for the younger people, you can address that.
Yeah, listen, I think the entire premise would have been 100% right until a few years ago. I mean, if we were going to get someone, I don't want to say even Republican or Democrat, but basically America first. Well, you get them at 35 when they realize they're paying too much in taxes for things that they're getting absolutely no benefit of. It's been very different. Charlie Kirk was one of my closest friends in the world. I basically discovered him at 19, 20 years old, brought him on, in 2015 on the first Trump campaign, and I helped him, every day, build Turning Point USA. When you look at what happened in this last election cycle, you had the greatest swing of sort of that millennial voter towards America First policies. So much so that, frankly, they killed him for it. The fact that he opened up his mic, one of the greatest platforms, one of the largest platforms anywhere in the world, every day to his biggest detractors, let them make their point, and then gave them back facts. People saw that young generation saw that. They don't want to grow up in their mom's basement. They want to be able to start a family. They want to be able to afford housing. And under the existing policies in America during the Biden administration and the disastrous policies of immigration first under the Democrats, that was never going to happen because they would be working their entire lives to subsidize someone else who was never contributing to the system. It didn't work. So the shift of patriotism in America to being actually America first has never been greater. I think that momentum is going to continue, especially once they start seeing that these policies are actually working. Now, we're never working on a fair playing field, right? You have a mainstream media complex. You still have a large, the big tech in the sense of social media is still very biased towards the left. That's always a factor, but people are starting to see these things with their own eyes. These wins are bringing those people even further and further to our party. Once they start getting involved in the political process and you, again, start displacing some 85-year-old senator who has no connection to the people they're actually chosen to represent, it's a big deal. You actually saw that during the No Kings protest, which was sort of ironic because I guess if my father was a king, he probably wouldn't allow those protests to happen, and maybe the government would actually be open. But maybe he's a great president, but a terrible king, apparently. But you saw the people that were actually protesting. It's the same crazy liberals from the 60s and 70s. They're just a lot older and fatter. It wasn't young people with jobs. It was the same hippies that basically have been bored that they haven't done anything with their lives and they haven't had a chance to protest in 40 years. They're doing it. It's not an organic movement. It's entirely manufactured, paid for by the usual, puppets around the world and their NGOs. Everyone sees it. That's why it has no efficacy. It's why when my father mocks them to their face on social media, I can't believe it. We're criticizing him, and he's mocking us in public. It's like, yeah, because no one's taking you seriously. Everyone sees through it. What's been great about, again, the last few years is that entire veil has been lifted. People no longer believe what they read. They understand that the narrative is entirely created, and now they're rebelling against that, and that's the greatest thing that can happen.
Is it one of the main reasons why both of you who are coming from privileged and influential families decided to, I would say, challenge and shake up the establishment?
I mean, I guess we're class traitors in that respect, which is a badge I wear proudly. We're both living in New York City for the majority of our lives, and we escaped the People's Republic and became political refugees to the free state of Florida in the year 2021, escaping some of the draconian policies I was alluding to earlier around COVID, but which was also, I think, a precursor to what you're seeing now. The nice thing about the United States is that you see it's a lab in a way. That's what federalism is all about. And you start to see failed models in New York and California. They have the highest taxes. They also have the highest deficits. They can't keep their citizens safe. They don't have good education. And so when you look at all of that, and then you look at a place like Florida or Texas that has no income tax in their state, yet they run surpluses. You start to ask, okay, people don't have to live this way. And so what I hope is that that competition is going to create better outcomes, where we're originally from. It doesn't look like that way in New York. I think they have to hit rock bottom before they change, it seems like. But, for what we've done is I think we are fundamentally, as we started the conversation, people who are extremely patriotic about this country for different reasons in the United States. For my personal narrative, both my parents were immigrants. And they came to the country and created a story that could only happen in the United States, nowhere else in the world. And as a result of that, I found it odd how people would criticize America the way they were during the period I was referencing. That doesn't resonate with people like me. If you're a first-generation American and the country has given you so much, you should love that country. And I have experiences with my mom who was born in Iran where a country shifted very quickly. You have to be very careful about a country because you can lose it if you don't try to preserve it. And so that's what motivates me from a personal standpoint.
And is 1789 the continuation of what your father says, which America first?
I think very much so. Again, it can't just happen in government. To sort of the last question, my father may have been in that elite class, and yet there was a reason he was able to resonate with real Americans. Authenticity is everything in politics. He was able to resonate with those guys because in reality, he wasn't just a guy in the glitz and glam, cover of magazines. He was a builder. He was a better builder than most because he actually spent time with the workers who were actually building those projects. He didn't listen to the guy in the gilded office on a spreadsheet who wasn't actually on the ground. He spent time on the construction site. So for his entire career, while you look at him as this guy, the brash billionaire from New York, he was that way, but he also learned from the guys on the ground. He respected them, he treated them as equals. And so when he got into this thing, how is this man able to communicate with these people? It's like, well, he spent more time with them than anyone. No one knew them better. And so he was able to get that message across. So what we also discovered, we can't just change things in the political spectrum. We actually have to do that in the private sector as well. Without both of those things aligning, eventually the machine just takes over, you end up where you are. What we want is a generational shift towards these America First policies, both in government and in the private sector. to unleash the freedom and prosperity that all Americans deserve.
Your father came a few times in this country.
Yeah.
You, Omid, also. It's your first time, Don.
First time.
After 48 hours, what is your first impression of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
It's actually incredible, and we've been having this, this talk amongst ourselves for so long. I mean, I'm the son of a European immigrant. My mother escaped communist Czechoslovakia during the 70s because she happened to be she was a great athlete. She was an Olympian, and so she got out of communist Czechoslovakia. And part of my upbringing was she sent me there every summer as a child. So during the early 80s, I spoke the language fluently, and I spent my summers in communist Czechoslovakia. It was an interesting juxtaposition to the life that I had lived, on the 70th floor of Trump Tower overlooking Central Park. But it was a fundamental thing for me to be able to see those differences. And so when I come here and I see what's going on, and I compare that to even Western Europe, I'm saying, who would have thought 20 years ago that anyone with a few brain cells would be investing in the Middle East versus anywhere in Europe? I mean, you would have said impossible. And yet now, if you look at the people in this room, if you look at the collection of people that His Excellency and Yasir and yourself have put together here versus anything in Europe, again, maybe other than maybe a couple of the globalist, gatherings, it's incredible. So I think the opportunity over here in the region is spectacular. I think those opportunities to partner with American companies, both to inward invest in America, what we do, but also for a lot of those companies to take advantage of the benefits that are offered here, I think is truly incredible. And again, it's going to be the #1 thing to prevent the stranglehold of what we've seen China attempting to do over the last few decades.
Yeah, I mean,
if we meet again here in 5 years, what will success looks like for you, 1789, and for you guys personally?
Well, just at a high level, I'll answer it within the context of your last question, which is like America first sometimes gets negative connotations. It just means it's another synonym for common sense. Shouldn't a leader of a country put their country first? Shouldn't it be Saudi Arabia first when you're in Saudi Arabia? That is like an argument that I think was put forth first in Westphalia, which the concept of a nation state occurred. And we lost that because we had globalization take over as a mentality. And people stopped caring about, in the Western world, whether it was Western Europe or the United States, about their middle class, about the people that they have a duty to. And they started saying, oh, we're lifting so many people out of poverty. What does a construction worker that used to work for your dad in the United States care about the fact that we created a middle class in China and created an enemy? So what we want to do going forward, and I think it's the vision that his father's put forth, and it is symbolic that his first visit abroad was here, Qatar, and the Emirates. That shows the change that you're describing, which is the future and how successful Saudi Arabia has been, showing that there is another path. And the United States needs to re-energize, re-industrialize, and again, start working for its own citizens again. That's what we care about. We care about our country and our people. And what we're trying to do in a small way is enhance the security and prosperity of its citizens in the private sector. And again, you can't do that without having infrastructure and energy. And these are all things we have and need to re-energize the United States. And so if I come back here in 5 years, I hope that the United States has done those things, and I hope that Saudi Arabia continues on the path that it's on, because you see what you've been able to do over 9 years here. It's remarkable. So I want to congratulate you and everybody for what you've accomplished.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think Omid touched on it well. I think, if we can do something in the next 5 years, it's how about we make common sense common again? It was great to see. It was different. When my father came here, unlike the last presidents who visited here, it wasn't an apology tour. It was, how do we work together? How do we grow our respective economies? How do we create peace and stability in the region? That's a very different mentality. So there could be an America first component to that, but there can also be a Saudi first component to that, and everyone can actually benefit. So that was the idea. Being able to collectively work together for the benefit of all of our collective nations is actually incredible, but it's also so basic that it's hard to believe that that's been forgotten for so long. America was, perhaps the worst example of that, where it felt like we were literally doing everything possible to build up everyone around us. Send every business elsewhere, offshore everything. To what end? It never made any sense. So I guess if we can drive home that point that these things need to be common, they should not be frowned upon. You should not be politically persecuted for, again, doing what's right for your country. At what point in world history could a civilization ever survive without putting their own people first? It doesn't make sense. every time you get on a plane. If the plane's going down, put on your mask before helping those around you, right? Doesn't mean you don't help those around you. It means you can't do that until you're actually able to take care of yourselves. A strong America is going to be great for the world. It's going to allow prosperity and peace to thrive, and that would be something that was nice. I remember when my father was criticized, even during the campaign, when he was asked about the Ukraine war. What would you like? You know, honestly, I'd like to see all the death to stop. How dare you? I mean, isn't that logical? Isn't that common sense? And yet he was criticized for it because I guess there's no money in peace, so they want the work to continue. He's a contrarian. He's going to do what's right for the world and what's right for America, and it's exciting to see that. We're going to do the same thing on the business front.
My last question. We spoke a lot about technology, about tech, investment, but recently you decided to launch something in a sector which we love in this part of the world, real estate. Can you tell us more about why suddenly you decided to create a big fund on real estate?
Well, it's actually part of a broader vision. So 1789 will be a multi-strategy asset manager. And we have the growth equity fund, we have a small situations fund, and the next thing we were going to do is real estate. And actually, it's very logical. There's two components at play that I think you'll appreciate. One is certainly a macro or political assessment of the situation that I referenced earlier, which is there will continue to be mass migration from the Northeast to the Sun Belt, including Florida, and we want to be able to have a real estate development fund that's going to take advantage of that migration, as well as the fact that a lot of the Sun Belt has not been zoned or built properly. That's a huge opportunity in that area. A lot of people in the real estate business are too overweight Chicago, LA, and New York, which are on the decline. So that's one from a business opportunity. The other is if you think about all of the things we're investing in, all the innovation, all the AI, all the tech, you can't do that without infrastructure. And so the other aspect that's very synergistic with our portfolio is making sure that you can do those data centers, the hyperscalers. And that's the thing that we're going to invest in our own portfolio and providing that.
And you have a good expert on real estate.
I think he knows a thing or two about that. Yeah,
I'm a Trump. We had to bring it back down to real estate no matter what. I mean, even my father rebuilding and reshaping and improving the White House. I know it's created a great controversy, but I think no one can do it better. So I think in my world, it's hard to not bring everything back to real estate. But we're excited about the opportunities.
Back to the roots, including the new ballroom at the White House, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Omid, Malik, and Donald Trump Jr. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Really.
Richard, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Please, please don't leave us. We have a wonderful 10-person Changemakers panel about to come onto the center stage in just a moment. So please, please, don't be going anywhere. You're going to want to hear the content of this great panel. And again, you know, that wonderful panel there, Patriotic Capitalism. Some very valid points there in terms of making sure that every country is looking after their own citizens, looking after their own energy reserves, really looking after their own prosperity. I think we heard some very, very valid points there that was interesting to hear. And of course, Richard conducted a delightful and very lively conversation with his dear friends as well. So it's always lovely to bring key people here like Omid Malik and Donald Trump Jr. to FII. A lot to talk about there in terms of what's happening, and even Mr. Trump actually talked there about re-energizing America, talking about the energy resources, talking about the infrastructure, how a lot of that has to be looked after in terms of, you know, the development and the prosperity of, yes, the US, but indeed of any country. So it really brings me on to my next panel too. A lot of focus, of course, on the Middle East, and again, nice of them to be looking at where we were years ago, and would we think 20 years ago we would be here today. So it's actually wonderful, the development that has happened here. We're going to look forward to our next session, and again, they talked about infrastructure, they talked about energy, they talked about, you know, the importance of those very fundamentals to get it right. Because if you don't have the right infrastructure, you don't have security of energy, you actually don't have all of that, that's where it can be just add more volatility to what's happening. So this panel is really going to be looking at the energy trilemma, looking at energy security, looking at affordability, looking at sustainability, because we have to do all three together. Now, what I'd like to do while we're waiting just to get this set up, we have a poll question. So let me get that poll question up there in just a minute, the way you can be contemplating a little bit. And if you take your phone out, obviously on the app, and you can have a look there. And really be thinking, when we think about energy security, is that the most important focus for you, for your business, for your family, for the country you're in? Is it energy sustainability? And again, how very important that is. And for many, many countries, and indeed for everybody, be you a developing country, an emerging market, or indeed anything else, you know, energy affordability. Once again, absolutely essential that we look at all of these three and we look at them in coordination. So please vote on that. What's more important? Energy security, sustainability, or affordability? We have a fabulous group of board of change makers who are going to discuss this. And my dear colleague and good friend here, the anchor and correspondent from CNBC, Dan Murphy, is going to take to the stage with his board of change makers for the energy trilemma. Give them a big welcome.
Congratulations.
We don't hear you. No, not really.
Yep.
And you.
Yeah, I think his tip is down.
Anyone listening, Dan needs a bit of help. Thanks.
Checking.
There we go.
Yes. There we go.
There you go.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around for this next panel conversation. My name is Dan Murphy from CNBC. I'm really thrilled to lead such an expert group, and thank you all for being here. As you have just heard, Etna has posed a question to you, so please think about how you'd like to respond. And as we see those results coming in, let me set the scene for this next conversation by saying, I think it's fair to say that we meet at a profound moment in this transition. The world is essentially trying to solve an equation that keeps on getting harder, and that is this. How do we keep the lights on? How do we cut emissions? And how do we make sure that energy remains affordable? And how do we do all of this at the same time? The World Bank reminded us recently that 685 million people still live without access to electricity. Yet the demands on the global grid have never been greater, not just from industry, but also from AI, from data centers, and the next wave of economic growth as well, which has been a key focus on the ground here at FII. So today, our Changemakers panel is going to address who pays for it, who powers it, and who wins the race to lead it. So I think it's fair to say that everyone on this stage today essentially holds a piece of the global energy puzzle: generation, grids, fuels, policy, technology as well. So my first question to the panel is this: what is the hardest trade-off that you face today between energy security, affordability, and sustainability, and can the world achieve all three at the same time? Khalid, you're our Saudi leader on the table, so I'd like to begin with you.
Thank you, Dan. As the only Saudi on this table, I would like to start by welcoming my colleagues to Riyadh. And I hope you are enjoying the great city of Riyadh and enjoying the very interactive, productive, and engaging sessions of FII9. Back to your question, Dan. I believe there should be no trade-off, only balance. Balancing between affordability, sustainability, as well as resilience. The goal, in my opinion, is not to choose one among the three, but advance all of them together. In Saudi Arabia, we look to these three as interdependent pillars and not competing priorities. If I may start with the resilience and reliability, it is the foundation. And this is why in our company, Saudi Electricity Company, around 60 to 70% of our investment plan goes to the grid. And I always say, no transition without transmission. The same thing applies to affordability. We need to be cost effective so that we can deploy things quickly, but most importantly, to scale it up quickly so the entire nation and the globe can benefit from that. We need also to keep an eye on the sustainability in our sector because we really want to build something for generations to come. But this balance is not an easy thing to achieve as we can all imagine. And this is why collaboration among all stakeholders, the policymakers, the technology owners, and we have some of them with us in this table, other operators, manufacturers, is key to drive the success of this energy transition.
Thank you. And before we go to Deputy Secretary Danley, Marco, I'll bring you in next. Marco, what's your perspective on this?
So we like to talk about the energy quadrilemma, not the trilemma, because I think that today with renewables, you do them because not of ideology, but because they're the fastest, cheapest, simplest, sustainable energy. And that's why over the last 15 years, we have reduced emissions by 40% in the power sector. So it's really about speed. And I've learned about speed moving here to the region. Now I've been in the region almost 3 years. In 3 years, we doubled the size of the company, Aqua Power, operating in 15 countries. And today we have over 40 gigawatt of capacity under construction that, to put it in perspective, is like, they were reminding us, almost the total demand of the United Kingdom or Spain. So speed is really important because we don't have time to waste. To support the growth of economies in emerging markets, they need to elevate, and they need energy and water, by the way. But also in Europe, where the shift, the attention has shifted from decarbonization and sustainability more to supporting the economy, supporting the industrial production there, we think that also there we can bring, through an energy bridge from Saudi Arabia, through power cables or green hydrogen, reliable, secure, affordable power to also decarbonize the hard-to-abate sectors that today have made no progress in the last 15 years.
Deputy Secretary Danley, we're very happy that you're here, and thank you again for joining us. Walk us through the US perspective on this question.
I think that it's empirically demonstrable that if you look at all of the really forward-leaning policies in that trifecta listed, you can have affordability, reliability, or sustainability. You can get 2 out of the 3 maybe, but getting all 3 of them has not succeeded where the policies have been leaned into the most. If you look at Europe, it is a region that has a very unstable bulk power system that's been driven by the overpenetration of intermittence, and the cost is very, very high, right? This has led to widespread deindustrialization, and those countries that used to be the economic powerhouses of Europe, the manufacturing centers, losing a lot of that native capacity. I think it is, as I say, empirically demonstrable. You can't do all 3 of them simultaneously, and though you may have them as goals, reality, physics, engineering will ultimately descend, and the ineluctable realities of engineering will tell you that, in fact, you can only do 2 of 3. The agenda of the White House and the President and Secretary Wright is to have affordable, reliable, secure energy. Those 3 you can all solve simultaneously. And the objective is to make sure that we have as much energy that is as immediately available, that is to say in the case of electricity, dispatchable generation that can be relied upon in the largest quantity possible for as many people to ensure flourishing of everybody and prosperity.
A very interesting take, and I'm sure there's some on this side of the room who might disagree, so we'll come over to that in just a moment. Greg Jackson, next to you, sir.
I think the missing component is technology. We live in a world in which we've seen computing power grow at such incredible rates that we've each got at least one supercomputer on our body right now. And Moore's law means that the power of computers doubles every 18 months. Many of the technologies of electrification have the same feature. So while solar used to be expensive, it's now cheap and keeps getting cheaper. Batteries have fallen in cost tenfold in 10 years. And then we've had the announcement of new sodium technologies, means they'll fall in cost another fivefold over the next 5 years. That's a 50-fold cost in less than 15 years. If you combine these technologies, I think it opens up opportunities we never knew before. Now, I think that the question you asked is about security, sustainability, and affordability. So the big mistake we often make is we predict the future based on where we are today. But we need to draw these exponential curves. That's on the generation side. Simultaneously, consumption is changing. In many parts of the world, this is the year that electric vehicles hit price parity with internal combustion vehicles. And because the technologies of electricity keep improving, those costs are now going to keep dropping. And you end up with cars that are cheaper to buy, cheaper to power, and cheaper to maintain. So I think that the fundamentals of energy are changing. But we should be clear, this is different in different parts of the world. The US has tremendous fossil fuel reserves. Some countries don't. Europe, the high cost of energy was down to the gas crisis 3 years ago. And so we've all got to forge different paths, but we need to do so combining insight into these technologies.
Wenchuan.
Yes. In China, it's always, integrate this topic called the impossible triangle. It's just that you mentioned the three topics. So, but China lies on, the first lies in the affordability. So, as you may know, that the new energy generation already covered 30% of the total generation in China already. So, which brings, in the past 4 years, bring the power price over 40% as well. So it's also caused a problem that causes more pressure to the grid as well. So the policy is like making more advantage into how to transfer into making more of the sustainability. So as I give you the one thing that in Guangdong province in China is the first province that China opened the market transaction for power. So which means that the grid open more flexibility to the markets and to decide to cut the curve between the peak and the loaded. So which that the market will determine which is to sustain the power and between the load and also the generation. So definitely BAS, just Greg mentioned, the BAS of the cost of the BAS is still lower a lot for the last 3 years as well. So which means there will be more independent BAS, great BAS project will be coming out. So I think they will be transforming from first the solving problem, then to the three triangle as well.
Catherine.
Yeah, I think today renewables represent a massive advantage, whether you look at cost, of course, sustainability, time to market, and I would even add self-dependency. We talked about the energy crisis in Europe in 2022. For sure, the exposure to gas price hit very, very hard the power price in Europe. So renewables gives you some protection. Now, it would be foolish to think that renewables will suffice on their own. You're going to have to complement them with flexible solutions, storage solutions, which is why we are so excited about, of course, the technology, the battery, but also still the gas plants, which are going to play that very important role to bring the flexibility, the reliability in the system. And that's really by building this system of portfolio of technology that we will hit all these objectives that we all have, taking into account that the starting point from one country to another is very different. So every country has to define its path, which would be different from one to the other, and affordability has to be a major objective, because truly, if we don't hit the cost targets, there will be an immense backlash, even against sustainability targets. So I think it's really, really important we hit this sweet spot, and it's going to be a matter of all of these technologies, low-carbon technologies, a bit of flexibility in the system, grid investment, integration of the system is extremely important. And this is true on the generation side, but also more and more on the demand side, where you're going to have to make sure that you build exactly what is needed at the right time for the customers. And if we do all this, we will be able to hit time to market, sovereignty, self-dependency, cost, and sustainability, all of the above. Thank you.
Okay, very interesting. Dr. Owen, over to you next.
All right, so thank you. So interestingly, I think around the table, I am literally the only person who's faced with load shedding on a daily basis, and I live and see the impact of the energy deficiency. So for me, it's not theory, it is practical. I'm from Nigeria, and my company is driving energy transformation. What we are looking at on the continent of Africa is not even so much about whether we're transiting or either of any of the three things that you've said. It's about creating greater access to energy for all. You talked about the numbers. It would interest you to note that about, I think, 70 or 80% of the numbers that you read are in Africa, which is very disturbing, I believe. Today, we hear the world, they are disturbed by, the whole concern about immigration. The people that are migrating, they're not migrating because they hate their homes. They're not migrating because they want to leave their family. They're not migrating because they want to leave. They're migrating because they feel they have to. So for us, it's a question of increasing the access to power, driving greater inclusion. Affordability is right up there. And I would also tell you that the numbers we run in Nigeria, renewable is not cheaper for us. The only renewable that today is cheaper is the hydro. And that's just because it's been made a long time ago. The investment is already there. We've got the water. But when I look at the statistics of my country, Nigeria, just 12% of the power that goes to the grid comes from hydro. The remaining is from fossil, gas-fired power plants. And when you also look at the need that we have, Africa needs to scale up on its energy supply quickly. And Africa does have tremendous fossil fuel. We have tremendous sunlight, water, and wind. So we are there, able and capable of harnessing the various energy sources. But if we're looking at speed to closing that gap, we need to pay quick attention to how we are bridging the gap between the capacity that is actually installed on the continent versus what is actually being generated. Today in Nigeria, of the 13 gigawatts of fossil power generated power, available capacity, we are only doing about 51% of it because we do not have enough gas supply despite the reserves underground. We also have a challenge with the grid. The grid today is able to take about 5 to 6 megawatts of power. In a country whereby the total generation, including the independent generators and so, is about 50 gigawatts. The grid is only producing, able to take 5 to 6. You can see the gap. It's huge. And it's something that we all need to be very conscious of and keep in mind in discussions we are having as it relates to the energy conversation. It's really not an either-or. We do need to expand access, look at the various technology, grid and off-grid solutions, mini-grids, to ensure that the continent that has the largest number of young people in the world is included in the conversation, and industrialization is at the core of it.
Thank you, Dr. Owen. Meg, give us the producer's perspective on this.
Sure. So as an oil and gas producer, one of the questions we ask ourselves regularly is what is going to be the demand profile for decades to come, recognizing when we make an investment decision, we're going to be producing a product for 15, 20, 30, or even 40 years. We've got deep conviction around the role of LNG as, in many ways, finding the sweet spot between reliability, affordability, and sustainability. When we talk to customers in places like North Asia and Europe and ask them what they want, they say, we want all three factors. And when we then say, well, what are you willing to pay for lower carbon intensity, the answer is often 0 or near 0. So that has underpinned our focus on LNG. We see LNG as a fuel that has not only been essential for helping those energy-poor nations in North Asia and Northern Europe meet their energy needs for the last few decades, but it will also be essential. And When we look at the forecast, we expect LNG demand to grow 50% over the coming decade. Now, that's as nations tackle all three of these challenges, as nations try to ensure they've got affordable energy to power their economies, as people try to keep the lights on, as developing nations in the world try to get lights in the homes of more people. And India is a great case study as a nation that's really focused on getting power to as many people as they can and trying to lift people out of poverty. And then, the more developed economies are more focused on tackling that sustainability question and the decarbonization question. And again, an energy mix that's renewables plus LNG is a solution that bridges the gap. It's lower emissions intensity than a coal-dominated system, but higher reliability and lower cost than a renewables-dominated system. So, that underpins much of the strategic thinking that we bring to the game as Woodside.
Thanks, Meg. Dr. Wilkinson.
So, Dan, I feel like you're giving me a performance review. We're the pioneers of the World Energy Trilemma. We introduced the framework 20 years ago. But we introduced the framework as a way of encouraging increasingly diverse regions to lead with and learn from each other. The priorities of the trilemma, of course, differ across different regions, across different sectors, across different parts of society. But actually, you can never really get away with it. You might want to think of it as a bilemma, but ultimately the third one will always bite you eventually. Or you might want to think of it as a quadrilemma, but we're very simple creatures, human beings. We seem to be able to have a conversation about three things, but when you put four in the mix, it becomes a little bit more difficult. So what I can tell you is that we measure the World Energy Trilemma across 120 different countries, and we use that not to prescribe, but to encourage plurality. We use it to help people learn and lead with each other. Last year's trilemma indicates that inequality increased across all regions. That is a worrying signal for everybody. And what we do know is the trilemma continues to evolve with technology, with the speed of change, with the need for different ways of collaboration. So we're starting to see how the World Energy Trilemma is moving into a new world energy compass, that security is transforming into a conversation about resilience, that access and affordability have to be couched within a frame of flourishing together, and that the sustainability agenda is not stationary and static, and it's not all about emissions. We now have to have water and biogenic carbon in the mix. So if this is like an Oxford Union debate and you're all against and I'm for, I'm going to say what we need to do is we need to redesign and modernize the trilemma, but let's not let it go.
I love all of the different perspectives on this panel, and this is honestly the best thing about FII and this conference, and that's because it just brings together so many diverse views, and I think that's also being reflected on the Board of Changemakers today. So I have some individual follow-up questions for you based on what you have just said. Khaled, I wanted to come back over to you first because we are, of course, speaking in the context of Saudi Arabia in this conversation as well. You've also just taken the helm. Two questions here, based on what you've just said. How can the emerging markets achieve energy security while also advancing towards this clean energy future? And what is your first big move to future-proof the grid here in Saudi Arabia now that we see this transition towards technology, and in particular artificial intelligence, adding to the demand side of this equation?
Well, at Saudi Electricity Company, we are the largest integrated utility company in the MENA region. We own and operate one of the largest integrated power systems globally. And in my opinion, it starts with a very clear and bold vision. And we are part of the energy ecosystem in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, led by His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, the Minister of Energy. And yesterday, His Royal Highness laid down our strategy in the energy sector. So we have to be aligned with that overall strategy, which aspires for 50-50 energy mix by 2030, and we are a core enabler for that. So how can we do it? Focusing on the specific priorities and what really matters most. As Dr. Angela said, resilience is critical. Reliability and resilience is the foundation of everything we do. And this is why I said earlier 60 to 70% of our capital program in the company is deployed to the grid readiness. Not only this, but we are expanding. By 2030, we expect to increase our transmission network by almost 60%, from around 102,000 kilometers of today to more than 160,000 kilometers by 2030. Same thing applies on the distribution side of the business. We expect to increase the distribution network by almost 35%. How can we do it? By focusing on technology, and I totally agree with Greg. Technology is a critical component in this transmission, but Greg, rest assured, we in the kingdom, we are not missing out that. Actually, we are redefining it, as we heard yesterday, and as we have proved in our path forward. So technology is important so that we have to, as an industry, deploy and employ critical technologies that will help us to meet the future growth and the demand, the like of AI, predictive analytics, digital twins, and many others. And I totally agree with Marco that speed is so critical, and this is why last year during FII9, we have had no battery storage systems connected to the grid. And today I am very proud to say that during FII9, we have 8 gigawatt hour connected to the grid in less than 11 months. So speed is important. How can we do that also in the technology side of the business? Automation is critical, and from nearly 4% back in 2020 in our distribution network, we are ramping up quickly to achieve the 40%, which used to be the 2030 plan. We are advancing that. We will be achieving it by 2026. So speed of delivery is important as well. But most importantly, in this delivery and in this transition, partnership. I'm very glad that I'm joining leaders of the world in this session, because we really cannot achieve it in our own. You mentioned that priorities are different. Grid is critical in the mix, which I totally agree with. So the priorities should be aligned, and the collaboration, in our opinion, will drive the success. We should not only invest in the assets for the assets to be more reliable and more resilient, but also we are investing in the confidence. And as we heard yesterday from His Excellency the Chairman, from the speakers, the businesses here, we are welcoming the entire world with open arms and hearts to come and invest, because we really value and partner the collaboration and the investment together.
Just on this topic of technology, Greg, I'll have you respond to that as well, because you have said that technology can do for energy what the internet did for media. Expand on that for me, and can you respond to what Colors just said?
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, in many ways, the way most of our grids are run in the world is a bit like the way minicabs, taxis, used to be run before Uber. So we have people dispatching power. And in a world where you have millions of generating points with rooftop solar, distributed generation, you're balancing with flexible gas, you may have some base load and some nuclear, and you're increasingly changing the way you consume. Air conditioning is the single biggest new source of load. You have very concentrated power in data centers, and then you have things like electrification of industry and transport. All of these things together mean we have to move our grids to be more digitized so that they can rapidly respond to the changing supply and demand at any moment in time. More importantly, they need to be able to forecast the generation and the demand. And then increasingly, they can use price signals and AI to shift that demand around so that we flatten the peaks. After all, every bit of grid, every single bit of grid has to be built to handle the peak load. If we can shift some demand or some generation and reduce those peaks, we can get more and more of our existing grids and make our new investments more effective. I think it's a little bit like, in the background, when we're watching Netflix, the data that is making the way from Netflix servers to your screen is being buffered and shifted, stored and reproduced. You don't notice it, but it means you get incredible entertainment very cheaply. And in the same way, we can manage our electricity grids to mean we get electricity that's increasingly cheap and sustainable. As consumers, we won't notice it, but as an industry, we can generate it.
We do have a number of nations represented on stage as well, of course, the US, China, and Europe. So I wanted to dig into some of these geopolitical fault lines as well. Catherine, I think you're well placed to speak about this because, of course, Europe certainly in the headlines here. Europe's transition ultimately being tested by two things. Number one, war, but more recently as well, inflation, given rising costs. So how do you maintain profitability and business continuity when customers are ultimately demanding both clean energy and lower bills?
Yeah, and especially in a world where we can anticipate additional burden on demand of the power, given, for example, AI, when some of these data centers are being discussed, 1 gigawatt, what does that mean? It's like immediately putting online a big city of several thousand, hundreds of thousands of people overnight that is going to consume power. So what effect will that have on the power price of the citizens? So the pressure is very hard. What we're trying to do is really staying the course by deploying this system that I mentioned with renewables and storage and really finding the path of lowest cost solutions that we can bring. The two things that are really important is clarity on the framework, stability, and of course, size of the project. When I look at the region here and I comment the Vision 2030, we're seeing that in a few countries, in India, for example, you mentioned it, there is a very clear target, 500 gigawatts in India by 2030. That gives you the stability that you need to be able to invest, not just on one project, but a series of projects. And this is how you get costs down. That's very important. Stability of the framework, all this investment is CapEx investment. The returns are not extraordinary. That's the reason we are able to be affordable and to find solutions that are affordable for the citizens and for the states, so that we don't depend too much on subventions. That's not what we're here to do. But for that, you need the clarity, and we need, of course, the size. And here, the region is advantage because you are able to do incredible projects very fast. Europe is a bit more challenged. It's very difficult to get permits. The projects are smaller, so you need to work even harder in Europe to make it affordable. On the other hand, Europe does stay the course in terms of climate goals and renewables targets, and that gives us the visibility. Most places, there are exceptions, but in most places we have the visibility, and that's what allows us to action all these levers that I have mentioned in order to develop this as low cost as possible energy system. And again, the dependency on gas is important for Europe, particularly those countries who don't produce natural gas. Once you've installed this renewable project, you don't depend on import price anymore. So while we'll never completely be phasing out of gas, at least not in the foreseeable future, it does protect some price protection against volatility. And to talk about price in general, in absolute terms, the predictability of price is also very important for our industrial customers. What they want, obviously, they want low price, but they want the certainty, the visibility. We always go back to that. At ENGIE, we invest roughly 8 billion a year on gross capex. So this is capital allocation machine, and for that, you need the stability. And this is really the decisions that we make on a daily basis, is where do I put my capital to develop this system? Stability, stay in the course, not changing objectives all the time. That's very, very important feature we'll be looking at in order to help and develop the system of tomorrow.
And of course, Europe has done a commendable job of weaning itself off Russian supply, diversifying its source, gas, LNG, for example. But at the same time as well, I want the US perspective on this because we have just seen a fresh round of sanctions being leveled towards the Russian producers. Why haven't the US sanctions stopped Russia's war?
Well, market forces still exist. I mean, the reality is it's the very demand for energy that I'm talking about that drives that. The entire world is experiencing rapidly rising demand. It's going to be satisfied one way or another. The hope is that it's done so as much as possible with responsible counterparties. The objective of the president's policy of affordable, reliable, secure energy is one that basically sounds in energy abundance. And the objective here is to make sure that energy scarcity, otherwise known as expensive energy, is not the retardant that obstructs the development of AI or manufacturing or any other industrial undertaking. The hope is that we're going to be able to live in a world that is peaceful and engages in as much trade as possible on fair terms with as many counterparties as we can. And sort of referring back to the previous discussion that was up here on the stage, that agenda of affordable, reliable, secure is really an America First energy policy. But that doesn't mean America alone, right? We've doubled our LNG export capacity. We're going to double it again. We're right now at about 13 BCF, and it's going to double again in the next few years. The objective is for us to make our energy as available as possible to everybody, displacing more expensive, less reliable forms. And the hope is that we have as many sources of energy available to as many people as possible for that prosperity. And in fact, on the subject of technology, we're hoping that we're going to be able to see us be able to crack the code on safe and affordable SMRs. If we have that available for deployment, that too can satisfy the ever-rising demand. But at this point, all we know is that the demand signal is rising. We do not know what the ceiling is, and so there is real urgency in getting as much real power delivered as quickly as possible to everywhere that needs it.
Just quickly on sanctions, what is the next lever that Washington can pull without causing a price spike?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to say that again.
What is the next lever that Washington can pull without causing a price spike?
Well, I mean, the levers are to make as much American energy available to everybody to keep the prices down. And there's also simply the bully pulpit in which we try to get all of our friends and allies to engage in the same policy of abundance that we have.
Okay, thank you. Also wanted to quickly get the Chinese perspective too, because of course, China is both a significant producer, but also consumer of energy as well. So when you think about this question, Winshuan, what does the world still misunderstand about China's energy transition?
Well, that's a big topic. So I think the biggest misunderstanding about the China transition now is just talk to Dr. Angela, that I think before 5 years, the China, all the energy section of the players is meant for SOEs. So it's not like us, the private sectors, the young generation can participate in it. So before 5 years, the energy section in China is a kind of the exclusive market. Only a few people play in it. So SOEs building more of the generation, and grid building more of the connections of the transmission as well. But definitely we have the commitment for the 2030 and then 2035. Then a lot of the new energies generations are coming up, like you just mentioned. In past 5 years already, actually we finished the presidency's the commit to 2030. So there's another double of the generation to be established in next 10 years. So which means that we'll be more open for the markets. So as we may see that a lot of foreign players are jumping into China market to play in the market transaction for electricity power as well, like Aqua, like several of the foreign companies, and also they're giving us giving the young generation the private sections, the private entities to participate into this big market. So I think this is the first misunderstanding. And then as the second is the policy is not the only because energy is a very complicated issue. So it's not only the players in the energy sectors, and also we see the financial policies also. So before 5 years, the energy project, new energy projects is called projects. Even banks can now giving loans to this kind of projects. You can getting into finance from the leasing company. But within these 5 years, banks are giving more loans to the project as well. And for us as a private entity, we are successfully to issue the first rates about the CNI assets into the China markets. So it's not only the energy section and also the the financial sections are helping this, the market to grow more marketized. So I think this is the two parts that are moving. The policy are very recognized that there are new generation growing, and also the new generation for the new energy are adding more pressure to the grids. And how to solving this problem is like to become more marketized and to make more people participating in it. Will be a huge of the policy change in the next 5 to 10 years in China.
Very interesting to watch. I want to thank our board of changemakers for this really insightful conversation. I wish we had more time, but we'll have to leave it there. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause, and thank you for joining in today.
We live in an age of seemingly limitless potential. Progress carries us to heights our ancestors could scarcely imagine. Yet, beneath this dazzling ascent of human achievement lies a deepening fault line of inequality. And our progress is consuming a finite planet. The global GDP has doubled since 2000, yet 700 million people still live on less than $2.15 a day. AI makes us more productive than ever, yet it also threatens to displace millions of jobs. We are mastering the science of longevity, but forgetting the art of vitality. Each new app makes our phones even more indispensable, yet 2.6 billion people remain offline. As affluent societies race for the latest gadgets, larger homes, and endless upgrades, it's no wonder that cost of living remains a top global concern. In chasing innovation, we've left affordability behind. The planet is paying the price, and the bill is coming due. The digital world is ever expanding and ever consuming, with a single data center needing millions of liters of water a day. The physical world is just as demanding, with cement production alone responsible for 8% of global CO2 emissions. The race for critical minerals, from lithium to cobalt, is reshaping economies, straining the planet, and too often harming vulnerable communities. Moving forward isn't a straight line. It zigs and zags. It's the paradox of progress. Let's harness our collective power to unlock this paradox together by charting a new definition of progress, one measured not just in what we build, but in what we mend before it's too late.
And welcome back. What a wonderful panel there we had looking at the energy trilemma. I'd like you all to please sit down. We have a wonderful panel at the center stage in just a moment, looking at national funds, looking at their importance. So please, you're going to want to join us here. His Excellency Al-Tuwerji is going to join us in a minute. If I might move people towards the center stage. We do have a lot more panels. We're going to be having a big one here in just a moment. But now joining us in conversation with Siba Audi, the senior news anchor and editor-at-large at Ashak Business with Bloomberg. Please welcome Siba, and joining her, His Excellency Mohammed Maziad Al-Tuwerji, the Vice Chairman of the National Development Fund. You're both so welcome in conversation. Siba, over to you.
Thank you so much, Etna. Global development financing was almost synonymous with multilaterals until very recently. But today, national development funds are somehow becoming major policy and investment engines. These funds, they command about $23 trillion in assets and deploy about 10% of that annually. Now, is there a shift? Your Excellency, from your vantage point as the Vice Chairman of the National Development Fund of Saudi Arabia, one of the largest globally, is there a shift? Are you seeing a shift where the national development funds are rivaling multilaterals?
Well, first of all, thank you, Siba. It's always great to see you here. This is exactly why in December this year, in a couple of months, we're hosting Momentum, which is the global conference to put the two together, the multilateral and the national, because we saw the complementary as very powerful. That said, we understand the core reason on the inception, why multilateral institutions were incepted, different countries, donors, etc., and they have their global developmental agenda. But countries like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with its own vision and transformation, we actually needed our own national development fund for many reasons. One, we're creating new sectors. So do we expect the multilateral to come in and fund new sectors? The answer is no. Tourism, culture, etc. So one is that they're different in the way they were incepted, why they are there, and their mandate and their role. But with everything that's taken place around the world, the geopolitics, the supply chain disruptions, how we looked at demographics, I think it's definitely a complementary role between both of them.
How do you design that complementarity between the two?
Yeah, if you take examples during COVID, for example, the whole world was shocked and in suffering. We here in the kingdom looked at the SME sector. We looked at where the food, the needed sectors foremost, but also globally those funds were playing a major role. So in crisis, definitely there is complementary, but also in growth. We like to see our neighboring country growing, in Africa, for example, so that our EXIM bank, which is part of our National Development Fund, also can support through guarantees, etc.
Now, multilaterals often struggle to match the speed, the policy alignment, and also the local impact of the national development funds. But at the same time, there are criticisms to the NDFs. Critics will say the challenges include transparency, they include concentration of decision-making, and also sovereign risk. Can you give us an example of where the NDF worked and was more effective in a way than a multilateral?
Yes. So again, I mentioned the example of specific sectors. We also have a regional dimension in the kingdom. If you look at the SME sector, it's globally less banked than large corporates, but they're significant, in any country. So one is that we're thinking long-term, we're thinking investors. If I look at your question from the investor's point of view, we need to have a rating, which means transparency is best in class. Everybody knows how the credit works. We also borrow money. We bring in bankers and investment bankers to do securitization, to make optimized balance sheets, etc. All of this is somewhere between being local, being driven by local agenda, but also at the same time being global, in the sense that people will look at you as a global entity.
Do multilaterals then run the risk of becoming not relevant or irrelevant in this world?
Impossible. The world needs all of us, both of us, and the world will probably need more engagement from both of us. So I think of complementary all the time. We talk to the Asian Development Bank, the African Development Bank, the KfW, and I think when we established, for example, some of our own banks within the NDF, the first reference was multilateral development banks. The know-how, the technology, because they also do have this capability of advising, of technical assistance, and so on and so forth. So it's definitely complementary to the national development.
There may be concerns with international investors that the local banks are less neutral. How do you address that?
The banks?
The national development funds may be less neutral because of their alignment to local policy.
If you take our example, and I looked at benchmarks. It's very difficult because every nation has its own agenda in terms of where growth is coming from and what is sustainability for the economy. But it is very important to think about the objective, why these banks are set in a certain country. For us in the National Development Bank, it's definitely to fill the gap between commercial banks and the treasury. So the less attractive market segments, we definitely fill that gap. We're also sustainable. We're not commercially driven, but sustainable. So we give loans longer term for certain projects, but at a relatively attractive prices. So the neutrality is very important. We align with the national agenda, but we also like to see global growth because it helps everybody.
Right. So you see the future as a partnership, co-financing, that's the future of global
There's no
development
question
finance.
in my mind around that, and I take it a step further. I could see probably ownership between these two banks. So I could see National Development Fund in Saudi Arabia have some ownership in a major multilateral bank as a participant. So the know-how can be transferred, the technology can be transferred, and also within our National Development Bank, there is a multilateral institution. That's the Saudi Fund for Development. You know, it was there for 40 years, and it helped a lot of countries in Asia and Africa and other countries. So we have that know-how within our National Development Fund.
Give us an example then of, have you already engaged in a meaningful collaboration with multilaterals?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I continue on the story of the Saudi Fund for Development. The recent engagement in Syria is a very important transformation for the region. The Saudi Fund for Development had a 40 years history in Syria, and they're re-engaging, which means for our local content, the other funds will come in, the SMEs, the EXIM Bank, if that is a successful story.
Now, where should the line be drawn between what should remain multilateral and what could be
I would say this differs based on the maturity of each country and how strong the financial markets, the capital markets in each country, and what's the real need. So countries desperate for infrastructure, for water, for technology will have a different need from countries that want to promote tourism or services, for example. So there is no one size fits all in my mind, but I definitely see a lot of collaboration potential between both.
I like that. But so let me ask you the question that's on the door of this panel. Do you see a systemic risk should national development funds overtake multilaterals?
They can't. Again, capacity is one thing, and also the mandate, the role is another thing. Multilateral bank also have a very deep history on politics, for example. They understand how things evolve. One thing I like to see more from multilateral is that their ability to be more proactive and probably build scenarios on potential issues so they come early rather than they come after the fact. This is a National Development Bank very agile capability. They actually do that and build scenarios based on what's the potential, what's the issue that may come. And I think if they exchange notes in some issues, they can definitely complement each other.
With the fragmentation that the world is going through at the moment and a bit more polarization, is it possible? Is what you just suggested possible?
It's about dialogue, in my mind. It's about engagement. It's about having a political umbrella that covers, both setups. But definitely, the world needs a lot of capital. The world needs a lot of assistance. Needs a lot of technical capabilities, and the complementary is no-brainer.
And then for national development funds, what multilaterals have is history, is credibility perhaps, and trust. What do you need to build that further in the NDFs?
We do, and again, NDF is 7 years old versus some of these multilateral, which is many decades in the business. But I think it's, again, back to my central theme, central narrative. It all depends on the mandate and the funding availability and how we complement each other. What we like to see is African Development Bank do more in Africa so that the Saudi ecosystem can deliver more to Africa. And we develop our SMEs, exportability, local content, manufacturing. So this is how I see things happen. And of course, with our Saudi Fund for Development, also engaged in Africa. So definitely, African Development Bank can be a partner for them.
So under your umbrella, you have several other development funds. Where does your priority lie? Is it internal or is it engaging on the international stage?
So again, Saudi Arabia is a partner to many of the multilateral institutions. We work very closely with the World Bank. We also work very closely with policymaking through the G20, WEF, etc., and give a lot of advice. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is that our structure is unique because we've inherited 6 development banks and we created 6 new development banks. So this is an ongoing process. Our governors allow us to do more. We have a lot of independent board members in our setup, and we're talking to the market about this. So we're engaged. We like to see the world evolving. We like to see more sustainability, and we like to see more SME globally.
So on governance, what do you benchmark yourselves against?
Again, unique structure because 6 and 6, new and old. We make sure that within the governance, we think of impact, we think of how things are getting done. We have a lot of independent board members, but we also capture a lot of good governance through the board committees. And down the road, we'll be rated, which is great, and I think that's a lot of transparency for the market. And the more transactions we announce in the market, the better for all of us.
So do you have any announcements to share?
Apart from the momentum, which is in the making, momentum is going to bring the developmental agenda world together, and we will talk about all these issues plus in that momentum, inshallah, conference.
Inshallah. So if national development funds were to take center stage, how might that reshape the development landscapes in the MENA region and Africa, as you mentioned just now?
Look, again, the MENA region is evolving very rapidly, and there is the strong, rich nations and others that are in need. The kingdom and its partners, especially in the GCC, have never spared an effort to support neighboring countries. We see that in Yemen every day. We see that in Egypt every day. We see it in Syria as we speak every day. And it's a continuous. The only thing we like to see more is that from these countries that need more from development bank, they also have to do their homework. And some of it is readiness, some of it is priority, some of it is understanding the social needs, and so on and so forth. But we're ready. We want this Middle East region to be very prosperous, very capable, and as His Royal Highness mentioned many, many years ago, that is probably going to be the new Europe.
But multilaterals like the IMF, for example, they go in with preconditions. Like you said, homework needs to be done before the multilateral agency will extend the lines that it can. Is that what you are doing as well? Aren't you meant to be more agile and faster moving?
We do. I mean, again, a national is a national. What we see from the multilateral is that they come up with a reform-driven agenda most of the time, but that's fine. This is their mandate. I think maybe down the road, if they got the right capital from the right donors, they could be less reform and more developmental. But that is, a long process. It's not something I can decide. We like to see them more engaged in a more commercial sense, but at the same time, make sure that the countries in need actually deliver. But that's the debate. That's a huge debate, and that's why we think putting everyone together in a developmental place is a must.
So answer me this, if you will. So are NDFs disruptors or are they accelerators?
Well, they are important. They're very, very important. And I can tell you, in time of crisis, the world is seeing food security as a big issue. Water is a difficulty for the world. Jobs are very difficult to create and sustain. All of these are core developmental agenda. And it's very important. Countries can afford to have National Development Bank, have more chances of succeeding, more chances of complementing the commercial banks, more chances of sustainable growth. So they are very important. I don't think of them as disruptive or anything as important as they are.
Should there be a framework for the collaboration that between NDFs and multilaterals?
It's happening. I think in many ways it's happening. So we talk to all of them. We have secondees to some of these banks to get the know-how and come back. We're happy to do deals jointly in many occasions. So it's happening. The question is, do we need more? Absolutely. We probably need more. And the question is where, how, and that comes to the mandate of these institutions.
So when you enter into those collaborations with the multilaterals, what is it that you need from them?
So definitely the know-how, risk awareness and risk understanding they're far ahead of anyone. Technical expertise, research and development are all components that help in this. So the World Bank has a fantastic R&D capabilities that must be used. How the SME will evolve. Technology now is a big issue for all of us. And how would innovation and technology help some of these initiatives?
So what is the next frontier for global development finance?
Well, I think, we will strike the balance using technology. We will strike the balance between sustainability and pricing. We will think that the ownership of the multilateralism maybe increase. The more we see, impact, the better for all of us. So I'm impact-driven, evidence-driven, rather than anything else.
I like that. I had the session yesterday with CEO of the new Murabba, and we talked a lot about impact and measuring impact with profit, and whether you continue to measure impact when risk comes into the equation.
For Murabba, for all the giga projects in the kingdom, the SME is a critical sector.
Okay.
Who is going to run these projects? Who's going to maintain it? Who's going to deliver on these projects? So that's why we created a fully dedicated SME bank. But I see also the other 11 banks have an SME angle to it, in manufacturing, in food, in industrial, etc. So tourism. So it's very important that we also talk to the big projects and big commercial banks, because we complement each other as well, in addition to the multilateral.
So could you perhaps draw us a picture of the ecosystem or the environment for SMEs in the kingdom at the moment?
About?
SMEs in the kingdom.
Yes. Well, there are more than 1.5 million entities that's, called SMEs. We have a very specific target on their role of GDP by 2030. SME in the kingdom, and I assume in many developing nations, is a sector that is less banked, but also comes with high risk and probability of default for multiple reasons. So what we've done is we surrounded with a 360 support system. One is funding, one is incubation, one is ease of doing business, and one is with opportunity. Because, the only way they can prosper and grow is by having a real opportunity in the economy. They are great job creators, and they've been tested. And any economy that's well developed, you look at their SME, you find it strong and powerful. We looked at a lot of benchmark and examples in India and South Korea and France, and the SME was always core. That's what we want to achieve in the kingdom.
To what extent are you willing, as a national development fund or the funds underneath your umbrella, willing to continue to extend help to SMEs? Where are lines drawn again?
Well, we're definitely happy to take the risk that others don't, but at the same time, we would like to be sustainable. We also have sectorial strategies. We have regional strategies in the kingdom, and we like to see them go into what really makes the non-oil revenue, non-oil economy grow in the kingdom. So if we put that formula together and we price it well, this is your answer. If they hit the tourism sector in a region that's very promising, with a lot of support from us, I think this is where we go.
So just going back to the title of this session one more time, is there any involvement for the multilaterals within the kingdom at the moment? And again, where does it extend?
Islamic Development Bank is active, and we're definitely close to the IMF, World Bank. We're partners with KfW, the African Development Banks. We're also, as the kingdom now, not NDF, is also a member of the Asian Development Bank. Actually, in fact, our own governor was hired from the Asian Development Bank. That tells you, again, the mindset we brought is multilateral institutions to the National Development Bank.
And like they say, one hand alone doesn't clap. So who are your partners in success for the NDF?
The private sector is very important for us, enabling the whole private sector in the kingdom, because it's all connected at the end of the day. Commercial banks play a major role. And actually, in the last 3 years, we see a trend of more risk appetite. This is driven by the transformation of the kingdom. Again, much stronger commercial landscape, much stronger legal landscape, enforceability, opportunity. So banks in the past were shy because much of this didn't exist, but now the whole ecosystem is encouraging.
We mentioned that the general idea is that challenges include policy alignment and etc. But what do you see as the main challenge to the success of your agenda?
Well, we're like any other, countries with an aggressive transformation, aggressive, ambitious growth targets. I think it's important for us to think sustainability. So we don't depend much on the treasury, on the budget. It's actually from within, which means we have to access the market, we have to borrow, but that borrowing must come back with impact and stay sustainable. There is a lot of demand to our balance sheet locally. We're coping very well, but that growth, to match that growth with the necessary funding, means you need to prioritize. Sometimes you need to think which sector have more impact. And that economic debate based on modeling and data is a challenge. But by the end of the day, it's a healthy challenge because you want people to actually compete for that capital available.
Your Excellency Mohammed Tuwaijri, shukran. Thank you so much for your time.
Shukran, Siba. Thank you.
And Siba Audi, thank you so much. What a wonderful conversation there, really bringing to life the importance, the relevance, the business of the national funds and their importance here, yes, in the region, in Saudi Arabia, but of course their absolute essential importance when it comes to looking at long-term prosperity. What a wonderful conversation. And of course to His Excellency Mohammed Yasir Al-Rumayyan, thank you so much for taking the time. It was an absolute delight to have you with us. Now, when we look at the business world at the moment, we talk a lot about sustainability, we talk a lot about longevity, creativity, innovation, all of that. So very important. All great buzzwords, but also focus that we all must have. But I think one of the most important things that we all need in terms and in times of uncertainty, volatility, if anything else, it has to be resilience. And if our business is not resilient, if our leaders are not resilient, and if that not is built into the core of everything we do, we might be in trouble. So anyway, let's discover what our dear panel thinks about this. The chair of the corporate board of the Al-Ain Group joins us, and the chair also she is of Saudi Awal Bank SAB. Please give a very, very warm welcome to the panel and to Lubna Al-Ain. Thank you so much. Lubna joins us, and she has her dear panel with her. So we're really looking forward to this, looking at resilience as a measure of corporate strength. Thank you so much.
I was going to say good morning, but it's good afternoon, everyone. And so glad you were able to join us today. As I thought about the premise of the panel, I kept coming back to a simple truth. failure builds personal resilience, but can corporate failure build corporate resilience? The last decade has shown us how fragile even the most sophisticated systems can be. Shocks no longer arrive one at a time, and many of the structures we built for efficiency were not designed to bend, let alone break and rebuild. Today, corporate leadership must be prepared not only for economic turbulence, but for geopolitical shocks as well, the kind the world witnessed in our region not too long ago. In our part of the world, we had to develop certain muscle memory for resilience to geopolitical risk, given our abundant share of it. I counted, since I've been working in Saudi Arabia, 7 geopolitical events that happened during my time. The gap is clear. 97 of executives say resilience matters, but less than half believe their organizations are ready for it. So the challenge is no longer awareness, but it is planning. How do we hardwire resilience into how companies operate, govern, and respond to the unexpected? That's the conversation I'm going to have with this great panel here. So, I'm going to start with Rania Nashar, who I have known for a long time. Rania is Senior Advisor to the Governor and Head of Compliance and Governance at the PIF. Rania, why do so many organizations recognize that resilience is critical, yet fall short in readiness? And what does it truly take to build resilience through a governance structure?
Thank you, Lubna. It's an honor to be with you this afternoon. Actually, you said it all. The issue with the resilience with the companies, that companies over decades in all industries have been always built and work on optimizing their efficiencies. So they focus on governance systems, they focus on systems, processes, talent structure that leads to lean performance. So it's the formula for efficiency, but not for resilience. So that's why you see companies are built for growth and speedy growth, but not to be able to absorb any shock or be ready to overcome out that. So when it comes to governance, and I'll give example of what we do in PIF towards ensuring that governance is embedded across the board, from the tone of the board all the way to the portfolio companies, to ensure that we take resilience decisions. So it's actually the tone at the board level, where we have what we call it a resilience dashboard that is presented to the board, where we oversee the performance of the portfolio company, whether it's financial or non-financial, to identify key warning indicators that may require either intervention or having a thematic solution. Companies usually, they work throughout the years towards being ready. They train their staff, they test their systems that they need to respond only to either geopolitical tension or to system disruption, but they don't really address the key, which is having the right culture and the right decision-making and the capable resources who can anticipate what the risk should be and take fast decision-making. And this is actually, the more you have disturbances, the more, and disruptions, the more you are experienced on how to respond and anticipate in the future, how you can embrace that and bounce forward rather than just responding to a crisis or to an issue. And therefore, throughout the year, we were managing through ensuring that our board agenda is including all the stress test scenarios for either geopolitical tension or for supply chain or trade wars, and to see how that would impact the portfolio and take the right decision. Not only that, we have built our portfolio in a way to structure it into many pools that you can move the capital around them in a very fast way, yet it is risk calculated. And with all these decisions that has been taken 4 years ago, just back in 2021, PIF was having a score of only 40% for what they call it the GSR index, which is governance, sustainability, and resilience by the Sovereign Wealth Fund Global. And now just in 4 years, in 2025, we have scored 100% compliance. And this was actually mentioned in all the rating agencies' report that it's due to the governance and due to the agility in the decision-making, we were able to thrive through all the crises and take the right decision. Because PIF, in its mandate or design, it is designed to help in the overall Saudi economy resilience by diversifying from the oil-dependent economy to non-oil-dependent economy, and by having PIF playing a catalyst role, we are a key player in the overall nation resilience.
Very interesting. It would be great to get to know how you calculate it and how you arrive at it. Sonny Mann is the newly elected chair for Baker McKenzie, a company I'm quite acutely familiar with. Congratulations, Sonny, on your new position. Sonny, you have been in the front line of advising some of the largest multinationals on responding to geopolitical disruption over the last few years. What have you been counseling them to do to ensure corporate readiness in a disrupted world? We heard from what PIF, but what have you been telling your wide international audience, corporate audience?
Thank you. So, ahlan wa sahlan bil jama'i. Just wanted to start off by saying a personal sense of gratitude to everyone here, to the FII team, but also to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the wonderful hospitality that I and many of my colleagues have been experiencing over the last couple of days as well. So, and you're right, Lubna, it's a pleasure that as a global chairman, not even 1 week in seat, that my first overseas visit and my first external event is here as well. So thank you for that, Lubna. But Lubna, you're right. I'm a trade and investment lawyer by training. And over the last 5-6 years, we've been supporting around a quarter of the Fortune 100, the FTSE 100, the French CAC 40, the German DAX 40, on responding to intense geopolitical disruption, whether it is Brexit, intense tariff wars today, emerging tensions between West and East. And when I think about all of the work we've done, I think there are 2 core principles that really I would pull out of that, and that I'm seeing companies really coalescing around. First off, it's diversification. If you think about corporate strategy, when we come to things like where your customer base is, your supply chain, where your data resides, where your funds flow, who your business and investment partners are, you need to ensure there's sufficient diversity across the board in terms of the countries that are involved, but also the business partners. Because if you are overly reliant on a single market, a single economy, or a single partner, today, that is a vulnerability. Because as we have seen, because of events recently, things turn quickly. The second principle I put out there is one of opportunity. So it is absolutely true. There's a lot of risk in this new world order that businesses are navigating. But when you reshuffle the card deck, which is what has happened globally, there's also opportunity if you look for it. Because, Lubna, the multilateral world order has been replaced by what is now a complex patchwork of bilateral trade, investment, and M&A relationships. And so that does mean that companies need to do their homework to understand what is happening in that bilateral relationship between US, UK, Japan, Brazil, France, Australia. But there's also opportunity. We are seeing many more FTAs either having been signed or being negotiated. And that is a wonderful opportunity for business to start getting their goods, services, and capital flowing. So I think the final point I'd say is, within this world of risk, there is opportunity if you look for it. And I'm seeing that companies who really have that success mindset are really exploring the opportunities as well.
Thank you. Very interesting. Turning to Diane, in the context of all the uncertainty we're dealing with today, we've spoken about the geopolitical tensions, tech disruptions, market volatility. What's your take on efficiency versus efficiency based on resilience? How should companies be rethinking this approach?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's an honor for me to stay here in this panel discussion about resilience, actually. I think today, the efficiency have a very interesting change in the definition. Now, the efficiency need to be based on resilience. Because this honor to talk about what happened in the world today is a new order. So in the new order, we have a different definition of efficiency. The efficiency needs to have moderate buffer, need to have the shock resistant kind of the system. And because I'm the financial institution in Hong Kong, from the financial institution perspective, I have two fundamental factors. I think they will redefine this kind of efficiency. One is you need to build an open source mindset system. It's more like ecosystem. It's not dependent on one factor, one supply chain, one location, and even one business model. You need to change and have the capacity to adjust and to have your second growth curve. Make an example. Before the pandemic, many of the Chinese companies have already built their factories, supply chains, and even manufacturing centers overseas. After the pandemic, actually, all this model of local manufacturing and the regional distribution really works. And it meets the demand of the clients and have very rapid response, and through the logistics, it pays out. So that is the open source kind of the mindset looks like. And the second one, I think, is very interesting. I like to use the option analogy because you see, from a financial perspective, it's more like the resilience investment is you pay a fixed rate premium for perpetual call option for your own company. Because, we talk about uncertainty, we talk about the volatility, we talk about everything that will happen. From the option, we always learned in school, the more the volatility, the more those kind of uncertainties, the greater value of the option. You see, that's more like you buy a perpetual call option for your companies, all this talent reserve for your governance, and even sometimes you need extra, insufficient capital investment in something that you think won't happen in the future. Like Pfizer, Pfizer invented the mRNA before the pandemic. It pays out. It's more like an option investment from my perspective. So thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Karim Awad, Group CEO of EFG Hermes. Karim comes from Egypt. So EFG Holdings has been through a lot of turmoil, 2 revolutions, and multiple currency devaluations. Karim, can you tell the audience, how did you navigate through all this, and was resilience core to the way you did it? I just have to say, I'm told we have to move fast.
Okay. Thank you for having me. I think for us, resilience was not a choice. It had to be either you survive as a company, or so you had to be resilient. You had to change your business model. I think a wise man once told me before, because we were built when the revolution happened, we were built on a pure capital markets business, and that became super volatile. And so the first thing that we had to do to build a resilient model is control what we had under our control, which was our cost base. So we started cutting our costs, became leaner to make sure that any further shocks that come in the future, we're ready for. The second, to your point, Lubna, on breaking your business model in order to become resilient. We had a bank in Lebanon. We were comfortable with it. We felt that it was bringing us profits every year, but it was not synergistic with our business, and we felt that to build a resilient structure, this would not cut. So we sold the business, pivoted it, and to Sunny's point, we started a diversification strategy, not only on geographical basis. So we had offices here in Saudi, in Kuwait, in UAE, but we started having an actual presence with more business that is being conducted and a lot more effort that is being put into these markets as opposed to our home market. And then finally, we also wanted to diversify products-wise so that we're not only volatile to capital markets, we have other products that give us annuities and make sure that the business is shock-ready for anything that comes in the future. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Very clear. Last but not least, Eric Cantor, Vice Chair and Managing Director of Moelis and former U.S. House Majority Leader. Now, for the audience here, I should tell you that Eric and I go quite a long time back, and I was given permission to impose on him a little bit. So, one of the first times I went to Eric is when there was government shutdown in the US, the first government shutdown. And I said, Eric, could you explain to me how can a country operate in government shutdown? I guess it falls very good into building resilience. So you've had moments of real political and economic volatility in Washington. What does resilient leadership look like truly in practice? And can you tell us that the governments, and the US governments, and the private sector structure can absorb all these shocks and can leave it stronger?
Lumna, a pleasure to be here. And we'll leave the shutdown and the discussion about that, predictions as to when we reopen aside. But I will talk about resilience, because we are, since we first welcomed you into the shutdown world of Washington, and you were amazed things were still going on. But I do think, our government, it's not too dissimilar to what the government and the vision of the Crown Prince here in Saudi Arabia has done for this kingdom. This Crown Prince recognized 10 years ago or so that there were certain things that needed to be done to make sure that the kingdom could go forward, and Ronnie had talked about it, and diversify the economy and create the jobs and opportunity for citizens here. Well, our government, we as an American people experienced a real lesson learned during COVID. People woke up and they understood there were a lot of things that were just untended to, that we realized, from critical supplies and pharmaceuticals to manufacturing of simple things like bathroom tissue, that we were just reliant upon other people. And so there's, in a sense, with the current Trump administration, there's been a return to the very straightforward things that we have been missing. And it is very much tied to the national interest of resilience, competition, and becoming that America that we were and will be again. So it's manufacturing, it's making sure that we have the critical minerals to continue this AI advancement. And frankly, it is also, and you've heard our president talk a lot about the need for others to bear their fair share. That America, we had been absorbing a lot of cost, and whether it was in the biopharma area, which is a great example, we pay 3 times what it is that other countries pay for drugs. And you see this playing out in our country again as well. So it really is a return to what makes sense economically, and from a business standpoint, and from clients at Moelis, what we're doing is we're having a lot of discussions with government agencies when they reopen about the commitment of capital that this administration and the Congress have made towards these critical industries for the success and national security of America, that will also make sense for our clients from a financial and economic return standpoint.
I'm curious, how long can the government shutdown be, and for how long? What's the longest time it's been in the past?
Well, the longest time it's been was I think 35 days, and this was the 2018 to 19 over the winter Christmas holiday.
Wow. And no pay then, right? That's risky.
So, well, listen, we started back with President Obama, and it was caused by the debt ceiling discussion and leverage around that. But what I believe will reopen this government is this sense that there are 1,700,000 federal employees. And this week, they don't all get paid on the same day, but employees will begin to get paychecks that reflect no monies. They won't get paychecks for a period of time. Some of these people are working too, because if you're deemed essential, there may be, I don't know, 500,000 people in our airports, at our borders, they've got to come to work and yet not getting paid. So this will put pressure on, I think ultimately the system will respond. There's the healthcare issue out there that will also play a role November 1st. So shortly.
Okay. We've heard the view from international, China, Egypt, the US, and Saudi Arabia, the global investor. We have 2 minutes left. You've all emphasized how important governance is, but how is culture and risk in building this resilience? And how willing is the board, how good is the board of directors listening and the top people? Anybody wants to venture? But half a minute so we can give others.
Sure. This is really great question, because you mentioned the 3 important pillars for resilience. So culture basically is the foundation. When you have a board that has clear vision, that empower the employees, as well as keep training them on adaptability, so this is the foundation. Then the risk comes as the tool. And with the AI being introduced, you can generate more stress test scenarios and be adaptive to it. And then the governance is basically the architecture that amalgam all these pillars.
Eric, would you like to comment?
Well, you know, I do think that, I agree, Rania, it's the vision, it is the inspiration that, you know, where is the opportunity? And what I said is going on in our country and with many of our clients today, it is this realization of opportunity, having learned lessons from the lack of resilience. And I think there's a danger in trying to fight the last war. We can't look backwards, we need to look forward. So when we're talking about resilience, it's got to be about opportunity.
Anybody?
I think having a supportive board of directors is extremely important, and that is because in order to build a resilient model, you have to break things again, and you have to have a patient board, because sometimes breaking things means that you do not have the actual quarterly earnings that you want to achieve, and that things take time to build. So you have to have a very supportive board in order to be resilient.
Very good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that is very important, especially, I think the culture is the most important thing. The 2 factors, one thing that Eric talked about is look forward. That's very important. The second thing is open mind. Open mind kind of the mindset in your whole governance. And, you know, there is saying that if you cannot control the wind, you have the ability to navigate the sail, right? That's the most important, you know, ability in your culture. Yeah.
Last word.
10 seconds. There's a principle in the Punjabi culture called Chardi Kala. It means when you face challenge and adversity, face it with optimism and resilience. I'd invite all of us as business leaders to take that approach.
Sunny, you closed it so well. Big applause to a great panelist. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you always.
Please, please.
And a big thank you, Lubna. Thank you so much for that wonderful panel there, talking about resilience in terms of that corporate strength, in terms of how we need it. And I guess if we humans run out of resilience, we're going to have to turn our attention, our dependency, and our absolute trust to the robots. And let's see just how resilient they are. So what happens if your robot becomes more intelligent than you, or equally as intelligent? Let's see. We have two great speakers here, and we're going to have a listen and have a look at just what might happen, because it's all heading in that direction. Dr. Robert Plater, the CEO of Boston Dynamics, joins us, and he is in conversation with Peter Diamandis, the board member of FII, who is an author, a futurist, an engineer, a doctor, everybody. He's got it all. I'm looking forward to this one, Peter and Robert. Thank you both so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yesterday, we were on stage talking about superintelligence. Today, we're going to have a conversation about embodied intelligence. We've been talking about robots for 50 years, and humanoid robots are finally here. I'm in discussion here with Robert Plater, Dr. Robert Plater, the CEO of Boston Dynamics. Those of you who remember, Boston Dynamics is one of the extraordinary earliest companies in this field who put out these beautiful videos of their Atlas robot doing backflips and parkour, and their Spot dogs and Big Dog, an incredible company that was founded out of MIT. Dr. Plater led the company's R&D center to commercial products, a master's and PhD in Aeroastro, Course 16, which I hail from as well at MIT. Robert, a pleasure to have you here.
Thanks for having me today, Peter.
Yeah, so let's begin. Boston Dynamics, as a corporation, is now part of the Hyundai Group.
That's correct.
And you've been making a transition from pure R&D to commercialization. Can you talk about that as a CEO now? Does Hyundai give you the ability to do both of those, to continue to evolve your robot designs, as well as to go and look at creating a commercialization? And in which industries are you planning to play?
So, yeah, we've been in business for over 30 years, and the first 20 years, we did extensive research to make legged robots really work. And we basically got it to work, and we said, well, what's the next step? If we're going to really influence the world, we wanted to commercialize these technologies. And so we began to commercialize Spot, our first robot dog, that you see a little animation up here on the left. And here we're playing a video of Spot up on the main screen. And we began to deliver Spot in 2019. We have about 2,000 robots out in the world. It's being applied in manufacturing. You see an environment here where the robot is doing industrial inspection. We configure sensors on the robot, and it can basically keep the factory operating by detecting failures before it comes out. And Hyundai's absolutely encouraging continued research, because there's so much more to do. To build a series of robots, we have to continue to develop the technology while we're commercializing.
Now, you famously, the original Atlas that was doing the backflips and the parkour, incredible gymnastics, was hydraulic in nature, and you've made the switch to electric. Can you speak about that?
Yeah, in fact, I'll just fast forward quickly. This is our electric Atlas, and we wanted to go electric because there's some really amazing things you can do with all electric actuators, and you're seeing really remarkable agility that we can train the robot to perform in a couple of days using reinforcement learning.
I haven't seen any of the humanoid robots as elegant as Atlas is here.
It's really been the brand of the company to do whole body coordinated locomotion so that the robot can really go anywhere. But today, that's just table stakes. You know, honestly, with the advent of AI, we expect a lot more from our robots. And so we want robots to be doing tasks in a manufacturing environment. And that means we need to go to the next step. Not only do they need to balance, they need to use their hands, they need to be able to pick and place parts, and ultimately do manufacturing and final assembly. That we're seeing stuff like this in these videos.
I'd like to take a second and talk about why are humanoid robotics happening now? What's happened in the last couple of years that gives us this explosion we're seeing, obviously, in the United States. We'll hear tomorrow from 1X Technologies. We have, of course, Brett Adcock and Elon with their robots, and then an incredible long tail of robots out of China coming to. What is it that's enabling it now versus 10 years ago?
So, we started Humanoids in 2008, and we showed that a robot really could go anywhere. So I think we kind of showed the world, wow, a humanoid can have the agility and mobility that we want. And then what's happened recently is the advent of AI has completely changed how you program robots. It used to be you had to really understand the physics deeply, write feedback control systems. Today, you can train a robot in a matter of a couple of days using an advanced neural net. And so it's just changed the game. And that's really important because we want to be able to train robots quickly to do a variety of tasks. The only way a humanoid will be successful in the market is if it can do 10, 50, 100 different tasks to really make it pay for itself. And that means you need to be able to train it in a couple of days. And what we're seeing here on the screen is the robot doing part sequencing. This is a typical logistics task in a manufacturing environment in an automotive factory. And the robot needs to assemble all of these different parts. It goes to the line where it's assembled into the car.
I mean, it really looks beautiful and extraordinary. I love the design, so congratulations on that. Are you training these robots by having them watch and replicate in action? Are you giving them endpoints? What is the training methodology?
So there's a couple of different techniques you use these days. You use a lot of simulation. You can simulate the gross body motion, the mobility of a robot, and train it with millions of different examples, and that reinforcement learning, and then apply that to the robot. And that's what we saw when we were looking at the parkour type behaviors earlier. We're also using it training by direct demonstration. Basically teleoperate the robot remotely with a person, and pretty much anything you can teleoperate, you can put that into a policy and have the robot do it in a matter of days. And so this is, again, it's a remarkable acceleration from what we saw in the early days of the industry.
Are you building your own AI models? A number of the robots were working on different, hyperscalers, frontier labs models. What AI systems are you building on top of yourself?
So there's a couple different pieces of information when you build a neural net for these systems. And they will start with sort of large language models, visual language models, so that robots will understand the context of the world. But they need a lot of detailed data that right now, there is no internet of robot data to train the detailed mobility and manipulation tasks. And so you have to collect that somehow. And right now, we're doing that with teleoperation. And we have to collect our own data. And so right now, all the robotics providers are scaling up their data collection efforts, as we are as well, so you can create a critical mass of this data to train the robots.
Let's talk about applications here. There are people from around the world, industry leaders, government leaders. How would they engage with you? What type are you a platform play? How will they, are there verticals you're focusing on? How should they think about using Boston Dynamics technology in their business, in their homes? Talk about that.
We started as a platform play with Spot, and we sold 1,000 robots, but everybody bought 1 or 2, and they weren't going beyond that. The hardest thing in robotics is to make the robot actually do a useful task for a customer at a value that they're willing to pay for. And so we shifted our strategy to basically delivering a vertical integrated solution. And that's what we're doing with Spot. We're delivering essentially industrial inspection services and safety services with the robot. And we're going to do the same thing. We have another robot. I don't know if we're still playing videos. Stretch, which is a logistics robot. It unloads shipping containers, and it will do any box moving task in the warehouse. And with the humanoids, we're going to be applying this to manufacturing. Hyundai is our largest owner, where they've committed to buying tens of thousands of these robots to go into their factories. So not only will they be a captive customer for us, but we're building a purpose-built factory so we can build humanoids at scale starting in 2028.
So last year, I was interviewing Elon on stage about a number of topics, and we talked about how many humanoid robots he expected we'd have by 2040 and what the price points would be. His number for 2040 was 10 billion humanoid robots. He thinks 80% of Tesla's future value is going to be, his robots. How do you think about the numbers out there?
Well, I think that's, a robot for every person on Earth, and it will eventually get there, and the cost will eventually be in the tens of thousands as Elon projects. But that's going to take a while to get there. In order to get there, they really have to become functional. They're not useful enough yet for that level of scale, and they have to be manufactured at scale. And so everybody's trying to get to that point, and they're not quite there. But so we're starting with industry. We don't want to go to the home first. We're starting in industry, manufacturing, logistics, and hey, we have a robot coming down the aisle right now. So
Amazing.
Welcome.
Welcome, Spot.
This is our Spot robot. This is the robot. We have a few thousand out in the world today. Come on up, Spot. Let's give the people a show. Come on up here a little bit further. All the way up here. Watch out, cameraman. How about a little fist bump, Spot? Nice to see you. There you go. All right, great. So are you ready to do a little bit of show for the people here in the audience? Maybe a little happy dog. There we go. Okay. One of the great things about these kinds of physical robots is that they can express behavior. Now, he's not really feeling happy, but he can communicate that way. Now, Spot has cameras all the way around his body, and that's how he knows the environment that he's walking in. We can also pose the robot. So normally we would configure sensors on the back of the robot. We can point those sensors for doing industrial inspection. And this posing lets us point those sensors. Let's show a little bit of Spot walking. We'll just walk around this part of the stage here. The great thing about legs, of course, is that they can go pretty much anywhere a person can go. And so Spot can adjust its gait, it can step over obstacles, it can walk up onto objects in the environment. So pretty much anywhere a human can go, we can send the robots as well. Now, Spot is always balancing. So even if I give Spot a little bit of a shove here, I can't push it over. So basically it's reacting constantly and maintaining balance. Now, some of you may have seen that we made a show on America's Got Talent in the last few months. We got to, I think, the second round. But unfortunately, Simon Cowell buzzed us out. So how did that make you feel, Spot? A little sad. And what do you think of Simon Cowell for buzzing you out? Exactly. Anyway, so I'm really excited about the future with robots. Not only are they going to be broadly capable, they're going to be able to communicate, of course, through language. They're going to be able to understand us, and through their cameras, understand their environment. But they can also almost express. They can communicate through additional channels, as I just showed you, back to their coworkers. So thank you, Kamal. Let's give a real hand for Spot.
Thank you, Spot. Now, one could imagine, I mean, obviously Spot right now is human-controlled. One can imagine imbuing it with a relatively high intelligence and having it run around the room.
Normally it's completely autonomous. When it's deployed in a factory, we don't have a human operator there, and it's just doing
But what about the ability to have conversations with it, right? Where it's running a GPT-5 or a Grok 6 or whatever the case might be.
It's just going to make it trivial to work with. And I think this is a beautiful thing about the potential of AI. It's going to make this technology accessible to everybody. And I think the way we make the value of robots accrue not just to the owners of capital, but to people everywhere, is that if everybody can use it.
Yeah.
And so it's not going to require an advanced degree to work with a robot. You're going to be able to train it by demonstration. You're going to be able to communicate it with it. It'll amplify your own productivity.
The price point on a spot like this is what today?
Right now, the base platform of Spot is about, before you put any sensors on it, is about $100,000. And I understand that's expensive, but we're still in the very early days of commercialization. We've got about 2,000 of these out in the world. I'm sure that as soon as we can get to scaled manufacturing, and this is really the challenge at this stage of this industry, we're bootstrapping with relatively small production, trying to advance the capability so that we can enter mass production.
But if anybody knows about mass production and bring the price down, it's Hyundai.
And Hyundai is working closely with us to figure out how to scale that manufacturing. And very importantly, in automotive factories, we're going to be able to work both sides of the problem. We can change the manufacturing process to make it amenable to what robots can do. At the same time, they were changing the robot to be able to work. And so by solving both sides of the equation, I think we'll have more success.
I love the design of Atlas and the fluidity with which it works. When do you imagine we're going to start to see Atlas as a commercial product appearing on stage here or in people's factories?
We might bring Atlas on stage as early as next year. Certainly the following year, we will start deploying Atlas commercially in approximately 2028. And that's when we expect that we'll have a Hyundai factory built, purpose-built for our manufacturing will come online, and we'll begin to scale our humanoid production at that point.
Now, you've recently expanded your partnership with DHL. Can you speak to what you're doing with them?
Yeah, so with DHL, they're a consumer of our logistics robot, Stretch. And of course,
can we try and get the video?
Yeah, if we could rewind the video,
so we can see the Stretch.
I'd love to show it to them.
Stretch video,
if we can. So Stretch is a mobile robot. It's a wheeled base with a robot arm, and it autonomously moves into the back of a truck and begins to unload those boxes. And so that's the application that DHL, Inditex, Lidl are buying this robot from us. But ultimately, Stretch will be doing any box moving task in the warehouse. And there's a huge amount of manual labor that's needed. And of course, in the kingdom, they hope to become a logistics center of the world. And so we should be automating warehouses in the kingdom.
When I think about the robot world, I see a primary focus in two places, the US and China. China has a proliferation of robots, most famously Unitree, that's made probably the video YouTube world equally to Atlas in the past. How do you think about the robot companies in China?
You know, they've got strong support, and Xi Jinping has indicated a desire to win the robot race. And so they're flooding the market with support, and in the past couple of years, they've sprung up 35 or 40 new robot companies. And with the advent of AI, of course, it's not the tremendous effort required to get them to walk as it was when we first began. And so what we're seeing is what you can do relatively easily with AI these days, which is walk and run and maybe some gymnastics. What we're not seeing yet is actual commercial applications. And that is a big next step. How do you take that mobility, the ability to do work, and actually apply it to an application? And I'm not seeing that yet, but I'm sure it will come with the Chinese. It'll be a very competitive market.
And we're seeing a lot of interesting price points coming out of China as well.
Incredibly inexpensive. And so we need to be masters of our own destiny by bringing, really creating the whole ecosystem for manufacturing of robotics onshore. And we're doing this with Hyundai. And so not only are we building a factory down in Georgia, the component parts we're going to be building through the automotive supply chain. So we're essentially going to build a robotics supply chain in the United States so that we can control those costs and drive costs down.
I was going to go there next because very famously, China's creating robot cities, if you would, or robot, consortia, and it's, robot Olympic competitions to drive this forward. We're out of time here, but I just want to say, Robert, thank you for the beautiful robots you're building, and excited to see these enter. I want one. For our factories, our homes. Everybody, please give it up for Dr. Robert Player.
Thank you, Peter. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. I know we could have been entertained by Spot all afternoon. What did they say about bringing your animals to work? Huh? But that was a cute one. We liked it. And again, for $100,000 at the moment, we might order a few. But so wonderful. Thank you so much. And of course, Peter there, thank you so much for that wonderful conversation. It is that time of day now. We're at the halfway point, so I'm going to send you all to lunch. How nice is that? And lunch has been served just outside. You'll find it. You found it yesterday. You'll find it again today. Be back here, please, at 1:45. And what I need, we're looking at how big things get done, looking at the world's biggest projects, looking at the future of tourism. We have an entire session on tourism with Richard Quest. He's joining us from CNN, so you know that'll be good fun. And then, of course, we're having a focus on Syria later this evening, so you don't want to miss that. Please enjoy lunch. Be back here 1:45. Okay, 13:45, I'll join you then. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, a very warm welcome back to you. And to our dear friends down here, don't rush, but please pay attention to this stage for the moment, because we have a duet coming at you. We're going to have a big panel over here in just 10 minutes, but we're going to have the warm-up act in this wonderful stage here, and it's not me, you're fine. So we're looking at the world's biggest projects. We're really looking at what's happening in some of the mega events that are happening around the world. But first, we're going to have a wonderful speaker here, a gentleman who is a New York Times best-selling author of 4 mind-expanding books. So we're talking big projects, but we're also talking maybe time to expand your mind on this one. And he writes and thinks a lot about how do we think and how we can make better decisions, particularly in the face of uncertainty. So if you've ever wondered why big projects routinely fail, and some are triumphs, maybe not too many, his most recent book, How Big Things Get Done, this deals with all of that, and it's been co-written by an Oxford University professor, Bent Fluebeger. So Dan's book, of course, published in 26 countries in 1 million languages. I mean, you name it. He is the guy. He's spoken at many international corporations, worldwide in governments, and he comes with a background as a former journalist and a national affairs commentator. But he's here with us today. We are absolutely thrilled. Please give a very, very warm welcome to Dan Gardner. Dan will set the scene for us. Dan, wonderful to have you. We're looking forward to your talk.
I'm Dan Gardner. Now, you are all connoisseurs of big projects, so that probably means that you know my co-author, the Oxford University professor, Bent Fluebeger. And you probably also know Bent's database. Bent has the world's largest database of big projects. And you probably also know that that database has something to say about the quality of how we deliver big projects, and it's not good. Plot spoiler. Here are 3 key pieces of data. First, what percentage of big projects comes in on budget? Anybody? Survey says 47.9%. Kind of the definition of mediocrity. What percentage of big projects comes in on budget and on time? 8.5%. But of course, we don't just do big projects in order to deliver them on budget and on time. We do big projects to get the benefits of the project. You know, that's the profits, that's the people moved, that's the tourists attracted, or whatever. So what percentage of big projects comes in on budget, on time, and delivers the benefits it promised? 0.5%. A rounding error. I think we can all agree that that's not acceptable, okay? So how do we do better? Now, the full answer to how do we do better will, of course, take hours or days. I have 10 minutes. So I'm going to give you the 10-minute version, and I'm going to hit on 3 key points, and I'm going to draw them out of a project you will probably be familiar with. I'm sure most of you know this. This is the Guggenheim Art Museum in Bilbao, Spain. It was designed by the Canadian-American architect Frank Gehry, the legendary Frank Gehry. This project, when it opened in 1997, it was 3% under budget. It was on time, and not only did it deliver the benefits it promised, it actually massively exceeded the benefits. So this was a spectacular success, such a success that it made Frank Gehry the global rock star he became. So how was that possible? Well, the first of the 3 answers to that question I can show you with a photograph of Frank Gehry at the time that he was designing the Bilbao Guggenheim. That's him. When I look at that photograph, the first word that comes to mind is rumpled. Frank Gehry looks like he's been around the block 6 times. In fact, at that time, even though this was the project that made him a star, he had already been a working architect for 4 decades. And that fact goes a long way to explaining why this was such a successful project. Experience matters. Experience matters to big projects in 1,000 different ways. Now, you may be saying, isn't that kind of obvious? Don't we all know that? And you're right, it is obvious. I shouldn't have to say that. But I do have to say it because big projects routinely shortchange experience. Why does that happen? There's a long list of reasons, but the most common reason is politics. And you can see that in one of the worst fiascos in modern project history, California high-speed rail. In all of the United States, there is no high-speed rail, which tells you how much experience American engineers have with high-speed rail. So when California announced it was going to build a high-speed rail link between Los Angeles and San Francisco, the French company SNCF did a very smart thing. They opened an office in San Francisco, and they put up their hand and said, hey, California, we have 60 years of experience designing, building, and operating high-speed rail. Hire us in some capacity. But California didn't. For reasons of domestic politics, California failed to develop a relationship, a partnership with SNCF. And so SNCF said, okay, they closed the office, packed their bags, and went home. And now, excuse me, and now that project has been underway for 10 years. They have spent something like $17 billion, and it hasn't moved a single passenger, not one. And it's almost certain that, in fact, this project will never be completed. Experience matters. Now, on the flip side, by coincidence, at the same time that California was saying, hey, let's build America's first high-speed rail, Morocco said, let's build high-speed rail. There was no high-speed rail in Africa. So clearly, Morocco, they did not have any experience with this. But what did Morocco do? Morocco went to SNCF, the French company, and they formed a partnership, a very effective partnership. And they built that rail line in 7 years. It opened in 2018, and it's been operating smoothly since. Experience really, really matters. Now, experience isn't all that matters, of course, particularly when you're doing something as daring and bold and innovative as the Bilbao Guggenheim. By definition, when you're innovating, you're doing something that hasn't been done before. So how then do you compensate for the obvious loss of experience? Frank Gehry understood that problem, and he came up with an ingenious solution. You know what he did? He started to design the Bilbao Guggenheim, and he started to do it the old-fashioned way. Some paper, some sketches, and he'd have some ideas, and he would talk to his people, and he would talk to engineers, and he would talk to the client and work through the problems. And then he would start with crude models. And he continued iterating with the crude models. And then he went to more sophisticated models, and he would iterate. Now, everything that I've just said, architects have been doing that since the pyramids. But Frank Gehry, remember this is the mid-1990s, then did something that nobody else had ever done before. Frank Gehry looked at his design and he said, it's all curves. And Frank Gehry knew from experience, there's that word again, that it's very hard to translate curves from paper to buildings. And so Gehry said, how can I design in a reliable way? How can I design curves in a reliable way? Who does this with precision and reliability? And he had an ingenious idea. He said, the aerospace companies. Aerospace companies design with amazing precision. They have to. The jets wouldn't fly otherwise. And guess what? Those jets, curves everywhere. So Frank Gehry went to the French company Dassault, and he licensed their software for use in architecture. And then he translated his design into this digital simulation, and he continued iterating. What if we did this? What if we did that? What are the implications for the aesthetics of the building, for the structural integrity, for the plumbing, for the wiring? All the 10,000 questions. And he iterated to exhaustion. And only when he and his team were absolutely convinced that they had a truly rigorous, tested plan did delivery begin. Simulation and iteration is absolutely essential. Now, the really wonderful thing about this is that the technology that's available to us now for simulation, it's magical compared to what Frank Gehry had 30 years ago. It's amazing what we can do with simulations. But here's the critical thing to remember. As important as the technology is, far more important is how you use it. Are you pushing it? Are you really demanding a rigorous test? In our book, we talk about the Pixar, the animation company. Pixar is a very sophisticated company. They have very advanced computers, but they have a simulation and iteration process that can only be described as low-tech or even crude. But it works. And why does it work? Because the directors and animators at Pixar push and push and push and push. And again, only when they're absolutely convinced that they have tested everything that can be tested do they greenlight the project and bring it into delivery. Now, next item, the last item, after experience and after simulation and iteration. This factor comes in at the beginning of the project. And it's one, in fact, if I had to choose one, I would say it's the most commonly overlooked factor. And I think, personally, it's the most important factor of them all. And I can illustrate by this project. Where did this project come from? Spanish officials in the early 1990s came to Frank Gehry, and they had a very clear idea of what they wanted to do with their project. And the clear idea that they had looked absolutely nothing like what you're seeing here. Nothing. In fact, the Spanish officials came to Frank Gehry and they said, there is an old building in Bilbao. We would like you to renovate it to make it a suitable home for a Guggenheim Art Museum. Now, most people would just say either yes or no. Yes, that interests me, I'll take the commission, or no, no thanks, pass. Frank Gehry isn't most people. Frank Gehry starts every project the same way. He asks, why? Why are you doing this project? What do you hope to achieve with this project? Well, he started a conversation. And in that conversation, Gehry learned that Bilbao is an old Spanish industrial city, and the industry is gone. This town is economically depressed. Now, Spain, of course, has a huge tourism industry, but the tourists only go to southern Spain or Madrid. They don't go to northern Spain, which is where Bilbao is. So these officials had this idea. They said, if we have a Guggenheim Art Museum, we'll get the tourists that will come here and they will revive our economy. Simple, right? Makes sense. But Gehry thought about it carefully and he said, you know what? I don't think that can work. For them to want to go to Bilbao to see the Guggenheim Art Museum, they have to know that there's a Guggenheim Art Museum in Bilbao. For that to happen, you have to get global media attention. How do you get global media attention for a building renovation? And he said, the way you've designed this project won't work. But I have a better idea. Down at the bend in the river, there's an old factory. Knock that factory down. I will build a building, design a building for you, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. That will get global media attention, that will raise global awareness, and that will get you your tourists. And that is exactly what happened. That is what made this project the smashing success it was. And it wouldn't have happened if the project hadn't started with why. So, experience, simulate, iterate, why. That is how big things get done, or at least the 10-minute version. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dan. It's good to be back with you here on day 2. It's wonderful to see so many people here in the room. So we, having just listened to Dan, we are now looking at how to operate the world's largest projects. In 2016, I was here in Riyadh for the launch of Vision 2030. A year later, of course, the Kingdom announced its giga projects, including the audacious NEOM revealed here at the inaugural FII. And the signal at the time, and I remember it vividly, was this massive ambition for these giga projects went way beyond what is sort of single build sites. And while I have to admit, sitting in the room at the launch or the reveal of NEOM, it was hard to get your head around the enormity of that vision. What was clear that all of these developments form a coordinated strategy to diversify this economy away from its reliance on oil, to build global tourism, trade hubs, drive urban and technological development, all interconnected ecosystems designed to deliver clear national impacts. We're talking high-value jobs, we're talking foreign direct investment and tourism revenues. So, today, just less than a decade on, today's our opportunity to examine the progress of these large-scale projects, how they're being planned, how they're being executed, on how they're being governed, and how they are being financed. I want your involvement. There's going to be a QR code here on the screen. You've just been listening to Dan. I wonder if you were taking it all in. So I'm going to test you out to a degree. The question that you will find today on your screens when you scan that QR code is, what is the most important factor when deciding to invest in a mega project? Is it impact? Is it regulatory ease? Or is it finance? Choose either to vote now or perhaps listen to some of what we are about to discuss, and then we'll get back to this towards the end of our panel. Well, to get this progress report and to find out whether these mega projects are real catalysts for economic and real social change here. Let me bring on the panel today. I'm absolutely delighted. I'm joined by John Pagano, who is the Group CEO of Red Sea Global. Please come and join us, John. Marco Mejia, who is the Acting CEO of King Salman International Airport, KSIA. Jerry Inzerillo, who is the Group CEO of Diriyah Company, and Rayan Fayez joining us as well from NEOM, the Deputy CEO. Right. I think the best way to start this is to ask you each for a progress report. So, John, let me start with you. Briefly, for those in the room who haven't got their arms around exactly what you're doing at the Red Sea Global Development, just give us your sort of, elevator pitch, as it were, and a brief progress report.
Thank you, Becky, and thank you for having us. Quick report on Red Sea. Red Sea Global is building 27 resorts and hotels across two major destinations, the Red Sea Project and Amala. The report I'm going to give you today is that 10 of those hotels and resorts are open today. By the end of this year, we'll add another 3. Another 3 in December, another 5 in January, and by April, May of next year, all 27 resorts will be open, with infrastructure, all renewable energy based, with a brand new international airport that's been open since 2023. So we're delivering on the vision that was presented at the start when these big projects, the 3 giga projects were announced. We're realizing that vision. We're employing thousands of people, but most important of all, we're welcoming people from around the world. Not just domestic, not just regional, but people from as far away as South America and Australasia. So believe in the vision because it's real.
Thank you. And thank you for keeping that short and brief. Marco.
Thank you, Becky. Just reporting King Salman International Airport. We launched the company 2 years ago. We have done an amazing advance in the project. Number one, we identify the real identity that we want to sell to our visitors. This real identity, the hospitality of the Saudi culture and the Saudi culture are paramount for us when we're bringing anyone as a gateway to come into Riyadh and the kingdom. This project, the detailed master plan, has been fully approved. Detailed master plan is not just going to take us in the next 5 years, it's going to take us in the next 50 years. Meaning that we are creating an airport that is going to take us to 225 million passengers capacity. When we're doing this investment, has to be long-term, has to be sustainable. from the financial perspective. In addition to that, we're moving ahead with key assets. Why with key assets? Is because what we are doing is a brownfield project. So we are going to be expanding the existing airport. Expanding an airport is very, very delicate. So we need to do asset by asset in order to incorporate in the way we're growing. So, for instance, we're moving ahead with the design. We finalized the design of the third runway. That the construction is going to start in December. We already started the construction of the private aviation, and we're moving ahead with the Terminal 6 that is going to start the foundation in Q2 of 2026. So we have a steady project. We know what assets, we know how to integrate into the existing capacity that, by the way, the airport is running at a 14.5% growth year after year. So we are seeing an enormous capacity. This is the attraction that Riyadh is bringing. This is the attraction that the projects, the giga projects are bringing. That's why we are here. We're bringing the people to the Libya, we're bringing the people to the Red Sea, we're bringing the people to NEOM.
Talk about the interconnected ecosystem that I referred to at the beginning of this when the projects were launched. Jerry, keep it brief. You got 2 minutes. Go for it. Diria, what are you? And how are you doing?
I'm going to take 15 seconds to thank you, Becky, for all your years of being so fair and balanced to the kingdom. It means a lot to all of us. And congratulations to my colleagues on their amazing success. I'm very pleased to report that our great President of Development, Mohammed Saeed's here. We were on site yesterday morning, 56,000 workers on Diriyah, on time, on budget, ready to go for the Expo of 2030. I'm very pleased to tell you that by December, at this pace, we will have welcomed 4 million people to the UNESCO World Heritage Site at Taref. Big accomplishment for us. Our Bijeri district, which we opened 3 years ago, our new Zalal district that we opened last year. Last night, we did 4,200 covers in Bijeri and Zalal. Our Bab Salman Hotel, one of 42 hotels open, will do a 91% occupancy this month. We've finished 9 kilometers of parks that go right from the King all the way to the Western Ring Road. We've already planted with smart city technology 6.5 million trees, shrubs, and bushes. So our community already have 9 kilometers of parks. So I'm thrilled to say that we're on time, we're on budget. None of this would have been possible without the support of His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman and our great governor of PIF, Yasir Al-Rumayyan. So we're very, very pleased with where we are.
Progress sounds terrific. We're going to drill down on some of the challenges that you face and what are these mega projects momentarily. Rayan, you're Deputy CEO. NEOM has been in the news. Let's be quite clear about this. And there have been many reports about, things slowing down, projects being sort of mothballed there. So I want you to be absolutely clear about what NEOM is today in 2025 and what it isn't.
Sure. Thank you very much, Becky, and thanks for the FII for inviting me into this, in this panel. As you know, and you referred to it correctly, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, announced NEOM on this stage in 2017, and it's almost difficult to understand the enormity of what that project is. We're in 2025. The vision remains the same. It's a multi-generational, visionary project with a mandate to create a blueprint for what sustainable cities and economic development of the future looks like. How does that, and you have to remember, it's not just a real estate project. It's the region the size of Belgium. So if you think about the enormity of the project, you need to think about the various different regional developments within a region that is the size of a country, 26,000 square kilometers. But although it's a long-term project, and although it's multi-generational, let me take a few minutes to just describe what we have today, or 30 seconds maybe. We have today a significant investment in infrastructure. So we have a port up and running with an expansion that's just around the corner to be completed to service not only NEOM, but the whole northern part of the Gulf region. We have the largest green hydrogen project in the world that's 80% complete, and we're proud of that is funded and invested by third-party capital as well as NEOM, both debt and equity. We have a joint venture with DSV to oversee all of the logistics in the region. We also are very, very proud to be the host of Data Vault's 1.5 gigabyte the green AI data center, one of the largest in the region. So in addition to many others in the pipeline of investments coming into NEOM. The general theme around these investments is really investing in the infrastructure of the future to make it ready before we start hosting tourists, residents into the city of the future.
So let me just speak to a couple of those points. The original plan, as revealed back in 2017, was 9 million residents, you know, a very futuristic city, these linear skyscrapers, or these linear buildings, as it were, not necessarily skyscrapers, going something like 170 kilometers. Look, at the time, I remember thinking, is this supposed to be delivered by 2030? Because if it is, that sounds not just audacious, it sounds impossible. And I wonder whether, I've got 2 points for you here. I wonder whether by announcing or revealing NEOM at the same time as these other giga projects, which had a sort of, you know, had a sort of a definitive date against them, whether there was a sort of self-imposed deadline, as it were, that slightly confused people as to what NEOM was for and what it was about and where it was going. So I just want to just put that lay that on the table at this point. And secondly, look, we read reports about a comprehensive review of what is going on at NEOM. And we also, and it's clear that there is a recalibration of funds and financing, some of that away from what were key priority projects to others. So in your role, can I just ask very specifically, is it clear to you, are you being given clear direction and a clear budget, as I will ask the others, about, because finance, as we know, is clearly important. Have you got a clear budget, and do you understand exactly what the vision now is for NEOM?
I mean, let me be clear. I mean, the 9 million population was never a 2030 target. And if you build a city, whether it's Riyadh or Jeddah or any other city, it's a particular city from scratch, it's a living city. It doesn't have an end date. So 2030 was always a vision to set a target, but certainly NEOM was never part of a specific completion of all of NEOM by 2030. And as you said, I mean, if you think of the enormity, the size, 9 million city in whatever it was, 12 years or since the announcement of NEOM till 2030, it is impossible. It's master planned to allow for that to happen over generations, but it's not built to deliver 9 million by 2030. So that's very clear for us. What's also clear, going back to your point, is when we think of today, obviously we've done a lot. We've master planned. We started building on many of the regions. It is a good point to reassess what worked and what hasn't worked, to reassess where do you put capital to work, to assess capital allocation both from the PIF to us, but also from us to the different projects of NEOM, and really anchor the decisions going forward on what is commercially viable and feasible, as well as what delivers economic development. Because we're not just a simple real estate project to sell real estate. And putting that lens into the decisions that we're making today with a lot of discipline is what's going to help us look at what does NEOM look like going forward, while maintaining the vision that His Royal Highness set out in the beginning.
So you have a budget, and the budget is clear.
The budget evolves every day, by the way, and I think everyone around this room will know this.
And I look to the rest of you.
The budget is there. The capital allocation from the PIF will be subject, as you know, to the PIF decisions as to where capital goes.
Dan, let me bring you in here. You are well aware of these projects, and I mean, you'll have been across these for the past decade or so. As an external observer, and caveat, let's just set the context for this. I mean, by 2040, something like 94 trillion will be spent on infrastructure projects around the world. And if history dictates, many of those projects are going to be over budget and behind time. So as you look at the scale of the projects here and the progress that's been made. What's your sort of initial observation?
Well, in regard to the, let's not be entirely negative. Let's say that the amount of money that is being spent on mega projects is so vast, and the record, frankly, of mega projects is so bad, that if we have incremental growth, you can actually make enormous savings. You can make enormous gains. We're starting from a low position. In regard to Saudi Arabia, I'm sorry, I just have to step back. As a foreign observer, I'm looking at this from a distance. It's enormously ambitious. I love it. It's a fantastic thing. You know, there was an American writer in 1910 who wrote a book called Street Town, and it looks an awful lot like Neon, right? And what would the world learn from this brilliant vision in 1910? The answer is nothing, because they never tried it. What is the world learning from Saudi Arabia? Because you are trying it. You know, I don't think you should lose sight of that.
Right. I mean, look, you know, not for a moment should we underplay the enormity of what has happened here and what is happening at NEOM and what is happening on these other projects. So I want to really drill down with you guys about how these projects are being delivered, governed, how technology plays a role in what is going on. Because this interconnected ecosystem that is designed to ensure clear national impact is the bedrock of what you guys are doing as you design new sectors for this economy. I mean, this is enormous. So, John, let's start with you. When we talk about technology, I mean, you start with what in the past would have been a very static master plan. These days, these things are digitized. The entire process as you move towards launch, and then, of course, as these projects are launched. This is a massive digital undertaking these days. Can you just talk to how technology sits at the heart of what is going on?
Well, look, I think, you know, digital and tech is intimately involved in the entire development cycle. You start from the design process. You know, no longer do people draft on a drawing board and make up designs. It's all done on computers. We're using BIM to model in 3-dimensional so we can visualize and we can understand how the pieces will ultimately come together. And then we ultimately construct it and follow that through. That's more traditional or old school, although we do use, you know, advances in technology to do the kinds of things, the kinds of buildings that we've delivered on Red Sea, for example. But beyond that, we started with the premise that we were going to be a sustainable development. We wanted to be setting new standards in sustainable development, and you've heard me say this before, where we moved the narrative beyond sustainability, moved into regenerative development, which meant that we were going to go further. We were going to actually make the place better, and we can't do that without technology. So right from the get-go, we were building a smart destination. We built the ICT infrastructure to allow us to connect the entire destination, to monitor our environment. Our environment is our most valuable asset. And today, and though we didn't fully understand it at the time, we enabled ourselves through the Internet of Things and machine learning as it was then to now today with, you know, artificial intelligence. We're using the power of technology to actually monitor on a real-time basis the sea, the air, the land, the habitats, the corals, the fish in the sea. So we can learn on a real-time basis and react to anything that might be happening that was not originally anticipated, right? Because this is a large living experiment. So it does permeate everything that we do. We built that in from day one. Technology supports our guest experiences. We've innovated through the introduction of smart luggage. So we want to make traveling as easy and as painless as possible. If you travel with young kids and you arrive at a destination, the last thing you want to do is have to go try to collect all of your luggage, and you're dealing with strollers, etc. With smart luggage, which is a technology that we developed with partners, your luggage will be automatically coded at the point of departure. When you arrive, you don't pick up your luggage. It'll find you when you arrive at your resort. And that's just an example of how we've used technology to actually make the guest experience simpler, smoother, less friction. There's other use cases that one will apply, but those are the normal things that you would expect in terms of efficiency gains and energy efficiency. But fundamentally, we're using tech is pervasive in everything that we do today, which...
And I want to ask you all about tech. I also want to ask you about how you balance this sort of sustainable development with the huge ambition that you have for these projects. Marco, I don't know if you want to pick up there.
Thank you, Becky. So regarding technology, technology is absolutely at the center core of the development. As we all know, airports are absolutely regulated. It's a regulation in every single checkpoint that we have in an airport. The only way for us to improve the passenger experience that is a paramount for us is through technology today. So we need to challenge the different checkpoints, and actually when you work with the different entities, international entities, that's the long-term vision. That's where we want to be. We want to be with a token that everybody goes through biometrics and improve the passenger experience. Why? Because today the airport have to move, knowing the movement of masses, processing 345 passengers in a security lane. We want to personalize experiences. We want to understand you better when you travel alone as a business, when you're traveling with your family, and when you're traveling with elderly. So we need to know you as a passenger better. That's something that we want to use technology for that. In addition to that, it's extremely important for us to digitalize everything in the digital twin today. Why? Because in the long term, we're going to be operating an airport, and we need to measure absolutely everything. So we need to understand what are the taxi times, what are the taxiways that we're using the most, why are delays on the cyberspace, how is the processing of the passengers. So everything has to be digitalized. We will use our artificial intelligence platforms, and that will send us warnings through in order to bring even our own people, if required, in order to solve the issues. We need to use technology, but at the same time, we have to humanize the technology aspects with our people on the ground, taking our passengers in every single need. So I will say, Becky, that as the technology is a really important factor, but the human touch has to be always there. So we are trying to balance that in both at the airport, because it's the welcoming part. We want to tell them, welcome, anything that you need, we're here to serve.
I mean, and thank you. And Jerry, this idea of sort of balancing, sustainable development, innovative development, technology-led development on a massive project like yours. And I mean, I was with you recently there. I mean, it is absolutely remarkable when you see what is going on at DRIA. How do you balance all of those issues with this massive ambition, the pressure you have to deliver? And second question to you, as you've worked through the planning and execution on this, what's been the most prescient systemic risk for you as you work through this?
Yeah, I think DRIA is a really interesting case study, because there's a tension or a potential conflict of how do you preserve cultural integrity and tradition and embrace all modern technology and elements of sustainability. It's very interesting. And a lot of people think they're in conflict with each other. They're not necessarily. But I'll give you one little data point to show you how beautiful this is. DRIA is 14 million square meters. Now, a lot of people don't know this, because why would you? But everybody knows that Beverly Hills sits in the metroplex of Los Angeles. But nobody knows how big Beverly Hills is as a municipality. It's 14.7 million square meters of development. DRIA is sitting in the municipality of what will be an unbelievable G20 new Riyadh, 2030, 2040, when the population goes to 10, 12 million people. We're a jewel of 14.2 million square meters. So DRIA is the equivalency of a Beverly Hills. Now, we wanted authenticity from tradition, because you can't mess with DRIA. It's the birthplace of the kingdom. It's where Arabia started. It's a 600-year-old history. So we use big, clunky mud bricks, because that's what the typology supported, unlike Roman or Greek bricks. Well, His Royal Highness wanted authenticity. We had to go out and make 20 million mud bricks by hand. 20 million. We did it, right? Mohammed and the team, they still got all mud underneath their fingernails. But here's the thing. We went back to His Royal Highness and said, Your Royal Highness, we can make the 3 bricks in organic material the way they did 300 years ago. We can make them with fiberglass, and you make them like a peanut M&M. You put the mud on it, or you can have a cement-based. His Royal Highness, everybody knows in this room, the one thing you can't do with him is get delays, right? You have to be on time, right? The only time in 8 years he gave us more time was to make all the organic bricks, because the way Georgetown has form-based code with red bricks, London with the white stucco, we have that monochromatic, beautiful thing that you've seen. And now in our master plan, all amber technology, no white lights outside. But with all our lighting technology, we only use 11% of the power of a street light in New York or a street light in Paris, right? Now, what we did, we went out and found the mud masons that took care of Direa for the last 100 years. There were almost 83, as I recall. We took them. These old people, they were only men in those days. We created a mud academy. We have over 200 young people, men and women now, making the mud the way we did 300 years ago. So we're using all new technology. Only 6, 7 years ago, we didn't recycle water in the wadi. We still have an underwater table, right? One final point. With the 6.5 million trees and bushes, we're using no more water now than before the 6.5 million. Of course, we're recycling, we're reclaiming reservoir, recycling all the water. Final point. Now, all the children go into Direa to see the original mud structures of 300 years ago. But now with augmented reality, with AI, they can see the way the city operated. But now you know where your car is, what your reservation is, how you book into a hotel, how you're in our museums, all with new technology.
That's amazing. I mean, it is remarkable. And again, I have to sort of step back and remind myself that we are talking less than a decade ago that these projects were launched. The global headwinds, of course, in managing large-scale projects, we have to think about the global headwinds that you guys have faced, and those have been extraordinary, not least the issue with global supply chains through COVID and all the rest of it. Let me come back to Neon before we bring Dan back in. Just walk me through, as things stand today, where your greatest opportunities are when it comes to technology, sustainability, and where your biggest challenges are.
I think when we look at where can we apply technology, and today we're one of the largest construction sites in the world, and most of the capital that we're putting to work is going into construction. So it does make sense for technology to be applied today in design and construction technologies. I mentioned earlier an automated rebar caging assembly joint venture with Samsung that we've signed. We're kind of starting that up as we speak. That should reduce. So I want to link sustainability to technology. It's not there just for the sake of using technology. It is actually applying sustainability, economic and human sustainability across technologies. When you think of a region the size of Neom and building a renewable energy and water infrastructure, the price of building incremental energy capacity is now much cheaper using solar than ever before. So doing that sustainably, not only is it good for the environment, but it's also good for business. So having the opportunity of creating something from scratch where you're not anchored by either legacy technologies or legacy systems gives us the opportunity to start where people left off and build the technology, build the city based on the technologies of the future. In addition, obviously facilitating things like Data Vault, which is the green, 1.5 gigawatt green AI data center to really help build the city and the infrastructure based on technologies of the future. The challenge will always be in a long-term project like Neom and many of the other projects. Some of the destinations will be years before those destinations are ready to host tourism. How do you guarantee that the technology you're deploying today is still going to be relevant for the future?
That's a very relevant question for all of you. I mean, John, you know, when you think about where you're at, and you've just given us a really good sort of progress report. I mean, how long will it be before you can genuinely say, look, you know, we're done, we're open for business, or is this a sort of, you know, you may tell me that this is just something like an amoeba, it just sort of keeps going, but, you know, how far into the future are you looking, and how do you ensure that you are sort of relevant as with regard technology as this thing continues to develop?
Well, I think, as I said at the beginning, we're almost done, but we are open for business and have been for now well over a year. Look, cities evolve, destinations evolve. We try to stay ahead of the technological curve, but you can never be that far ahead. What we've done is applied state-of-the-art technologies today. We've applied them in a manner that has never been undertaken before. We are a proof of concept where we are operating renewable energy and renewable utilities across the board, because ultimately all power is originated from the sun 24 hours a day. Now, that technology existed in parts, and it's been done in relatively small scale. We've demonstrated to ourselves, to Saudi Arabia, and to the world that you can actually put it together. Was it easy? Absolutely not. Did it work right out of the box? No way. But with the best minds applying to it, we got it to work. And we did it on scale. I'm proud of the fact that we at Red Sea, and I'm sure NEOM will eclipse us because they're much bigger, built the biggest battery storage system in the world. Little Red Sea on the Saudi coast built the biggest battery storage system in the world. We've shown that it can be done. Now, technology is ever moving fast. Storage of energy is the biggest single challenge that will unlock the future for humanity. And the current model of lithium-ion batteries isn't the answer. It's limited. It has its own environmental issues. If somebody solves that storage problem, that's the fourth industrial revolution right there, because it'll unlock everything. It'll unlock the data centers of the future to support the growth in AI computing power that we're going to need. So there's no end state for technology, because every couple of years it doubles. So what we want to do is try to build the latest, the greatest, state-of-the-art. In terms of the destination, we're fully open. We will be fully open in 26 when we open the remainder of the resorts, but there's more down the pipeline. We have other projects. And like any real estate developer, we're going to recycle capital. We will monetize what we've developed, and we will continue to develop other projects, not only at the Red Sea, but all the way up and down the west coast of Saudi Arabia, and indeed beyond.
And beyond. And I note that you said beyond, because you have talked about recently your first overseas project. Can you provide any more detail on that?
Well, I think, as I said, the clue is in the name. We're Red Sea Global. We changed our name a couple of years ago to really put out there to the world our ambition to go beyond Saudi Arabia. We have built a Saudi company, a real estate champion that actually can deliver and execute projects on scale, but also, you know, revolutionary projects, transformational projects, and we're going to look to do that elsewhere. And we are looking at, we have a project in Italy, which I can't go beyond telling you that it's in that country, but our first project, international project, will be built by Red Sea Global, a Saudi-made company investing in another country, but delivering the same vision and message of Saudi-made, Saudi pride, Saudi success.
Yes.
These are significant proof points. So Dan, let me bring you back in at this point. We've talked now about some significant proof points. I want to talk about the kind of human capital story, because at the heart, again, of this vision that I listened to here in Riyadh back in 2016 was about building the opportunity for Saudis, building high-value jobs, incubating new industries, and as we sit here today, I note that this is a living, breathing panel, which proves that so much of what was envisioned back in the day is now being completed on. Your reflections as you listen to what you're hearing here.
Well, in particular, on the technology piece, I do want to say this. First of all, I love all of the technology. I love simulation technology. I love where it's going. Digital twin technology is absolutely spectacular. But there's an asterisk. And we always have to bear this in mind. It's the old maxim, the map is not the territory. Right? No matter how good the simulation is, it will not exactly fit with reality. And the temptation is that when the simulation gets very, very good, and it's giving you answers, that you simply accept all those answers. So the simulation tells you the problems have been eliminated. The simulation tells you the risks have been eliminated. No, you cannot allow yourself to be lulled into that. There always have to be thoughtful, imaginative human beings in charge of the technology who are aware that there may always be gaps between the reality and the technology. Otherwise, you could get in trouble.
I'm being told that we've got to wrap this up, but I do very briefly just want to go down the line. I mean, we talk about a couple of things. You talked about, you know, where NEOM stands today, and we've heard from the others on these on where their projects stand as well. When it comes to investing in local talent, providing high-value jobs, is NEOM completing on that?
Actually, we started a scholarship program 5 years ago, and this year we had the first batch graduating, more than 130 who joined us just a few weeks ago. So significant investment is going into human capital. We also have major training and development programs. Actually, that program, the scholarship program, is for the region of Tabuk. It's not actually, it's to make sure there's a return on investment to the region itself that we operate within. And obviously, we have a graduate program for Saudis that come into NEOM. It's a brand that is attracting a lot of talent from all over the world, as well as from Saudi, and we're proud to be in a position to attract some of the best.
I've run out of time. You've all been fantastic. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. And if you just want to put up the QR, the poll on the screen, if we can, as I ask my panelists to leave. Impact. What is the most important factor when deciding to invest in a mega project? I'll let you guys go. Impact, 20%. Regulatory ease, 40%. 40% on finance. Thank you very much indeed.
Becky, thank you so much. And again, please put all your attention here, please. You know, we look around the world at the moment here, and we look at how nations thrive. We look at the geopolitical impacts. We look at all of the impacts that can actually happen. And you know, our dear friend Richard Attias brings us many, many great conversations. So I'm bringing him back to the stage for another wonderful conversation this afternoon. Joining us is the Special Envoy to the Russian President for Investment and Economic Cooperation, the CEO of Russian Direct Investment Fund, Kirill Dmitriev, and of course, in conversation with Richard Attias himself. So if we can have them both on stage. Richard, thank you so much.
Thank you, Whitney. Thank you. Always good to see you, Kirill. Long time no see.
Thanks for having me, Richard.
Thank you for coming from Moscow and on your way to Asia, and for accepting to be, as usual, very transparent in a very challenging time, in a very interesting time. Please, my dear friend, if you want to take your seats, because we need some calm for this important conversation. I know Kirill will always be disruptive and I would not say provocative, but always very transparent. Kirill, you know, this year the theme is Key for Prosperity. Can prosperity be decoupled, separated from politics?
Richard, so first of all, thanks for having me here. I think FII really became a huge global platform, an amazing global platform, and we'd like, of course, to thank the King, His Royal Highness Crown Prince, for really not only the FII, but also example of Saudi Arabia, an example of great growth economically, a great transformation for the better. And I think there are several examples on politics and business I'd like to mention. I think one very positive one is Saudi-Russia relationship. So, you know, we had not very good political relationships before, and then under the leadership of the King, Crown Prince, basically we decided let's reevaluate relationship. And in 3 years, we were able to really go to become great partners. We made OPEC Plus deal happen that really benefited the world security, energy security. And this is an example where politics then drove lots of joint investments. And together with Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, we've done 70 investments together.
17?
70. So
that's 70, wow.
70. So that's an example of a positive example. I think a negative example is what we see in Europe. And I think politics there with really uncontrolled immigration drives lots of the bad economic decisions. And frankly, when you have bad decisions on immigration and inability of politicians to acknowledge those mistakes and to change policies, this is not a way to prosperity. But even there is hope, because we believe once we solve political issues with the US businesses would also come back to Russia, European businesses will run after the US businesses, and will help to save Europe from its civilizational suicide by allowing access to the Russian market. And to end on a positive note, I think it's about Global South. I think Global South is a great example of really decoupling politics and business. And one of the engines of Global South growth is because Global South is better not to try to put restrictions, not to try to put political pressures, and that is why we are big believers in Global South. In China, in India, in other countries that really believe that by being partner, you gain more.
Amazing. So I like this notion of positivism, but still we need to talk about isolation. So how do you think economies drive growth, which is extremely important today, while you are navigating isolation and realignment?
Yes, I think that's a very important question, because there are lots of isolationist ideas, isolationist approaches, and we believe they do not really work long term. And I want to give you some numbers. You know, there are lots of false narratives about Russia. One of them is that Russia is somehow isolated. Well, we had historic trade with China at 245 billion, higher than ever before. We have a 69 billion trade with India, up 33% last year, also historically high. So Russia is not isolated. We are great working economically with mostly Global South. Now, how does that impact the world? Well, our export settlements in dollar and euro declined to just 18%, and around 40% of trade is happening in ruble, around 40% trade is happening in other currencies. So as a result, we really see this currency move to more of local currencies, because they're not weaponized as sometimes a dollar is. And if you look at Russian economy, and just give you some numbers, I think many people will be shocked. So this is numbers of growth, unemployment, debt, and budget deficit of Russia, EU, UK. Sorry, I'll run through some of them. So Russia last year grows 4%, Europe, UK around 1%, a little bit less than 1%. 4% of Russia grows. Unemployment in Russia 2.2%, in EU 6%, in UK 5%. Debt to GDP in Russia around 15%, in Europe around 100%, in UK 97%. Budget deficit in Russia 2.6%, in EU 3.3%, in UK 5.1%. And inflation, some officials said, oh, Russian inflation is around 20%. Well, that's factually wrong, it's actually 8%, and the forecast for the end of the year is around 6.57%. So on all of the macro indicators of growth, etc., Russia beats EU and UK. And I think one of the reasons is the cost to Western nations of sanctions. And we mentioned before around 300 billion that US businesses lost from moving outside of Russia. Our estimate of cost to Europe is 1.3 trillion lost on basically moving away from Russian gas. I mean, there are lots of immigration programs they could have done with this 1.3 trillion.
And India is playing a big role with you, no?
Yes, and with India we are doing very well. And what's very important is that I want to touch a little bit on, this cost of Russian sanctions to Western nations. Because in EU, high energy costs, drive deindustrialization. So lots of businesses move outside of Europe. I think midterm, what will happen is that people see that dollar is not very reliable, Global South is doing separate payment systems, and other systems that cannot be weaponized. And one of the, I think, important example just recently, so we had one of the US officials who called me Russian propagandist. And it's actually good for me because most people call me in Russia peace propagandist, or sometimes even, or God forbid, President Trump's team propagandist. But regardless, why was this person nervous? Because he was asked about the consequences of energy sanctions on Russia and didn't really address what the question was. So I said, sanctions on Russian oil will reduce oil supply to the world, will increase energy prices in the world because Russia cannot be really substituted fully, and that will lead to higher gas prices in US gas stations. By the way, right before midterms. So this is the result of consequences of energy sanctions. Now, if you don't believe Kirill Dmitriev, special envoy to President Putin, you can ask ChatGPT or Grok. It will tell you the same thing. You sanction Russian oil, prices of gas increase in the US. So the reason I'm mentioning this, and I'll just give you one example, and we'll be much more positive throughout the conversation, is because there are so many false assumptions. And all we want is people to really be making decisions based on right facts. So another one, and I'll get very hard time for this example, but it's an example of vaccine. Because what we did, we launched Sputnik vaccine, which was very much a natural vaccine. So it was based on human adenovirus. It's a virus that humans lived with for 30,000 years. So you can say it's been tested for 30,000 years. Now the alternative was newly developed mRNA technology. And by the way, it's a great technology, and we have cancer vaccine based on mRNA technology, but its consequences have not been studied mid-term or long-term. And we warned, guys, this is a new technology. Maybe you have to be a bit careful. No, 2 billion, 3 billion people were injected with mRNA technology, not studied before. And now some people are finding out some of the consequences of this decision, and you can talk to US Health Secretary Robert Kennedy, how he thinks about mRNA vaccines and its use in COVID epidemics. So the lesson here is, let's really think about facts. Sometimes Russia says things that make sense, and its opinions cannot be ignored.
Impressive. Kirill, you lead the sovereign wealth fund of Russia, if we can call your great institution like this. So which role do you think these sovereign wealth funds could play as engines of stability in the world of total uncertainty?
Yeah. Richard, I think, again, great question, because sovereign wealth funds can be a great engine for development. And I think PIF is, by the way, a great example of a successful sovereign wealth fund.
It is definitely the engine of Vision 2030.
Yes, and it's an engine of Vision 2030, and Crown Prince saw this opportunity to really make development profitable. I think one of the big issues with development is that lots of programs, they do not have good financial result. So they're not really sustainable in the financial terms. PIF is making great decisions that are good for Saudis, that are good for growth, and also that make money. And I think this is really why sovereign wealth funds all over the world can play a huge role going forward. I'll give you a secret story. So when Crown Prince first came to Russia, to St. Petersburg, and he attended dinner we had with other sovereign wealth funds, around 20 sovereign wealth funds around the world, and they said, we are having good experience investing in Russia. Here are examples. He made a commitment to invest with RDIF, a big commitment, right after that dinner, because he saw the power of sovereign wealth funds working together, of really profitably driving growth of the economy. So I think the world of sovereign wealth funds and the role will increase. And I think PIF is an incredibly positive and powerful example, because it was also so much empowered by Crown Prince to do amazing, great things.
Sorry to talk again about the geopolitical situation. You are facing a geopolitical shocks. So how infrastructures in general could, I would say, be structured to survive this conflict? And in particular, energy, of course, technology, Of course, I see here His Excellency the Minister of Tourism. Thank you for your presence, and tourism in particular. How do they survive these conflicts, these sectors?
Yeah, well, I think those sectors really show our interconnectivity. And I would like to thank Minister Al-Khatib, because he's been incredibly successful in driving tourism. And it's a great success story of Saudi tourism development. Now, all of the Russians want to come to Saudi. Now, it's good because they can spend quite a bit of money in Saudi. And it shows Russian-Saudi interconnectivity. By the way, lots of our friends from the Middle East are coming to Moscow, find it safe. You know, I'm not going to compare it to London, but it's a nice place and people enjoy it very much. So again, tourism shows our connectivity very much. So does energy with OPEC+, so does technology. And I think here, I think it's very important that there are some big ideas that we can pursue. One, of course, is interconnectivity on energy, not only on oil, but also thinking about LNG and how we can jointly do LNG projects together. And Russia has some great technology that even the US can use in Arctic for LNG. And basically, there is huge complementarity in LNG throughout the world. Definitely, there is great opportunity in AI, and Russia has lots of cheap energy for AI production. And of course, our infrastructure projects, and we are proud to have offered Russia Alaska under the sea bridge tunnel. We call it with a very modest name of Putin-Trump tunnel. And it became available because of Elon Musk's technology, because the cost would have been around 60 billion before, but with Elon Musk boring machine, which is amazing. And he just said, look, tunnels are being developed in the wrong way, let's do it a good machine. We can bring the cost to 8 billion. So soon we will travel by this tunnel. So
Russia and the United States will be connected.
And not only Russia and the US, but also Eurasia, Afro-Eurasia continent with the Americas. So it will be the first connectivity between the continents.
So you are definitely a peace builder.
Yes, and I think it's important to think big. So we are peacemakers, but we believe that joint connectivity, joint business is the foundation of peace. It's the foundation of joint work and development.
You are isolated, but what do you do on AI? Tell us more, because we don't have a lot of information. How Russia is developing its AI strategy. We know that you have great engineers, amazing talents. What's going on in Russia? How do you, I would say, participate to these AI explosions?
Yes. Well, first of all, we work quite a bit with China on AI, and I think there is a big opportunity, again, to partner on AI. We have lots of our own AI products, and if you really look at lots of engineers in Silicon Valley, people who are driving AI revolution, they're Russians doing this. We have a great company called Yandex, which is doing very well and basically does lots of AI and autonomous driving vehicles and robotics. So we believe AI revolution is happening. Now, of course, it's better to partner on AI. And of course, we are looking forward to providing some of the really Russian energy advantage to lots of AI infrastructure of the world.
You are a global citizen, so how do you see nations able to promote soft power during war times?
Yeah, I think it's about honesty, because I think it's great President Trump disbanded USAID, because that was the engine of not honesty. That was the engine promoting revolutions and really the lying engine. And they did some good things, but there was lots of misinformation there, etc. So I think soft power in the world of lots of false narratives, in a world where people are afraid to acknowledge their mistakes, is about really honesty. It's also about humanitarian work and working together with other nations on humanitarian issues, as we did on vaccine. It's about exchanges between our young people. I think young generation is our great future, and they think differently. And we need to let them live in peace and prosperity. And I think it's a combination of those things, not really government programs so much, but really citizen diplomacy, understanding each other, and really have dialogue as a key value. Because once you understand position of one another, you'll always find a solution. The reason why we cannot find many of the solutions is that we just don't listen to one another. Biden completely not talked to Russia at all. I mean, to one of the greatest nuclear power in the world. How can you not talk? And this was his failed policy, failed Bidenomics, failed Biden policy, and we are glad that the world is changing to have much more of a dialogue and understanding of each other.
Kirill, what's next for Russia? What's next for Russia? And as a peace promoter, what are your hopes, or what do you think will happen? Because it's a big question mark for everyone, not only for investors. So what's next for Russia? What's next for your region? What's next for the world?
I think, first of all, people need to know some facts, and I mentioned some of them. Another fact is that Russia is one of the greatest holder of, well, it is #1 possessor of natural resources in the world. So we have 75 trillion of natural resources. US has around 45 trillion, and Saudi is in third place with 35 trillion. So we are the three nations with the largest volume of natural resources, and there's a huge opportunity in joint exploration. Russia is open for that. There is huge opportunity to have infrastructure to pursue this joint exploration. So we are sure that we are on a road to peace, and as peacemakers, we need to make it happen. We are on a road to better understanding each other, and we are on a road to really know that only through joint investments, through joint economic cooperation, through sovereign wealth funds, through making profitable growth together, can we really move forward and make the world secure. Because people right now are focused on this like regional conflict that exists around Russia, but we don't want this to escalate into a bigger conflict. So we need to do better than we are, not worse than we are. And for that, I really appreciate all of you listening to Russian perspective. You know, people try to not have you listen to Russian perspective. People try to attack me for sharing Russian perspective, but we'll share Russian perspective. Because by knowing Russian perspective, the world is more safe, more secure, and we'll all live in peace and prosperity. Thank you so much.
Kirill, before you leave, do you think in 1 year from now, the 10th edition of the FII, would we have peace?
We believe so.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Kirill Dmitriev, the head of the RDIF, the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Russia. Thank you, Kirill.
Thank you so much, Richard.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that great question. Thank you so much.
A great unraveling is underway. Tariffs and trade barriers are rising. These fractures are straining shared systems, from financial networks to energy grids, even to academic research communities. Yet, as old ties weaken, new alliances are born. BRICS now spans 10 nations, representing over half of humanity. Proof that fragmentation is not disintegration, it is realignment. As the world fractures, new centers of gravity form. We see the same pattern in our daily discourse. As debates polarize, divisions sharpen, but groups grow closer inside their own beliefs, united more fiercely than before. And here lies the paradox of fragmentation. The more divided we become, politically, economically, socially, the more we create new bonds. As investment and regulation accelerate, the question is clear. What is the new architecture of trust in a fractured world? In an age pulling us apart, true leadership will be measured by how we come together. Let us unite to unlock this paradox by promising to build bridges even as barriers rise, and by rejecting a future shaped by fragmentation to forge one of shared purpose, resilience, and dignity for all.
And now we shift gears to a marathon session of tourism, really looking at what's going on. Now, I'm sure many of you have watched Quest's World of Wonder, so he's the very right person to get up here. We have journalist and anchor from CNN, Richard Quest, going to join us for 3 sessions. So he's going to be looking at aviation, at travel, at hotels, at luxury living, ultra living, so to speak. He has a lot to do in this session. We're delighted to have him here. Certainly the right person to join on stage right now with the Minister of Tourism from Saudi Arabia. Please, if I might join them on to start this whole session, His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib and Richard Quest in conversation.
Right, Minister, just bear with me. You're probably thinking, what did you do to deserve 3 panels back-to-back moderated by me? And that would be a very valid question. The reality is that of all the things that are going on in the kingdom, my words, not the minister's, but probably the single most important and the low-hanging fruit for economic growth is tourism. It is already happening. It is already growing. The question is how far, how fast, and what more needs to be done. With me is His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, Minister of Tourism for the Kingdom. Minister, you're one of those people that everybody in the tourism industry knows because you've led this industry in this country quite dramatically over the last few years to the current growth. Where does the kingdom stand at the moment?
Richard, thank you very much. And I would like to thank everybody here, and I would like to thank FII, the 9th edition, for growing, becoming bigger and bigger, and every year is becoming more important. Tourism is one of Vision 2030 pillars, and we used to almost rely on oil in this great country. And with Vision 2030, we decided, or under the leadership of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, we started exploring other sectors: tourism, culture, sport, mining, automobile, etc., etc. And I was blessed to, given the file, to create and to build this sector from almost nothing. I can't say nothing because we used to have religious tourism, people coming for more than 1,400 years to visit the 2 holy cities and to perform their duties. However, leisure tourism, sport tourism, culture tourism, and conference tourism is something new to Saudi Arabia. Riyadh today, when we talk about MICE, business tourism, is one of the most active cities in the world to host major events like Leap in technology, FII in finance and investment, mining, human resources, and next week we will have Tourize as well.
Right, but are you growing too fast? Are you growing in a manner that, which the critics say, becomes unsustainable?
We are growing at almost double digits, and this is very normal when you start a sector until you reach to your global fair market share, which is about 3 to 4% of the global market share. And then you stay there for some times, and then you try to acquire. However, tourism represents about 10% of the global GDP, and we are today at 5%. The GDP contribute 5% to tourism contribute 5% to our GDP. We need to double this in the next 5 years. It represents 10% of the jobs, and we are at about 4% of the jobs. So we need to grow it to 10%. When we reach to the global average, we need to work harder. We need to promote Visit Saudi more in order to grow this and exceed the global average.
Who do you want to come and visit here? Now, and please don't say everybody. Where's your target market? Because you've already got, I mean, there's a huge potential for domestic tourism, obviously.
I want you to come because you spend a lot of money. I saw how much you spend when you visit Riyadh.
Exactly.
I need the visitors, we need the visitors who come and spend money. Number is good, but spend, create jobs, and contribute to the GDP.
Everybody wants that. The nirvana of tourism at the moment is the high-spending tourists, whether from Asia, Australasia, or Europe.
But not everybody has the beauty that we have in Saudi Arabia. We have the mountains in the south. We have the pristine, beautiful islands at the Red Sea. John began to talk about. And we have the beautiful Dir'iyya, Jerry spoke about. And we have the beautiful culture. And we have the Saudi hospitality, which doesn't exist anywhere. Huh?
Oh, please, don't encourage him. When you talk about that, I sort of, you've just got Riyadh Air, and Riyadh Air has just started flying, and we're going to hear from Tony Douglas in just a moment. How significant is Riyadh Air to the tourism strategy?
You know, we studied all the markets globally that export tourists, and we focused on the most important 66 countries that represent about 80% of the market. We made sure these countries are connected with our destinations, with Riyadh, Jeddah, Ula, Red Sea, etc. And this is extremely important. Connectivity is important. I went to Palau in the Pacific at the end of this planet. It is a very beautiful country, very beautiful islands. It is very beautiful. But they have 2 flights a week. People are not flying. If they fly there, they will get stuck there. And therefore, it is important to connect your destinations with the exporting countries. For example, China exports 150 million tourists a year. This is Trip.com, the biggest operator in the world, the biggest tour company in the world, 150 million last year. You must make sure that Shanghai is connected, Beijing is connected, and so on and so forth, because this is a convenient, it is a convenient to travel. So we made sure that the cities that exporting the biggest number of tourists and the tourists who spend more are well connected. That's why we created Riyadh Airlines. Saudi is doubling their capacity, and we are inviting new airlines like Delta. They just
Don't worry, we've got Ed Bastian here as well. Yeah. We're going to be talking to him as well. But you have the opportunity here to avoid the mistakes of other destinations. Because frankly, if you end up with over-tourism in your major resorts and your major venues, you've no excuse because you've started from a, would you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
You have an opportunity to get right what others just simply can't.
I absolutely. Starting late, not always bad thing. It's a good thing. We learn from others like France and Spain. We're very similar to Spain. Spain, the tourists in Spain, they go to 6, 7, 8 cities. In France, 90% of the tourists go and stay in Paris alone. And therefore, we have a different model. Our model is close to the Spanish model and the Italian model. We have the south, we are promoting the Red Sea, Ula, Jeddah, etc. And therefore, we first make sure that these destinations are connected. Second, we are well diversified. 3, we are serving all segments, needs, and requirements, not only in flights, but flights for rich people and for middle class and budget travelers, hotels, all segments, and retail and F&B also serve the different tours.
Do you want backpackers? Do you want gap year students? Because
I don't think any one of them here. No.
No, but the reason
we cannot receive 200 million, 300 million tourists.
Right.
You know, we are planning to reach to 150 50 million out from outside international. Last year we achieved 30 million. We want to grow it to 50 million by 2030. And if you ask me about the 50 million, we are planning to attract the middle class and above within these 30 million. But it is going to be very costly, very expensive if you focus on the budget travelers.
The value chain of tourism is really phenomenal. As an aspiration, as a way of lifting people out of poverty, all the things that it can do when done properly. Now, I've been to large parts of this country, and I've seen how tourism can be used in rural parts, in less developed parts, to increase. But you have to get the people to travel around the country, don't you?
Yeah,
this can't just be Riyadh alone.
Absolutely. This is what we're doing. We're selling packages to travel to different cities in Saudi Arabia, one. Second, we used to give a visa for the people who wants to perform Umrah only, the Islamic, and visit Mecca. Today, we encourage them to visit another cities. And many of them extend their stay and have been visiting different cities, which expand the number of nights they spend in the kingdom and increase the spend.
If we look at AI, and ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear a lot about AI in this and in the next. Let me just ask our people here, who in this room has used AI to help them in booking or choosing or directing their travel in the last 12 months?
See, many of them.
Yeah, there we go. Now, how do you envisage you can use AI for the purposes here in the kingdom when it comes to tourism?
Listen, sustainability, green, and technology, AI, are coming. We cannot ignore AI. We have to find a way, what is the best way to use AI? I don't want AI to replace people because our industry is people-to-people connections. However, what we always said, we need to digitalize the unnecessary and humanize the necessary. Digitalize the necessary like the airports. I don't need to stand in long queue waiting in the immigration. I need the biometrics, the technology to help me to go faster. I need to stamp my passport in the gates and move faster. John Beganos talked about delivering your bag to your room hotel. This is an amazing service. I don't need to wait to pick up my luggage for an hour and two. Some airport keeps you for about 2 hours and then go to. These are unnecessary for the tourist. The tourist wants to spend most of their time on the destinations, on the entertaining, playing, shopping, etc. And therefore, we have to be prudent in the way we use technology. For governments, we encourage jobs. We need to create jobs. The tourism is the biggest sector creating jobs. Today, tourism creates 1 on every 10 jobs globally. By 2035, it is expected by the World Travel and Tourism Council that tourism will create 1 in every 3 jobs. And therefore, we need to continue creating jobs in this sector for youth and women. This is very important. However, for business people, the investors and the business people, like the hotel I was with Marriott last night, they are digitalizing the service. I hate to see that they are digitalizing the reception and make it, cancel the reception and replace it with technology and so on and so forth. But we have to be very careful when we use the technology and AI. We want to use it to make the journey seamless and better. I will show you, my mobile is with but we created an application. We are hosting the United Nations General Assembly meeting next week, and we have created an application
Hang on, I think we...
Oh, thank you.
Please.
Thank you. We created an application in the a mobile application. We are hosting.
I'd be very careful with that.
We are hosting the United Nations General Assembly meeting next week in Riyadh. 116 Minister of Tourism, Culture, Industry confirmed to attend. This is empowered by Noura. Noura is our AI agent. If you want, if you are the Jamaican Minister of Tourism and wants to, Noura's say...
I think he's doing an advert here.
Yeah, Noura's saying, ask me a question. And if the Jamaican minister wants to travel, how can I travel? What is best way to travel? Where I can stay? I need to book a car. Where I can go? Riyadh season. She will advise all the guests and make the guest life easier. It's not an advertisement. But what I'm trying to say, we are using the technology to make the journey for any tourist coming to Saudi Arabia or a guest as seamless and as possible.
And on that note, I thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard.
Please.
Thank you.
Now, while we reset, let me tell you, when I asked about this whole question of AI, this year, my partner and I, we went on holiday. We went to Spain, right the way through Spain, and we got AI, ChatGPT, to basically set the entire route from start to finish. And we had an understanding that we were going to follow exactly what ChatGPT did, which I thoroughly recommend you try and then check, because it had half of France in Spain and it sent us into some wrong places, but it did work. And this element of AI is what we're going to talk about now, because as we look at the travel journey, let's begin with how you book it and how you get there. Joining me on the stage, Ed Bastian, the Chief Executive of Delta Airlines, Tony Douglas, the CEO of Riyadh Air, and James Sun, the CEO of Trip.com Group. Choose where you'd like. Please, be seated. I'll start, if I may, with you, Ed. Well, first of all, congratulations on your new flight.
Yeah, you got to start with Tony.
Yeah.
You got to start with Tony.
Yeah, all right.
He's accomplished something this week.
You said you were going to fly in 25, and you were going to start, and you have. Tell me.
Richard, you know the brand is Riyadh, the brand is Riyadh, the brand is Riyadh. And I always say it 3 times, because the gift was that brand name. The name of the capital city of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we will connect to over 100 international cities within the next 5 years. 26th of October, obviously this Sunday just gone, we launched our first commercial service to London Heathrow. So we're in the game. We are in the game. We are in the game. It was an important step, a small step, and the analogy I've been using all day, this is like training for the Olympics. It takes years of hard work. It takes dedication. Sometimes there's pain. We've just got to the starting line. There's a lot still to do. And that's why we're delighted. We've got a partnership with the likes of Mr. Ed Bastian and Delta, because they've been in this game for 100 years.
Yeah,
the wisdom they've got is incredible.
So we have the newborn over here, and we have
the old guy,
the senior citizen. 100 years of Delta. You've just announced that you're going to be flying to the kingdom.
Exactly.
Starting the next year. The critics sort of snidely suggest it's because there are subsidies available when you fly to Saudi at the moment. But the reality is it's part of a much bigger strategic, longer term. Explain.
Well, we have not flown to the region in a very long time. And one of the reasons why was there's some very big airlines sitting to the north out of Dubai and Doha and Abu Dhabi that don't partner well. We want to work with somebody that partners well, somebody that brings a home base, a market that we can bring our customers to that can explore the kingdom. But it's bigger than that. This is about two nations that need to build better bridges. And the importance of the strategic alignment between the US and the kingdom is going to be enhanced by not just what Tony's doing flying, but what Delta's doing, bringing US citizens into the market. Because for many years, there was a lot of uncertainty as to what was here.
But I'll come to you just 1 second, Jane, but it's going to take some time for this new route to grow, obviously, as all routes do. But I guess the difference, and this is a unique aspect to it, you're going to be growing your route while your principal partner is growing like a weed in a garden
Yes.
on a hot summer's day, going gangbusters.
Well, when we fly from Riyadh back to Atlanta, don't forget we're flying to the biggest airport in the world with 1,000 flights a day. So it's not just connecting Riyadh to Atlanta, it's connecting one-stop Riyadh to the world.
How important is the Delta aspect to it?
So it's super important, Richard. We cannot fulfill our ambition without great partnerships. And we've launched a concierge app. So you were talking about AI before, and you go on our concierge app in the future. Let's imagine you put Phoenix in, you put Baltimore in. That concierge app will, of course, allow you to put it in the basket as an order. The AI will give you other options, suggestions as what you might to add to it. But the point is this: Riyadh Air will not be flying direct to Baltimore or Phoenix, Arizona. Having an incredible partnership through Delta, through Atlanta, maybe through New York City, that connectivity will be there seamless, but it will be both ways for people who importantly want to come and visit the incredible destination attractions here in the kingdom that His Excellency the Minister was describing earlier.
Jane, the gentlemen have done a very good job of extolling the virtues of what they are about, what they're about to offer and what they are offering and the reasons. But what is it the customer wants when they're booking? Trip.com, absolutely vast in size. You know what people need. What is it they want?
Yeah, so customers want something that's very unique. So we have seen destinations with great innovation have been attracting lots of customers. Riyadh, because of the hard work put together by the Ministry of Travel and Tourism, become #1, not only in GCC countries or in Middle East or in Asia. They become #1 fastest growing city in the whole world on Trip.com platform. Thanks for everyone's hard work.
But how, to some extent, where do you want the customer to go when they book? You'd like them to go to your website, you'd like them to go to yours, and you really want them to go to yours. And at the same time, me as the customer wants to ensure that I'm going to get the best price or value, and I can't know that, which is going. You see where I'm going with this? How do I know where to go?
I think airlines provide very good services for their direct customers. Hotel does the same thing. What Trip.com does is a comprehensive solution. So normally our customers will make airline booking first. For example, if they're flying from Singapore to Riyadh using a business class or first class tickets, then we'll promote a 5-star, 6-star hotel to them. We'll make a limousine service for them. We'll recommend a spa when they check in. So the total solution is something we can offer compared to the other players in the market.
You see, I understand this complementary aspect to it, but you really want people to go direct to you to book the ticket.
And the majority do.
So
Already, but we have 200 million customers a year, right? 200 million customer journeys a year. So we need all sources of distribution that complement and they work very compatibly with us. 60% of those come directly to us on our app. That number continues to grow. We have very large agency bookings from the corporate space, the big companies. They have their own agencies. We work seamlessly with our own business app for them. And then internationally, almost 25% of our international bookings are from out of market. You know, in China, in Saudi Arabia, in other parts of the world. They don't know the Delta app that well. So there's utility for us all, but I don't think the issue for consumers anymore is about price. I think there's some. The issue is about the brand and the experience, which is where you see the real value in this space.
Pick up.
So for us, it's real simple. We had the gift of the name of the brand, which I mentioned earlier, but we also had the gift of no legacy. So we weren't encumbered by traditional aviation systems, the likes of Amadeus or Sabre. We've had the opportunity to curate a digital platform that embraces modern technology. We've got more in common with Amazon, or in our part of the world, noon.com, than any legacy ticketing system. But of course, what that gives you as the traveler, Richard, is ease of use. It gives you the ability to put multiple people, as I mentioned before, your family, into the basket, but also to be able to curate experiences. And the genius of Trip.com's model is the curation of experiences. It doesn't preclude us working with the likes of Jane. What this is all about is giving you, the traveller, better experience and better choice.
You both want the customer.
Oh,
can you both have the customer?
I agree. I think travel is a very big industry. It represents 10% of the global GDP. Not one company can do everything all by themselves. For example, Delta is very strong in the USA. Almost everyone knows Delta in the USA. But when they fly back from Asia back to United States, local players can support a lot on Delta's returning routes.
So can I give you another illustration of that, Richard? So our biggest partnership, which you know well, is American Express. At Delta, we are their biggest partner. They are our biggest partner. For many years, we argued this question back and forth. Who owns the customer? Is it the credit card provider or is it the airline and the rewards you're receiving? About a decade ago, Steve Squeri, the CEO, and I got together and we said, neither of us own the customer. We own the customer together. And as a result of that, the focus is how do you make a bigger pie for more customers rather than arguing who gets what slice of the pie. And the relationship has grown 3x in the last 10 years off of already a very large base because of that decision. And we take that same attitude with the relations with our air partners, our agency partners.
What changed once you'd come to that realization, though? So how did that change manifest itself?
Well, what changed is that we both understand we have to invest in each other. We have to have the same level of excellence and reliability. And there's a certain standard of excellence to become a partner.
AI is now the I was going to say new kid on the block, but it's sort of relatively. How do you envisage AI both assisting you as an airline or as a travel company and assisting me as the consumer? I told you I did my entire summer holiday. Chris and I did our entire summer holiday using AI. And it was phenomenal. We would stop in France. We would see an old building, a church or something. You'd just take a picture, send it to chat or whatever, and you'd suddenly have that little bit more information. But that's at one level. At your level, how would you use it?
So AI is an incredible tool. It gives us the opportunity to curate in a smarter way and personalize. And all of that's really important. And because, as I mentioned before, Richard, we've started with no legacy, we've been able to build it into the fabric of what we're doing. But I'd like to actually echo two things. One is the wisdom of my friend, Mr. Ed Bastian, who I listen to regularly, going back to the founder of Delta, who says, look after your people, If you look after your people, they will look after your customer, in our context, the guest. If you look after the guest, they'll become loyalty. If they become loyal, that will look after your shareholder. Those principles have lasted for the last 100 years. For sure, it's a doctrine going forward. And therefore, back to His Excellency the Minister before, whilst AI is essential, we're in the hospitality business. Hospitality business is how we make you feel, Richard. And a lot of that is about people. It's about the warmth of the culture here within the kingdom, Hafawa, and the way we will have an obsessional attention to detail when it comes to guest experience. Is AI important? Absolutely it is. But are people more important? I believe the answer to that is yes.
I'm just going to stay with you on this before to you, Jane. When I hear what you say and accept what the founder of Delta says, but how do you do it? How do you actually take those principles, look after your people, the cascading thing, and not just make it lip service, not just turn it into a slogan, but turn it into a reality?
Okay, I'd probably give you an example from this week. So I mentioned before, we're super proud. We started our first ever commercial service on Sunday the 26th. Something quite romantic about that, the day before, obviously the 25th, was when Emirates started 40 years earlier. Well, back to your question around the people, we had a big town hall meeting on the 26th, and I was delighted that our friend Mr. Ed Bastian came and addressed our people, because the doctrine we've got is share everything with the family first, because if they've got a passion with the brand and everything that goes with that, it'll translate into service. Final example, our cabin crew, we released the fashion at the Paris Fashion Week. We wanted to make them feel like they looked like $1 million, because the psychology of that, Richard, is if they feel like they look $100 million, they'll make you and they'll serve you like you're $100 million.
For Trip.com with AI, the danger is that customers go elsewhere. How do you keep people in the Trip.com walled garden, in a sense, so that I'm not going to chat and then to this, then, and then you ensure to a large extent I stay within your family group?
Yeah, so we still need to stress on the core competence of our team, which is customer service. When you call our call center, within 30 seconds, 24 hours times 7, a live person will answer the call to help you to solve the issue. If you run into crisis, for example, Japan had a tsunami, Middle East had a crisis, within 2 minutes, our team will reach out to the customers on the ground.
That's expensive. That's expensive because that requires people.
Yeah, for emergencies, we can afford that. So our team is very well trained during this crisis mode to reach out to the customers, move them to the safe hotel, offer hot meal, hot shower. The very next day, if our customers in this disastrous zone wants to come back, we'll discuss with our airline partners to rescue them. So these kind of services give peace in mind for our customers globally. We have 500 million customers on our platform. The service maker stands out.
How many?
500 million customers.
500 million. Richard, I'd argue it's more expensive if she doesn't do it that way, because she's going to lose the customer. Because then it becomes a commodity. And then it's a race to the bottom.
Right.
People call her agencies because they want to talk to someone. They want help. They want confidence. They want alternatives.
Right.
You can have technology. It's going to create it. But I don't believe that's what people really come to our business. They come for experience and expertise and knowing someone's going to be behind this.
So how do you balance that on the, you know, with the requirement of AI that you need to, the cost basis that you want to get down as much as you can, whilst also wanting to have that individual and personalized service? It becomes three-dimensional chess.
It does, and I think AI, listen, these are early days. It's hard to know where this is going. Clearly it's going someplace. I prefer to call AI augmented intelligence, because this helps us do a better job. It helps those customers calling Jane or calling our staff or Tony's to be able to get better insights quicker. It actually enhances the service level. It doesn't replace the human. I think anyone thinking that in a service business, if you're focused on replacing human beings, you're going down a commodity path. And if you want to be a premium brand, you better make sure your people are with you, not thinking that they're going to be outsourced eventually someday.
How difficult is that? I'll just stay with you, Ed. How difficult has that been to maintain and hold that line in an era of higher rising costs? I would say 15 years ago, it was all about cutting the costs. It was all about commoditizing.
Yep.
This new mantra, if you will, it's very difficult to do.
We've been already doing it. I said 60% of our revenues come to Dell. They're coming on the app, right? They're not coming through calls. They're coming directly on the app already because the app has utility and customers feel more control of their experience when they're on the app, which frees us to actually, in person, give them the human touch that they need.
When you were looking at partners, everybody wanted to a certain extent. You weren't short of offers, I believe.
I think, we've been very fortunate because this is guided through the wisdom of His Royal Highness with Vision 2030 and the fact that a new national carrier was a key part of that. We need better connectivity in the kingdom. We're not as connected as we should be by any stretch of the imagination today. But as I said before, Richard, we can't do it without great partners. So we've got 10 now, but obviously Delta, best airline in the world, in my opinion, gives a unique opportunity for connectivity within the whole North American continent. But if I can just go back to an earlier point, because we're talking about loyalty, which is a common theme throughout all of it. We're the first airline in history that launched the loyalty program on exactly the same day as we launched the airline. It's called Sphere, and the only reason why I mention this quickly is how you create loyalty and therefore connect people that stay with you. We had the unique opportunity to do something different here, because I would argue that airline loyalty programs way back in the day was probably the first ever example of a cryptocurrency, because you were earning a currency that you could actually convert into value. But the only difference, of course, was you could never share it with your family or your friends. You couldn't give it away.
Right.
And if you didn't use it, it was wasted. What Sphere allows is the opportunity within your own personal sphere, if you nominate friends and family, to touch phones and connect it. So I think you should join up very quickly, Richard.
Well,
There you go.
but Ed, you know from experience what happens when you make changes to a frequent flyer policy and your frequent flyers rebel en masse and you're on the wrong... And to your absolute credit, you spotted the way that had gone, you recognized that this had been an indiscretion, and you reversed.
Yeah, we made some changes. You know, we talk about loyalty, we talk about premium experiences. One of the challenges we have, the interest in the demand in that's grown far faster than the airline. So the demand on the actual ability to deliver experiences causes you to make change. But I think we're in a good spot on that, and the majority of our customers not only are still with us, the loyalty has grown again.
Final question to you, well, Joel. What would you advise Tony? He's in the unique position of starting from scratch.
Right.
A phenomenally brilliant position for any CEO with risks. What would you advise?
Yeah, I think for airlines, they invest very heavily in technology. Tony has an advantage to start from the scratch. As he said, they didn't have the burden from the legacy system. So looking at AI, looking at all the partners around the world, they should build a very robust system going forward.
And
very responsive.
And what's the one change you hope to make at Trip.com? What do you think you want to change in the next 2 years?
We invest heavily in AI and technology. We have about 10,000 engineers in-house developing our platform. So we already see 4 areas which have generated great results. The first one is the user's interface. In the past, we need to say, I need a 5-star hotel, 2 kids, 2 pets, swimming pool. The search engine will search for us. Now you can talk to Trip Genie on our platform, have a conversation with them. The system automatically study your pattern, your anniversary, how many children, and give you exactly what you need. So the user's interface is more friendly. The second thing is for engineering coding time. Last year, our VP of engineer told me he can save 15 to 30% of the coding time for engineering team. Wow. This year, he told me the work they used to take 5 days can be shrinked to 1 to 2 days. Huge uplift for the productivity. The third one is the customer satisfaction rate using AI is enhanced. And lastly is the content generation. Using AI, we can generate audio, video, picture much more effectively. And technology is still evolving. We'll be able to utilize it even more going forward.
Ed, do you have a sort of, do you look at Tony with a slight envy and wistfulness that he has the ability to start from a clean sheet? And you think of all the things that you have to deal with.
Yeah, it's more than a slight bit of that.
I was being tactful.
But that's the beauty of this relationship. You're talking about the oldest airline in the United States, one of the oldest airlines in the world, with the youngest airline in the world, forming a partnership. This doesn't happen in the real world very often. And we're looking to grow as much from how he's approaching it, unencumbered by any historical practice or loyalty change you need to make and whatnot, thinking true clean sheet. At the same time, we can bring our expertise back in terms of the core reliability, the actual, airlines are hard. These are technically challenging monsters that we operate, and we make it look seamless. And it's easier said than done, and being able to give that confidence back to Tony as to how you do that, the hard work behind the scenes is going to be, it's a great marriage.
I think that's such an understated point, that the technological, the monster nature of an airline to fit it all together. Well, you've got 1 flight in the air. When does your next one start?
Well, we like to tease and reveal, Richard, but we've already announced that the second destination will be Dubai. And then when we take the delivery of the next aircraft, we'll then tease and reveal the next one. But the good news is there are aircraft coming off the production line now in Charleston, South Carolina, beautiful Boeing 787s. They'll be coming at approximately 1 a month all the way to the end of this year. When it then goes, next year, when it then goes to 2 a month, and when we get into the following year, it will again go up to 3 a month. So back to this Sunday.
My God, that is a hell of a ramp up.
It was a very small step back to the analogy of training for the Olympics. We're only at the starting line.
All right.
Humbly, we've not picked up any medals yet, but the Kingdom, Riyadh Air, will have to get a gold medal. And the way we'll get there faster is working with incredible partners.
Thank you very much, our panel. Thank you very much. Safe journeys home.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much. Right, all right, so we've got you to your destination. One way or another, you've got there. But now you've got to stay somewhere. Now you've actually got to put your weary head onto a pillow. So our next panel is going to talk about and we are going to relate it to AI, because I know that I know our eyes glaze over at the mention of AI, but the reality is it's the driving force in travel and tourism for the foreseeable future. And it is how these men and women operate it, what they do. I'd love to know what they're doing here. This is fascinating. It's what they do and how they do it that we're going to be talking about in our next panel. So let me bring up, when these gentlemen have This is really impressive. Well, the spinning round of the cameras. How they do what they do is going to be the talking point. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing up to the panel now, Sébastien Bazin, the chairman and CEO of Accor. That's my seat. You have one of the other. No, you can't have my seat. Oh, join me as well, Farik Sahang, the chairman of Dorgas Group. Come up, sir. Good to see you again. Good to see you. Have another chair. Also, Elie Malouf, the CEO of IHG, Hotels and Resorts. And wouldn't be a panel without Chris Nassetta from Hilton. Good to see you, sir. Have a seat. Look, I just got to say, and I realize it's going to sound like an element of brown-nosing to FII and Saudi and Riyadh and all these things. But the truth is, it is so rare to get a group of CEOs that represent such an enormous part of the accommodation industry in one.
That's our hotel, Banyan Tree Alula. Come to Accor.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite extraordinary to do that. But I want to give each of you a chance to describe for me where you think we are. And I'm not really that concerned at the moment with growth and which bits of the industry are growing. I'm more concerned with the big picture, AI, the big picture of what you're doing with the groups that you run to set yourselves. Start with you, Elie.
Thank you, Richard. First, I'm just delighted this room's almost full. I was worried, third day of FII in the afternoon. That just shows you the strength of this convening power of FII9. So thank you, everybody, for sticking around and sharing this with us. Look, thank you. I'd say two things, what AI will be doing and what AI won't be doing. First, as Tony and Ed said earlier, we're early in the process, but we're going deep into it. It's going to make things easier on the commercial front, to help our hotel operators be much more efficient, to capture the customer and reach them in more seamless ways, to get them to the hotels the way they want to get to. If you want to call us, we're there. If you want to use AI, we'll be there too.
But how does AI change that compared to existing technology? A lot of the systems will tell you what I want in my room, what I like, what I don't like.
It's an extension of today's technology. It's not a replacement of today's technology. It's taking all the data we have and allowing us to reach you better. 1 million people stay at an IHG hotel every night. That's almost 400 million a year. We have a lot of information about them. We actually don't use it as well as we can. AI will allow us to know what Richard wants, when he wants it, how we can reach him better. But then when he comes to the hotel, that's what AI is not going to do. That's when we're going to take care of you, make your experience memorable. So here's what it's going to do. It's going to personalize it to you better, but what it's not going to do is create the experience. Our people are still going to do that.
Farid, how do you see AI?
Well, I'm a little bit different from the big boys here. In our group, we have a hotel silo, restaurant silo, and retail silo. So we are present in about 350 different points from Las Vegas to Hong Kong. And what this enables us, we see the customer from different angles as well. And what we have been doing over the years with experience and gut feeling, actually, with AI and data gathering possibility, it makes us do things in a more knowledge way. We do certain joint efforts with credit card companies, with data companies. Now, we want to open a restaurant somewhere in the world, for example. AI determines us to the zip code how and where we can open a restaurant. And also, I can proudly say that about approximately 80–85% of the shifts that we make in the restaurants are done through AI.
Really?
And this creates a very important cost saving for us already. And because of the demographics, because of the geopolitical shifts around the world, a lot of people for tax reasons, this and that, going to other destinations. Once you know your customer in London and he or she moves to Madrid, I know them. They are welcome to Madrid.
Chris,
we talked about it on this stage last year.
Yeah.
To a degree. If you lift way up, what's really happening is we're in a golden age of travel coming out of COVID. I mean, we were in one pre-COVID, and I think COVID, as much as everybody wanted to think it would truncate the demand for travel, it accelerated it. Why? Because everybody, whether it's business, leisure, meetings and events like this, people realize they need and want experiences. And so if you boil down, and Ellie said a lot of this, you boil down AI, to me, it's just about the customer experience. It's the whole journey. It's from the first time people dream about a trip, to how they book the trip, to how you interact with people on property, to how you deal with problem resolution, to how you communicate with customers on a post-stay basis. And the big difference is we've tried to do all those things, obviously, really well. In our case, for 106 years. We just haven't had, one, as much information as we now have, and two, the ability through the use of technology, and particularly AI, to manage that information to drive actions and outcomes.
Right, but the concern or the worry is, Chris, that the danger is you end up knowing that famous phrase, the price of everything, the value of nothing. To have all that information and being able to execute it.
I think that is a risk, but the way I would think about it is what we should all be using, if it's all about the experience, that's why I started with that. It's all about the experience. We're in the experience economy, and we will be. It's about how do we use all that information, how do we use technology to do the really simple things that we can do digitally so that we free up our people, and beyond that, we enable our people with tools and information to be able to deliver a better and a more customized experience. In our case, it's thinking about, we serve 250 million people a year, right? How do you actually try and deliver customization reliably, consistently around the world? Well, of course, it's people, but the more that we can enable the people, the 500,000 people that work in this incredible organization of mine around the world with information, not just the information, but the tools to manage that, to deliver on that experience, the more customers are going to keep coming back.
How many million are you a year?
Can I just be provocative?
Go ahead.
I am sick and tired to talk about AI.
No,
seriously.
Don't encourage him. Don't encourage him.
Yeah, I will.
He needs no encouragement.
For God's sake, Richard, for God's sake.
Good comment.
You're just being
just
being provocative.
Listen to me. 15 years ago, the entire hotel industry was saying, oh my, poor guys, you're going to have the meta search, Trivago, TripAdvisors, they're going to give a lot of info to the customers. You're going to miserably die because somebody's going to select on your behalf. 5 years after, gosh, we had the online travel agencies. Oh my God, Sebastian, they're going to destroy your life. They're going to own the customers. 5 years after, Airbnb. Oh, they're taking your customers away.
Don't forget Zoom.
Can you please talk about brands, culture, natural heritage, people, youth, education? AI is a tool, for God's sake. It's only a software tool. So we're going to cope with AI. Don't you worry. Can we talk about tourism, travel? Yes, we should.
No one has suggested. No. You're just being difficult.
Another round. Thank you.
Just being difficult. No one is suggesting that you're not going to make full use of it. The question is how you're going to use it.
Doesn't matter. I'll tell you after the fact. We're not going to be sharing. Each of us is going to deal with it differently, and each of us is going to cope. Some's going to win, some's going to fail, and so what? We're still going to be there in 10 years.
Let me give you a simple example to help us out.
Would you be quiet, Jerry, on the front row? We do not need the peanut gallery throwing in.
I mean, over half of the millions of customer calls we get every year, and I'm sure you're similar with my colleagues here, are about very simple things. What time is checkout? What time is check-in? Do you have a pool? Can I bring pets? Is there parking? Is there a charge for it? Simple questions that people still think they need to call in about. Now we answer almost all those with AI. Now we're freeing up our people to handle the really important things. That to me is a win-win. That to me is giving an example of how we're using it to make the customer experience better. Because now I have more time to deal with your really complex situation. where you've got a family issue and your flight's late and you need more rooms and the event that you scheduled has got to be changed because 50 people aren't showing up and on and on and on. That needs people. But now I'm freeing up half of my people from all the trivial questions. To me, that's a win-win. That's an example of an application.
I want to give a little bit credit to Sebastian because I believe, we believe in our group that there is a little difference between mass customization versus a boutique relationship with a client base. That boutique relationship with AI or whatever cannot be overcome as much as what you have with your human one-to-one relationship. That human touch, I mean, I'm sure you've been to Bodrum, you've been to some place in Turkey. You know, the people touch, the human touch in hospitality is the most incredible thing. And what we all want to do here is very simple. We don't want to make all this esteemed group of people feel at home. If I tell my colleagues that are sitting there, if they tell me they are going to make the guests feel at home, I tell them there's something missing. We have to make them feel so much more better than feel at home, that they see something unique. They see something authentic. And what we do in our business here, we don't only cater to needs. We create needs. We create surprises. This is very important.
Right, but by the way, one of my favorite places, not only in Turkey, but in the world, is Göcek, just on that coast, which is phenomenal. But you've just summed it up, and I'm coming back to you, sir. It is the ability, how did you put it? You said you've got the commoditization at the one side, the mass commoditization of the product on one side, and then the boutique delivery on the other side.
Which is not bad. Which is not bad. I'm not belittling you.
No,
it's a mass
but
customization.
that is the challenge. Yeah. That is the challenge. With the hundreds of millions that you've got, to deliver the authentic experience in reality.
So, which means that I guess the top 3 priorities should be, do you have the right people? Do they have the right autonomy? Are they able to share their own culture and heritage? Yeah. Are they going to be cozy enough, strong enough in front of the customers? It starts with when you say, bonjour, how are you? Did you have a night's sleep? It starts with it. If you don't have the right people, if you don't have the right culture, if you don't want to say hello to someone, change job, don't work for me. Technology is making you better, but hide technology behind.
If you again, lift up, do the research, and it doesn't matter what price point, it can be more or less extreme in the economy space versus luxury, lifestyle, boutique. The customers essentially want 2 things, if you boil it down. I suspect that, at least as the research we've done. They want a reliable experience, meaning whatever they're looking for. If they're looking for luxury, do it well. If they're looking for economy, give me the basics. You know, I'm not looking for all the frills. And they want a friendly experience. Okay, friendly can come in a lot of different ways. I'm not a room number. I'm not a loyalty member number. I'm a human. You know, interact with me, look at me, know me. It can come both physically and ultimately with the interactions with all of our team members is where it mostly comes. But it can also come digitally by virtue of having so much information now without being creepy. You can know more about them so that the experience is more what they're looking for. If people feel like they've gotten what they paid for and you're friendly, they come back.
Yep.
Maybe I can make one more comment on AI. We can move on to a different subject, because I think Sebastian's right. We're here to talk about other things too. I would say we need to avoid the risk, and I include myself, of applying old man's thought to new age issue. I mean, I'm over 60. We're all around that age over here. People thought first...
Don't remind us.
That's right, but I will. I think the first thing is people thought computers would dehumanize work. Right. They did not. They thought mobile would dehumanize work. They did not. They thought apps would dehumanize hospitality. They did not. AI is not going to dehumanize hospitality. You can let it do it in your properties. We won't. I think it's going to make our experience better, not worse. And I think we just shouldn't be resistant to the idea that it can make our experience better and look at it as a threat.
As you grow, and you're all growing, you know, as I read in the research before, where you're all growing, essentially the patterns are similar because that's where the growth is. What is the challenge of that growth in terms of the necessity to have the people when in many countries unemployment is low? There is not the workforce. There may well be in the future as more people become. What is the challenge to get good talent now? Start with you, Chris.
I think, listen, it's the age-old talent that, you know, as a pioneer in the business, as a 106-year-old company we've faced for all 106 years, it's making sure you have the right talent, that you enable the talent with the right tools, you've trained them properly, and that you can ultimately deliver a consistent, reliable, friendly experience. And so when we were in Africa 60 years ago, or you know, we were in the Middle East a long, long time before everybody else was there was not a pool of talent in those locations. So it's about working with the local communities, working with local governments, working with, you know, the local academic community to create the opportunities and create the pipeline and to be able to get the people in the business and then train and develop those people. And again, give them the right tools.
How significant at the moment and how difficult is geopolitical risk in the business?
You cope with this. For all of us, we know we don't control it. For me, whenever there is a geopolitical war, conflict, but we never leave the country. We accept to no longer develop, but it is in those times when there's a conflict that the people of our core need us the most. They need to have a salary paycheck. They need to be taken care of. Don't ever leave a country where you have responsible for a lot of employees. So this is our course recipe for the last 30 years. Through COVID, we closed the hotel. We paid all the employees. We gave them severance, so many things, because people will remember what you stand for.
I think it's also a perspective that's a little more Western than Eastern. I find people in the West, you know, UK, US, are a lot more concerned about geopolitical risk than people in the East. I mean, personally, you know, yes, I was born in the US, but I'm a Lebanese citizen. I went through a lot of the conflicts there. I just was fortunate to be able to go back there in the month of September, spend a week. You know, I think we've seen the world like this a long time. I think actually the world is more stable. The world is a lot more stable than it was 50. It's a lot more stable, a lot safer. Life expectancy is longer. Infant mortality is a lot lower. There's still a lot of problems. But when you come from my perspective, it's actually not more geopolitical risk than there was 50 years ago or 25 years ago. But if you've been in a little more insulated part of the world, you worry about it a little more.
I mean, in fact, if you look at it over the last 100 years, we're in a time where we have lesser conflict, fewer people. It may not feel like that, but fewer people dying of disease than we've ever had in long-term history. So I think I agree with both my colleagues. You worry about the things that you can control. We don't control that. So what we do control is resiliency. We do control that we build great cultures. To Sebastian's point, we take care of our people in good times and bad. We do control what we do with our financial resiliency and having strong balance sheets. So when inevitably things go wrong, we're in a position to weather the storm like all of us that are sitting on this stage did during COVID. So, I mean, I don't tend to worry about the things I don't control. I worry about making sure that our business can be resilient through any time.
No, but you talk about a storm. I mean, of course, at the moment, we've got the hurricane barreling through Jamaica and through the Caribbean. This is a very good example of how your industry, this industry, has to deal. It is unique in a sense.
It's funny. I say to my kids all the time when they were growing up, I hate to watch the news, because if you think about it, for all of us, when there's something bad going on in the world, there's a high likelihood that we're probably all three involved one way or another.
I mean, we have 300.
We're everywhere.
We have 300 partner agents in Jamaica that are being impacted by this hurricane. We've dealt with many hurricanes. We'll deal with this too. We'll keep them safe. We'll move on. I think it's a matter of patience too. It's resiliency, as Chris said. It's also patience. If you are committed to markets, like we've been for 85 years, 50 years in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, this is our anniversary, 50 years in China, 80 years in the US. And so if you're going to see highs and lows, you have to have the belief in this industry that it makes highs and lows, but it makes higher highs and higher lows. And if you get worried every time there's a bump, this is not the place for you. whether you're in airlines as our colleagues before or whether you're in hospitality.
Well, talking about geopolitics, of course it makes a difference.
I'm sorry? Speak up.
It makes a difference. Of course, it affects our business, affects generally the business, the tourism flow and everything like this. We are a little bit different from the general crowd because we have a boutique relationship with our client base who know the world very well. And we are predominantly in Turkey, so we have local customers who are already using, so we have that volume coming in. But most of our international clients or guests are also used to this type of happenings in the world. They're not like the mass who will be just afraid when they see something on television. They know a little bit. They're more used to this, the more resilience.
This is what you were all saying.
Just I want to add something. We have something in common, all of us. We are at the service of somebody's vision. It could be the president, the crown prince, the prime minister, the minister of tourism, the mayor. Those people have a vision for their city or their country. Then they talk to us. Then we respond to the vision. But anybody's vision is 10 to 30 years. So they're going to go some unforeseen event, but that vision should not change. I'm only a passenger. I'm a caretaker on behalf of a leader. So what we have to do is listen first before you act.
The fascinating part about the kingdom is that they talk about, and His Royal Highness is talking about 2040 and 2050 as part of it. 2030 is almost the cake baked. Vision 2030. There's not much you can do now between now and then that the train's well and truly on the tracks. That is very different to many of the markets.
I would say it is. I can't think of another example, and it's not because I'm sitting in the kingdom with the Minister of Tourism and other dignitaries in front of me that has a longer range strategy and a longer range vision. It's like Sebastian said, you think about all these things, I've been running the company almost 20 years. There are projects that I'm working on now that I was working on 10 or 15 years ago that, are in the process of coming to fruition. It's a long tail business, which requires a long tail strategy. So to the credit of the kingdom, they're not just thinking 2030, they're thinking 2040, 2050, investing in infrastructure, building partnerships.
I don't expect you to name names or destinations or people, but do you sometimes wish when you're dealing with other places and other people?
Yeah,
but you could say to them, why don't you just get your head out of what's happening at the next election or whatever and think about what might happen in 20 years' time?
We have these sentiments, and we won't name people, of course, but we do talk about it off mic when we can. The reality is, and I know that you have a more concentrated situation, so one country matters a lot more. We're in 100 countries. So what I say to public officials who don't have the same long-term vision that we see here in the kingdom is I say, okay, here's what we've seen works. But you have to make a choice. Growth will happen, investment will happen, travel will happen. Let's look at just this year. A lot of apparent turmoil, geopolitical. International travel was up 5% through the end of June. Despite all this, global travel is going to hit another record this year. So what I say to them is, do you want your share of it or don't you want your share of it? Here's what works. We're going to get our share. We're going to go where that growth is. We'd like it to be in your country. Here's what we've seen that works. But if you don't want to do it, that's fine. It's going to go somewhere else.
Can I add something? Because I've been hearing a lot of European bashing over the last 48 hours. I address each of you to understand one thing which is intriguing. We had data on European hospitality for the last 40 years. 40 years ago, international travelers were 300 million. Half of those people went to Europe. Every year passing, for 40 years in a row, 50% of any international travelers end up in Europe. So come back to Europe, enjoy Europe. We're going to get back on our feet. Don't you worry about us. We need a lot of act. We need to make things clearer. But don't go wrong and basically don't be bearish on Europe. We're just fine.
Really? Well, you feel better having got that
Absolutely.
But you have...
Keep telling yourself that, Sebastian.
But you see, you have 75% of your business, in the US?
We do. We do.
Now, at the moment...
But but changing rapidly. 65% of our pipeline for new growth is outside the U.S. So it's just, we started with a very big U.S. business.
Do you, and I'm treading carefully so we don't go into political territory, but do you, that there is a downturn, or the US did not grow last year, this year, as much as other destinations. That is simply a fact. Do you fear that, a backlash of and people not going to the US, or do you think this is just so?
Oh no, I mean, the US business this year has been
domestic travel
reasonably weak, broadly. Inbound international has been down year to date, circa 12 or 13%. That's disproportionately coming out of our North American counterparts in Mexico and Canada. And government business has been down. And the truth is, America right now, while the economy is quite resilient, it's a bit of a two-speed economy. You know, the high end of the economy and the high-end traveler is doing really well, and the middle and lower is doing less well. I do believe, and we don't have time to cover it, that that's changing. You don't see it in hard evidence yet, but I believe there's if you lift up with where interest rates are going, deregulation is going, and a huge investment cycle, not just AI, but infrastructure and otherwise, I think you're going to have a U.S. economy that is picking up steam in the next 2 or 3 years, and that will be a much broader based growth, which will benefit the broader business instead of having this two-speed system. But it is not great at the moment.
What we call it's now apparently a K-shaped economy.
Yeah. I believe that that's going to collapse in a good way, and you're going to have broader growth.
And I agree with Chris that you'd be very mistaken to bet on the U.S. economy long term. However, if we have to be realistic, rates of growth in the U.S. and rates of growth even in Europe, which I love, but realistically, are just going to be lower than rates of growth further east. Growth is moving east, east of U.S., east of Europe, Middle East, Southeast Asia, China, that whole basin of 3.5 billion people, India, higher, younger population, higher rates of middle class growth, higher GDP growth, higher rates of travel, bigger aircraft orders. That's where travel is going to grow.
I want to finish, go around the table, around the room. Final thought, what still excites you for the next 12 months in the industry?
What excites me is, it's really good that we are all seeing new shifts in the geographies. We are more concentrating on younger generation a little bit more, on demographics. And actually, one thing more we should add to all this discussion, AI, this and that, many people talk about the cost problems in the world. Many people talk about inflation in the world. But I think for our industry, and in many destinations, even in Europe, as we speak today, security is the most important thing. So people want to go to secure places. So this is like, when we see the new developing countries, I see a lot of this, the reason for people to go to, which is very good. And I'm very excited with the experience, the entertainment, attention economy that the hospitality is creating. And whatever that happens in the economic environment that I'm seeing, I won't talk about it in the world, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities.
What excites you?
I think earlier we said that there's been a lot of geopolitical tension. Although it doesn't have a big impact on our business, I do think it has an impact on people's optimism. What I'm hopeful for is we're seeing a movement towards pacification of these problems. It's starting here in the Middle East. The kingdom's had a big role in it, and we appreciate it. I think it could extend beyond that. I think we can go into 2026 with a little more optimism about a calmer world, which is better for everybody.
I'm going to, before I come to you with the question, what excites you? You should be excited by the Waldorf in New York. The Waldorf Astoria, which I went and looked at last week, a couple of weeks ago. Sir,
pretty spectacular.
Forgive me, but it is a phenomenal renovation that must have cost you a fortune.
It took quite a bit of time, 8 years in the renovation, but it's spectacular. So that excites me, but what excites me, which we've all talked about, is notwithstanding the tensions in the world, the geopolitical, the macroeconomic, I think the next 10, 20, 30, I think the rest of my life and everybody's life in this room is going to be extraordinary in terms of growth in the business. Just because you have continuing around the world, as Ellie said, particularly in the East, young populations, growing middle classes, and the desire to want to have experiences in travel, which continues to improve. And so I think we're all lucky to be in an industry that has the sight lines of growth that we have for a generation or two at least.
Are you excited? And what, if so, about what?
I'm always an excited guy. The changing the paradigm. Each of you in this room, the wealthy travelers, are all of us being forcing you to go to the product you love. You take a car, a train, a plane, and you go to Eden Rock, Cap d'Antibes. But you're making an effort. Can we reverse the paradigm as opposed to you, customer, going to the product? Can I bring the product to you? And that's called the most luxurious sailboat ever built on this planet. 220 meters, 54 cabin, Orient Express, going back in 1925, Art Deco. That boat will come to Jeddah, will come to Miami, will come to Capri, and will go where you want that boat to be.
Hang on, he's got this luxury, magnificent thing. Are you inviting us on board?
As you, for sure, if you put a big CNN ad on it, you are invited. You're the first.
We'll take that as a yes.
Yes.
We'll all arrive in a week next.
Richard, come to Amazonico, Miami.
What?
Miami, there is a restaurant called Amazonico.
All right, you've done your boat. You've done your
I'll
Waldorf,
do the restaurant.
You've done your restaurant. What are you going to do?
I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to our intercontinental hotel. It's going to open on the Red Sea.
Excellent, ladies and gentlemen. We're invited to join them. Thank you very much.
Well done, Richard.
Nah, fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you all so much. Gentlemen, thank you so much. And wired and inspired, I think we are after that, without a doubt. Again, that was the Richard Quest Show. So thank you so much, Richard, for being with us. And again, we had Delta, Riyadh Air, we had Trip.com, we had Accor, we had IGH, Hilton, the Douche Group, and of course, the Minister was with us, His Excellency Al-Khatib. So wonderful, Richard. Thank you so much. Now, of course, we're going to move on to cryptocurrency, because all of these great things we're going to be doing in the world, somebody's got to pay for them somehow. So maybe crypto is where it's all happening. Let's welcome the co-founder and head of research for Fundstrat and the chairman of BitMine. Thomas Lee is joining us with his panel. Thomas, lovely to see you. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very excited to be hosting this panel. We've got a very illustrious group of individuals here, and we are tackling the topic of, is there a global consensus in crypto? So before I even level set and set the stage for a conversation, I just want to introduce who's actually in this panel. So to my left is Jeremy Allaire, the CEO of Circle, which went public this year. It is the stablecoin provider USDC, but what's really notable is Circle's IPO really opened the US capital markets, and it has now led to a flood of tech IPOs. Dr. Saifedean Ammon is a very well-known author, the author of the Bitcoin Standard, and is a very published author and has a lot of important views around Bitcoin. We have Brad Garlinghouse, the CEO of Ripple, who also recently just got married, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we have Ricardo Salinas, who's the CEO of Salinas Group, a huge Mexican conglomerate, very successful entrepreneur, and very famously made a very large personal bet on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So let me level set by talking about a global consensus on crypto, because I want to juxtapose two very opposing views. The first is that crypto has been a huge outperforming asset class. If we look at the last 10 years, $1 million invested in the S&P 500 today would be worth $3 million. $1 million invested in Bitcoin 10 years ago would be worth $116 million. $1 million invested in Ethereum 10 years ago would be worth $500 million today. So as far as asset class performance, there is nothing even approaching the returns that have come from crypto. Yet we know that major institutions actually dismiss crypto completely. We know a major bank CEO says that he still doesn't care about Bitcoin, even though his customers want to use blockchain. And a recent Bank of America survey shows that 76% of clients have zero exposure to Bitcoin. So the vast majority of institutional investors do not want to own any Bitcoin. So it made me think about what are some things to talk about with consensus around crypto today globally. And I think there's two topics that we can cover in the next 30 minutes. There's just so much to talk about, but I think we can cover at least two. The first is crypto a genuine asset class, investment class? And the second is the consensus I believe that exists in this group is that crypto sits at the intersection today of two super cycles. One is Wall Street moving onto the blockchain, evidenced by stable coins and eventually tokenization of assets. But it's also sitting, I think, going to play a very important role in agentic AI. And that means that any region that supports the growth of blockchain and invests in it is going to also be sitting at this important intersection. So perhaps to start with the first topic, I'd like to ask Dr. Saifuddin, is crypto an asset class, and specifically Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think there's increasing clarity emerging around Bitcoin as being in a class of its own, essentially, as an investable asset. I think Bitcoin's demonstrated great product market fit. It's a decentralized currency. There's no issuer. There's no authority behind it. It's been launched in a perfectly fair way that anybody could mine and anybody could buy at the same price. So it's been relatively easy to convince regulators around the world that this is a commodity rather than a security. And I think this has become a pretty stable view among regulators. And I think among investors as well, I see that more and more people are becoming open to the idea because I think ultimately it serves a market need that is very well established. People all throughout human history have used money, and there are properties that make for good money, as I discuss in my book, The Bitcoin Standard. And there are these properties, I think if you look closely at Bitcoin, you'll see that, as I like to explain it, it's the most advanced form of money. It's the hardest form of money that we have. Its supply grows at the lowest rate of any money ever discovered. And it is also the fastest money that we have. It allows for international clearance without having to go through political authority. So this is becoming more and more appealing to people in capital markets, and I think there's more clarity in a regulatory manner for this, and I think we're going to be seeing more and more adoption worldwide. I think the growth of Bitcoin has been tremendous over the past 16 years, and it's worked practically flawlessly, so I see it only increasing. Countries that have taken the lead in regulating Bitcoin in a permissive way have benefited their people. People have been able to buy it and hold it, and people who have held it for a long time have benefited from it enormously. And countries that have been late or countries that have been hostile, I think they should really be taking a long, hard look at it because they have effectively failed to make a dent in its growth, and all that they have achieved is to deprive their citizens from the chance of accessing this in a very easy and convenient way, and therefore deprive them of the chance of using this incredible new technology.
Great. And Ricardo, could you just tell us a little bit about your journey? I mean, we know that you invested a majority of your personal net worth into Bitcoin. What led you to make that bold decision?
I think it would be very useful for people here that are not so familiar with the terms to clarify what is this crypto thing. And in my idea, there's Bitcoin, there's stable coins, and then there's all the other tokens. That's crypto. Crypto is all tokens based on a blockchain. So which one are we talking about? When we say consensus on crypto, are we talking Bitcoin as the future of money? Are we talking stablecoin as the future of banking? Or are we talking other tokens as the future of new technology, decentralized open source? I think it's useful to have that conception in your mind. Now, personally, it's been a long journey. I started in 2013, so I'm very happy, of course, to be here, and a bit regretful that I didn't take it more seriously at the beginning. But the one message I would say to everybody else is, it's still early. And Bitcoin is the ultimate hard asset. Maybe a combination of Bitcoin and gold will save your savings from this pernicious debasement that's going on across all the currencies, across all the countries.
Okay. And, you know, when I think about the Bitcoin rationale, why investors buy Bitcoin, I think one of the principal things that draws them here is the idea that Bitcoin is digital gold. You know, it's a store of value in a world that's increasingly digital. What do you all think about the idea of, is Bitcoin going to be attractive if gold itself is available on the blockchain? So that if gold becomes digitized and we can buy it as easily as we can buy Bitcoin, would we still want to own Bitcoin?
The thing about tokenized gold is that you still have the counterparty risk. And you might show up there and there might not be any gold. The thing about Bitcoin is that the token itself, once you have it in your address, that's it. It's final settlement. So there's a big difference. I mean, it's very good for gold to be able to trade it like that, but you're certainly depending on the issuing party, the party that issues the tokens, to make good on that delivery.
And I would also add that it's essentially gold banking is illegal around the world. It's not really possible to make payments with gold. And therefore, people who use it as a store of value necessarily have to liquidate it in order to make their money mobile. We live in a global economy. Most businesses deal across international borders, and they need their money to move. And you know, in the digital economy, money's speed is increasing more and more, and therefore, gold, if physically, cannot keep up because I think it's too politically centralized, it's too politically sensitive. Whereas with gold, with Bitcoin, on the other hand, you've got final clearance and final settlement of a digital asset, which is native digital. So therefore, that allows it to be a lot faster. And I think that is why Bitcoin has massively outperformed gold over the past 16 years, and I would expect that trend to continue.
Tom, if I may, I think you're demonstrating that we don't have a global consensus about crypto. You know, even in this conversation, and I agree that it still is early, partly because there is not a global consensus about some of these things. I agree. And I think some of the use cases, we're still extremely early in terms of scaled use cases. Circle is certainly one example that has started to have a scaled use case around a stablecoin. But I think the crypto industry, I agree, the next 16 years, I think will be better than the last 16 years because you'll finally see applications emerging that up until now have just been the store of value story or speculation.
Okay. You know, I just was told the prince is coming, so we're going to actually have to end this conversation soon. So perhaps to wrap up, I could just go around really quickly. Jeremy, do you have any final words on this topic?
Obviously, we're coming at it from a very different vantage point. I actually agree with the consensus between the Bitcoin adherents. I think that everything they say is accurate. We also have the need for you know, everyday medium of exchange that can be used at scale, at internet scale. And I think what we've seen happen with dollar digital currencies, with stable coins, is effectively creating a new internet-based infrastructure for fiat. And fiat will continue, but we're seeing you know, essentially the same technological change that happen for data, communications, information, software being brought to money, and we're seeing a reconstruction of fiat as on a full reserve basis. So a sound money principle where you can have safe, fully reserved dollars, and you can transact them effectively at internet scale, at internet speed, at virtually no cost. And that is converging, as you noted, with the machine economy, with machine-programmed money. And I think I would share also the view that we're still in the very early stages of this. I think over the next 5 to 10 years, the transactional activity with all this will probably be 1 millionx larger than it is today. And so there's plenty of opportunity to build.
Okay, I think I've been told we just need to wrap it up here. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We are racing through our afternoon program. Please, please come and sit down and join us. We've just got a few more very, very interesting sessions to go. So I want your full attention. And as I say, please, anybody who's not seated, make yourself comfortable. Stay for the rest of the day. It'll be worth your while. We're going to be looking now at the trajectory of urban living. And again, just most of us live in urban areas. Many, many more of us will live there. So where is it going to? And one man to bring us up to date on what's happening, the CEO of New Maraba, Michael Dyke, is with us. Michael, delightful to see you. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you for your time today. My name is Michael Dyke, and I'm the CEO of New Maraba, and I'm here to introduce to you Riyadh's new downtown. Now, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, defined that Riyadh is to become one of the top 10 city economies in the world, and New Maraba is a living testament to contributing to that ambition. We have perfect strategic alignment. We align with the 3 pillars of Vision 2030, in particular a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. And civilization and history is marked by the landmarks that are created along the way, particularly in cities. And now a new symbol will be rising in the coming years in Riyadh. And that symbol is referred to as the Muqab. And the macabre is the largest structure on the planet, and it's the living embodiment of what will become the world's largest modern downtown. The downtown itself is positioned in the northwest corner of Riyadh. Essentially, that's 25 minutes from the King Salman International Airport. It is also 15 minutes from the financial district. It is a back door to Diriyah, and it's also a front door to the north beyond Riyadh. And as part of the future of urban living, we have allocated 25% of the land mass to green space, in other words, quality of life. And what that means is it's the equivalent of twice the size of Central Park, but instead of walking 20 blocks to get there, the green space is everywhere in Numuraba, which means that you're living, working, and playing in a park. If we put it into size, 14 square kilometers is the equivalent of the downtown of Manhattan, the downtown of London, and the downtown of Paris added together. And essentially what we're aiming to do is to create a vibrant society where people can thrive. And what's really important, what underpins the philosophy of our downtown, is a 15-minute city philosophy. And what that means is that everything you need to live, work, and play is available within a 15-minute walk. In fact, we're very proud of the fact that our master plan allows you to do 90% of the things you need to live, work, and play in just 5 minutes. We clearly have a lot of very large statistics, but one I would call out would be 10,000 hospitality rooms alone, because we anticipate a significant number of visitations to Numuraba, in addition to the 300,000 people that will live there in the years to come. And the macabre sits at the heart of Numuraba. I mentioned already, it's the largest structure on the planet at 400 meters cubed. Also underneath macabre is a whole labyrinth of physical assets. And essentially, the macabre is a living system. It's a cube, it has a dome, and it has a tower in the center. The tower in the center is the only skyscraper in the world that lives inside another building. We have the largest immersive display in the world at 350,000 square meters. And when you enter macabre, you enter another world. And as you will have seen at the beginning, this is more than just a plan on paper. Thus far, we've removed 15 million cubic meters of rock from underneath the cube. We've put 1,250 and more deep concrete piles in order to receive the cube, which will be the largest and the heaviest structure on the planet. And when you step inside macabre, the essence of the dome with the immersive display is that you will enter another world, and guests will be transported to another world through the use of cutting-edge technology and AI. And when we look at what actually sits inside, we have 1.7 million square meters of mixed-use assets. That's a combination of retail. The retail is the size of Dubai Mall today. We have hospitality. We have 4,000 residential units, a tower at 330 meters high in the center, special place. We have the largest rooftop at height in the world at 16 hectares. That's 144,000 square meters of gross lettable area. And all of that will be activated in a unique way. And with 4,000 residences, we believe we have an amazing offer to the world. The macabre is engineered to evolve. We have 19 layers of technology in our tech stack. The first 3 layers, which are critical to creating the experience, is essentially the immersive display, holograms, and AI. I invite you today, as we are with everyone right now, to say, come and be part of Numuraba. We're open for business. We have 3 particular streams for investment and partnership. Number 1 is in technology. Number 2 is in real estate. And number 3 is in engineering and construction. Thank you all for your time today. Shukran.
And Michael, thank you so much. What a beautiful representation of the future of Riyadh. Oh, it's so, so beautiful. It's very exciting looking ahead to what we've got here. Now, of course, we've got a very special session now, and we're absolutely very, very honored to have with us the governor of PIF, chairman of Saudi Aramco, chairman of FII Institute. I want you to give a very, very, very warm welcome for His Excellency Yasir Al-Rumayyan in conversation. Always a delight. In conversation with our good friend Robert Smith is here. Robert, of course, founder, chairman and CEO of Vista Equity Partners. Gentlemen, we're really looking forward to this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Your Excellency, we'll start first by saying thank you. Thank you on behalf of all of the guests of the kingdom. You have made this a magnificent event, not only this time, but from the first time 9 years ago. So we want to give you our best wishes and thanks for many decades more of bringing us all together in this wonderful kingdom. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Robert. I mean, to me, you're not just a business partner, but a friend. And thank you for doing this.
Thank you, my friend. So let's first start and talk about Saudi Arabia's extraordinary progress. You know, when you think about it, the majority of the Vision 2030 goals are on track, have been met, and in some cases exceeded. And it's been just a spectacular thing to witness and be a part of. And at the center of that transformation stands the Public Investment Fund, among the largest and most influential sovereign wealth funds in the world. So today I'd love to explore that journey, how the PIF has evolved from its early developmental roots into a true engine of diversification and global competitiveness. We want to hear what you've learned and what comes next. So let's begin with the early years. Before 2017, the PIF's role in the kingdom's economy was quite different. It was primarily focused on developmental mandates, creating national champions like SABIC, and to provide loans to stimulate growth. And then came a spark, a broader vision, initiated by the Crown Prince to transform the PIF into the kingdom's new economic engine. Can you take us back to that moment? What inspired the shift from developmental leader to transformative global active investor?
Thank you, Robert. This is a really great question. And PIF started back in 1971 with a great vision then, which is how to build a nation. And of course, to build a nation, you have to work on the developmental aspect. So when it started, they started establishing many companies, including SABIC that you alluded to, including the Saudi Railway, including most of the banks. They were part of most of the banks. And their mandate was very limited to the developmental things. They, of course, gave a lot of loans to most of the industrial complexes that basically led the growth in Saudi Arabia. Now, in 2015, you mentioned the spark, and yes, it was a spark. The Crown Prince thought PIF can do even more and better. Remember, back in 2015, the PIF assets under management was $150 billion worth. Today, it's almost triple that number. Our target's actually to take it to $1 trillion by the end of this year. We're very, very close to get there. The idea that the Crown Prince had, we need an economic engine for the country. And the best suited for doing so was definitely PIF. Was it suited then when he had the idea? Of course not. We had just few people working there, and they were just maintaining the assets. But what he wanted to do is to get the developmental in a faster pace. And the only way to do it is to first have the right people. Second, have the right processes, systems, governance, framework. And the third thing, which is the most important, is to have the right proposition. What is exactly that the PIF should do? Should we continue doing what we've been doing? So we went through a full diagnostic about all the things that we've done, and then we started with a kind of a benchmark exercise, looking at all the sovereign wealth funds around the world, and just to see their mandate and what is exactly that they're doing. And then, of course, we found a huge gap between the two, between what we used to do and what the other sovereign wealth funds are doing, and what is it exactly that we would like to achieve.
Right.
So the first notion was how to be a nation builder. The nation was built, but we had so many sectors were not in existence, and we had a lot of sectors that were dormant.
Right.
So that was the main change or the paradigm shift between pre-2015 and post-2015. And of course, it was all coming together once we finished our first strategy back in 2017.
Right. As you thought about these dormant sectors, and as you thought about what sectors, looking at the gaps you wanted and needed to establish, what were the activities that you all had to put in place? What were the processes? What were the policy dynamics that you would have to now drive forward to create and enable these dormant industries to come back to life, or to even build, in many cases, completely different industries that didn't exist here before?
The build-up phase started with PIF. We had to rebuild it to fit the purpose.
Right.
And then in our first strategy back in 2017, and we announced it, by the way, with the first FII back in 9 years ago, we said we want to see the sectors that are dormant or not in existence, and we found 10 of them. Of course, under each one of the sectors, there are subsectors. So we started creating or establishing these companies, trying to bridge the void or the gaps that we had. So that was the initial phase from 2017 until the end of 2020. And then we started with the next program, which took us from 2021 until the end of this year. I can go into details, but before we do so, I just want to mention one thing. Vision 2030 was established around the time of us finishing the strategy in 2017.
Right.
And I think as part of the Vision 2030 PIF program was there, and to my mind, I like to think about it, is that the PIF was the cornerstone for the Vision 2030. We put all of our KPIs, all of the things that we want to do. I remember, this is not just a work of one person or two, or it was like hundreds of people were involved. And I won't even say I'm exaggerating, maybe potentially thousands of people from different ministries, from different institutes within the government and outside the government, trying to figure out what is it exactly that we would like to achieve to see ourselves in 2030. Where do we want to go? So it's like, some people say maybe it's like a chicken and egg, but maybe it is, maybe it's not. But one is complementing the other. We are working to achieve the Vision 2030. So there was so many sectors and companies. We have established so far close to, or maybe even surpassing 100 different companies. These companies varies from giga projects like NEOM to Camel Milk Company, or the coffee company, the Safe Company, which is security, to participating actively in aqua power, activating the AI through Humane, activating the manufacturing, the advanced manufacturing through Alat, Murabba, the Roshan. We looked at all of these sectors and tried to fill in these gaps.
What's been amazing is not only the transformation, when you look back 9 years, to see how you all have built out a highly capable organization in the PIF, highly trained, capable people. And I remember many times seeing the 24/7, 365 attitude that your teams would display every day in the work that they were doing, measuring themselves, evaluating what they were doing, and really driving forward. And when you look back, 9 years, what we see is you all have created globally over 1.1 million jobs, the vast majority here in the kingdom, which is fascinating. Over 10 industries. You went from creating companies to creating ecosystems. I'd love to talk a bit about the company to ecosystem transition and how you plan for that. I mean, these are some real lessons that governments can now think about in inculcating in their planning processes. The spark of the idea to building the nodes and then now building out entire ecosystems of major industries. It's amazing. Love to hear more about that transition.
Yeah, I mean, back in 2015, we had less than 40 people working for PIF. Today, we have over 3,000 people. That's a big jump. We have our main office in Riyadh. We have offices in New York, London, Paris, Beijing, Shanghai, Hong Kong, and we have regional offices in Egypt, in Jordan, in Muscat, and also in Manama. So you cannot do all of this, grow with this exponential kind of growth with just doing things on ad hoc basis.
Right.
You cannot only find the right people. But we did.
Yes.
On top of that, we did find the right processes, governance, and everything else.
Right.
So it was a big journey. And I remember I was, from the early days, fortunate enough to be close to the Crown Prince and saw how hard and how long he was working every day, even weekends. And I remember asking him after a year or two, when can we take weekends? Say, don't worry, it's another maybe year or two or three.
Right. Yes.
And I'm still asking him the same question every day. So this kind of culture trickled down from him to most of the ministers within the government, including me, and trickled down from me to all my executives and the people who are working within PIF.
Right.
We need to do things, and we need to do things fast, efficient, and we need to have to make the impact. So maybe that's the evolution. Now, I just have maybe a sneak peek, if you will, from our next strategy, which will be announced hopefully very soon. We're in the final phases of closing all the approvals, and it was a long journey. Where we were pre-2015, after that until 2020, and from there until the end of this year. And the next question is, where do we want to go from 26 until 2030? So we looked at the mandates. What are the mandates for PIF? Are we just a nation builder? Are we nationally aligned investor and asset optimizer?
Right.
Or are we a balance sheet diversifier? So if you want to think of it as a matrix of 3 by 3, these are the 3 verticals and the 3 timelines, the 20s, the 30s, and the 40s. So it's not a secret. We are now a nation builder.
Right.
We want to move in the 2030s to be a nationally aligned investor and asset optimizer. And hopefully in the 40s, we want to have the balance sheet diversifier. So that's what we're trying to do. I'll just give an example of clusters and ecosystems. So the proposal that we have from 26 until the end of 2030 is 6 main ecosystems. The travel, tourism and entertainment as one ecosystem, urban development and livability, advanced manufacturing and innovation, industrial and logistics, clean energy and renewable infrastructure, and NEOM as its own ecosystem. So this would help us in prioritizing our capital deployment with the timelines. So we don't want to go to all and every investment all with the same priority. So I'll just give an example of the advanced manufacturing and innovation. King Abdullah Economic City, Cake, was always part of our portfolio, but we had a minority there. Now it's increased to a majority. The company has been there for more than 10, 15 years, or maybe potentially more, but it was dormant. And we got it across the line to make it more active by bringing in the ports, the automobile cluster, and many other things.
It has been a spectacular journey. You have brought the world to the kingdom, and we're excited about the initiatives to now take the kingdom to the world. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's been an absolute delight being a partner, being a friend, and thank you for hosting us all.
Thank you. That was great.
Gentlemen, thank you. Thank you so much. And a big thanks there to Robert Smith, founder, chairman, and CEO, Vista Equity Partners. And always an absolute delight and an inspiration to hear from His Excellency Yasir Al-Rumayyan. Again, of all of the great plans that are in place as we expand tourism, industry, manufacturing, clean energy, and really, as he said, to put Saudi Arabia even higher on the global map than it is today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I see a lot of people standing around, and we do have a special guest coming. So if I might ask everybody to come and sit. Please come in, find a seat. If there's an empty seat, please sit. Because in just a couple of minutes, we're very, very honored, of course, to have with us the President of the Syrian Arab Republic. So I want you to come in, please. Okay. That was the practice clap right when he arrives on the high stage up here. Obviously, you're going to double that volume, right? So good. We like the fact that you've done a little rehearsal, so this is good. So please, we still have some seats. So I do see a lot of people standing around. Dear colleagues over here, if you can come in and take some seats. We do have a few seats here, and it would be great to get everybody seated. So just bear with us for a couple of moments. Just finalizing, putting the finishing touches to everything, and he'll be with us in just a couple of minutes. One other thing, please. It will be in Arabic. So most of you are comfortable with that, but if you're like me, get your headsets, all right?
Good evening, Your Royal Highness. Thank you for your presence, for this exceptional. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting an exceptional session for FII9 called Syria's New Horizon. And the title is, Can Rebuilding Become a Model for Global Cooperation? And it's our privilege and great honor to welcome this evening His Excellency Ahmed al-Shara, the President of the Syrian Arab Republic, who will be in conversation with my brother Abdullah Al-Mudayfer, the presenter and columnist of Rotana. My dear Abdullah, the floor is yours, Habibi. Your Excellency,
May God's peace and blessings be upon you all. May all have a very good afternoon. Welcome, Your Excellency, to Riyadh and to the FII. I'll immediately start my questions because of the limited time we have, and my questions are more than you think. I will start with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's effort in the quick reintegration and re-inclusion of Syria in the region and in the world are enormous. Why Saudi Arabia in specific has this kind of keenness on reintegrating Syria in the region and in the world? In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, in the beginning, Saudi Arabia in this region is of great importance, and with the new vision that is led by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, is a main driver in the region in terms of economy, as it is the destination of economy. So the kingdom is keen on economy, and economy is related to regional security and strategic security of the region. So there is no doubt that there are ties, and Syria is a main pillar in the regional security of Saudi Arabia. People have tried to get Syria outside of the general order, to be exporting drugs, to be a lot of tense and conflicts and a lot of murdering and a lot of killing, and this caused a lot of harm to the region. There is no doubt that Saudi Arabia is aware of all of this, well aware of all of this, and we, through our first visit outside Syria, it was in Saudi Arabia, and we know and we are well aware of the rank of Saudi Arabia's position in the region. So security and safety is related to economic development and vice versa. And this is what is represented in this region by Saudi Arabia as a pioneering status in the region. But from the other side, from what you said, what will the world gain if Syria succeeds, and what will the world lose if Syria fails? The world has witnessed the failure of Syria in the last 6 years and the last 14 years. People have seen how it is the status when Syria is disordered and exporting conflicts and crises, exporting the migration of people, and the biggest exporter of Captagon in the whole world, while it has always been the country of civilization. So people and the whole world have witnessed that and have seen how Syria is generating all of these disasters and crises, which led to many strategic threats to the world, because it has become the place for some of the policies that aim at increasing these stabilities in the region. So what will the world win if Syria succeeds? Syria is in a very strategic position in the geographical location of the world. Syria is the gate to the east and the Silk Road that is known historically. We have diversity of human resources. Syria has diverse economy, not depending on just one sector. And through history, we have always found Syria or the Levant area as the main pillar. That's why it was wanted by all of the civilization around history. So Syria has started a new page, opening its doors to the whole world. We're speaking about only 10 months since the liberation, and we have been back to our regional position in a quick manner with the support of all of our Syrian-loving countries, starting with Saudi Arabia, led by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman. So I do think that the world today will benefit a lot from Syria. Syria will be a main corridor for trade and for goods to the whole world. The world currently witnesses risks related to the instability and security of supply chains between the East and the West, and also especially the oil supply chains, natural gas supply chains to Europe. Everyone who's here in this room and this conference wants to explore the investment scene in Syria and where the wind is going. So, Your Excellency, are the winds of investments going towards Syria? Of course, Syria, within 10 months, in the first 6 months, we have received investments of more than $22 billion. And Syria is one of the countries that came out of the crises and it wasn't ready to go in renaissance. Again, we went out of war and entered in other loops of conflicts and crises. We saw that there are countries that are still in conflicts and in problems, even if wars ended 20 years ago. But in Syria, things were clear. The map was clear. We benefited from all what happened all around us. The investment opportunities in Syria are abundant, and all the economic interested people in the world can find opportunities in Syria. And Syria, I will not say it will, but it has already started working with all efforts in order to start investing. Syria witnessed 14 years of breakdowns, and each one of them is an opportunity in itself. Every stone that was dismantled will be an opportunity for reconstruction. Yes, Syria will need efforts and reconstruction, but let's be frank and open here. The environment of investments, to be attractive, needs new legislations, new regulations that are totally different from the previous ones under the previous regime. There is no doubt the previous regime was expeller for investments, foreign investments, and was also taking part in the internal investments. So regulations and laws of investment were changed in Syria, and investors have the right to retain their money and get it out of Syria and take the most part of their capital outside of Syria if they need. And the current law is reviewed by McKinsey and other investment authorities like the Ministry of Investment in Saudi Arabia, and it was presented to many economic experts in the whole world. So I think it is one of the most important and the best 10 investment laws in the world. The challenge is in the implementation, and this is the duty that we will be carrying. Sectors, or maybe let's say opportunities. Are there real opportunities currently in Syria? And what are these opportunities that are there on the ground now? Syria is rich with opportunities. Countries that seek development are in themselves opportunities. In addition to the excellent geographical location that we have, that Syria has currently, and in addition to the real estate sector, we have a lot of destruction. This will need reconstruction. We chose reconstruction by investment, reconstruction through investment. This is our path. We did not choose the path of reconstructing Syria through aids or help. As it is said, teach me how to fish, not how to eat fish. This is easier for the entities that have mutual interests with Syria. It is easier for them to deal with us this way, and this way we will achieve the help that we need, and we will rebuild our infrastructure. It will be a win-win situation. So I think Syria, we have the real estate market. Also in Syria, we are a touristic country. We have the monuments, we have the heritage, we have the desert, we have the mountains, we have the coast, we have the sea. Also, we are an agriculture country. Agriculture plays a very important role. And also, we have a surplus. In Syria, we have 25 million, and we can feed 250 to 300 million people through our agricultural production. Also, Syria, we cannot say that it's an oil country, just like GCC countries, but we can say that we have a production that reaches 1 million barrels every day, and sometimes from natural gas for 40,000 square meters, and this is 5 times what Syria needs internally currently. We have large reservoirs of gas in the sea and in the desert as well. Also, Syria has many logistic services. We're speaking about trade roads. This will need internet extensions, roads in the sea and in land. Also, the regional connections with the turbulence that is happening currently and with the importance trades in the region. This is important. Also, the atmosphere in Syria and the weather is good, because imagine that every planet that used to avoid Syrian air, it needed 3 to 4 extra, like quarter to 1 hour extra. This is a cost in oil and time. So I think today it is a historical opportunity for investors to start investing in Syria. There is a competition with some waiting for some agents, but I think that the opportunity in Syria is enormous. Opportunities can be sufficient for all in Syria. There are countries, I'm speaking about till the 8th of December. Did companies or countries come to Syria to start working there? There is no doubt there are countries, big companies from Saudi Arabia came and started investing inside Syria with a total of $7 billion. Also, big Qatari companies like UCC came to invest in Damascus airport and investing in production of oil. And also there are other investments in real estate, roads, housing, cities and complexes. Imagine that Syria, for 40 years until today, there is no development in construction. So there is a huge need. The supply is low and the price of real estate in Syria is similar to that in Tokyo. So this is a huge, enormous opportunity in real estate. You mentioned Saudi Arabia. Are there any other countries, like Western countries? What are the countries that send companies there to Syria? Like regional countries, we have the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have Qatar, we have the United Arab Emirates, and also there is negotiations with Kuwait and Bahrain, also Jordan as well. In addition to Turkey, they are willing to invest more, and they have companies that partner with some of our companies, and also some USA companies partnered with some of the companies that started investing in Damascus International Airport. Also, Aleppo International Airport will be invested in by other companies as well. There is also regional partnerships. When we started in our first journey in Saudi Arabia, we knew the key. Saudi Arabia is your key to where? Saudi Arabia is your key to where? Saudi Arabia is a country that is stable and secure and has a unique development experience in the region. And for a long time, I have been following up the vision that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince presented. And it's not only limited to the borders of Saudi Arabia. I think it goes beyond that to the whole region. So this message taught us, and we went to the Damascus. We came here quickly to be a part of this arrangement that is happening, and the privileges of the geographical location and the human resources that we have in Syria, big resources and advantages. If it gathers with a team up with the vision, it will be a great opportunity. We have good relations with Saudi Arabia, with Turkey, with Qatar, with the UAE, and these countries are successful as with all respect to all other countries like Iraq, Egypt, and other countries. But these countries that I mentioned work with extra efforts and with great speed, keeping up with the development that is happening in the whole world in terms of technology and others. So these are signals and indications. And sometimes we live in the world, we cannot live alone. The integration that is happening creates in the future and on the strategic run creates an integrated economy and an integrated economic cycle among these important countries, because we possess the most important locations. With all these countries, we have the important locations. We have the most important sea places and locations, the civilization and the historical location and heritage, and our location in the middle of the earth. We have also under the ground treasures, and also on the ground we have treasures. Your Excellency, what is your important thing? Where do you put your important pet. What is the most important opportunity? I put my pet on my people. I bet on my people. I bet on my people. The people of Syria have suffered a lot severely. Hundreds of thousands were killed and war entered every home in Syria. So it is this people was steadfast, holding on fast to their principles, and it gained victory. This people that won from nothing is capable and worthy of building Syria from nothing. Your Excellency mentioned a point that is important, the idea of AIDS. There is no doubt that in the beginning of the recovery stage for Syria, Syria will need AIDS. But the concern for some of the investment and political elite is to be addicted to AIDS, to be a country that is addicted to AIDS. There are similar countries that are addicted to AIDS. Syria, will you be addicted to AIDS any given day? When we were in a small area, in a blockade in Aleppo area, if you don't know it, we were seized, and at that time I never relied on AIDS. And with the help of Allah the Almighty and with the help of my team around me, we could build a humble, small economic environment. We worked, it was difficult, but we worked with the resources that we had at the time. And we could build these economic resources. Based on that, we strengthened ourselves and we built ourselves all over again. I think this behavior creates a new culture for our people and gives our people more vitality in building. So AIDS do not help us build. They will help us be more lazy. So if we have such a people that is capable of building, constructing, and we have this diversity of resources that's studied in the prominent, prestigious universities all over the world. We have industries, we have agriculture, we have many resources in all of the fields of economic development. So this is why. Thus, all of these economic resources are capable of building an economy of development that is sustainable. So why do we need AIDS? The most important capital for any economic development is the human capital, the human resources, not what we have under the ground. If we have these important human resources, we can gain our treasures. If we have the treasures without people, we will not be able to do anything. We might waste them. So depending on AIDS as a policy is not something that we agree on. We depend on helping ourselves, aiding ourselves through investment so that it's a win-win situation for all. We don't want Syria to be a burden for anyone. We want to build our country ourselves. In the context of the relation with the investor, there is a question that arises. Protecting the investor as one of the most important questions. Protecting the investor has many angles. Protecting the investor, if the investor comes with a specific factory, for example, our policy is to protect the national or the local product by increasing fees on similar products or maybe banning similar products, especially for agricultural products. There are philosophical disagreements regarding free market or protective policy. Until now, Syria is not capable of opening the market the way is expected because our production is weak and we will be it will be all imported on the expense of the locally manufactured products. So we protect our investors through protecting the products in the first place. After that, we have laws to protect the capital and to support the investors. Also, the law of investment that were issued for the arbitration or maybe judgment, dispute resolution with foreign courts as well. My last question, Your Excellency, to where are you going to take Syria? What is your ambition for Syria? To answer your question, I'd like to add also something else. One of the most important things to protect the investor is the abundant investment opportunities that will reduce and weaken the risks. For example, there are returns that, for example, for some investments that need 10 years. But in Syria now, the return will be after 3 years, according to the investment, because of the hunger in the market. my ambition for Syria, I spent more than half of my life granting my life to save this people from the injustice that happened. And I'm ready to spend what is remaining the rest of my life. I'm ready and willing to present the rest of my life, to sacrifice the rest of my life until I see Syria strong. I don't follow the policy of too much promising. I want to show people results, because promises sometimes hold us accused and people judge us. But I am willing, with all of my team and all of the people who love us, not just in Syria, but outside Syria as well, the Saudi people, I saw a lot of love from them. So Syria has been an inspirational symbol, being able to save itself by itself from this political, security, and military environment that was too difficult, according to the mind and the logical situation, to be saved. So I think that Syria will again save itself by building itself on its own, and it will be on the highest ranks in the shortest period of time, inshallah. Today, Syrians congratulated you with your birthday, saying that many of them connected the 29th of October, which is your birthday, to the rebirth of Syria in a way or another. They see you as a form of hope. So I'd like to ask you again, in Syria, that we will reach our ambition. I don't want to miss the opportunity until I see Syria that you see. What is Syria that you see in the future? It is a difficult task, but we have strong resilience. First of all, we have many layers. First of all, we want people of Syria to go back to Syria, to return, so that migration and refugees and this kind of, and the expats and the burden on other countries, we want them to go back to Syria. Syria will be on balanced situations regionally and internationally, and the plans that we have developed so far, we're not able yet to put a big plan because of the lack of data, but I think Syria will be just as big economic countries in the world within a few years. As for my birthday, I forgot about this, and my beloved wife reminded me of it. So Allah the Almighty says, and you came as it was your destiny, O Moses. So sometimes destinies are good with people, sometimes it is a condolence. I was born here in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh. I was born in Riyadh in this day in 1982, and today I'm hosted by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. So I think these are not a coincidence. This is the will of Allah the Almighty to come together. Maybe the conference might be held like 2 days ago or a week ago, but it was postponed and it came together today. So maybe it's not a coincidence. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your speech for this interview. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending the second day of FII. It's been wonderful to have you here, and what a wonderful way to close off the day. With His Royal Highness joining us, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, and also with the President from the Syrian Republic. How wonderful to have them both there. Thank you all so much. What a special ceremony, and how wonderful to hear from the President, to hear of his plans and all the great reconstruction plans for Syria, and indeed his close ties to Saudi Arabia. Once again, I want to thank all of you for being here for today. It's been a very busy day. It's a very content-rich day, and we're going to have another day, of course, tomorrow. So please join us tomorrow morning back here at 9 o'clock, the third day of FII, the 9th edition. It's wonderful to have you all here with us, and we promise you another wonderful day of sessions tomorrow morning. So please join us here, 9 o'clock. Thank you so much, and goodbye from all of us at FII for today.